kind of on the horizon for a while now, and it's good that it's finally here. I'm really pleased that it's finally here. I'm really ready to move on from a lot of the conversations that we've been having, because obviously people want to know who's going to leave as WWE champion. People want to know who's going to win King of the Ring. People want to know who's going to win Queen of the Ring. And so all of these things have got big repercussions for SummerSlam. So people want to know what SummerSlam looking like. And to be honest with you, I think WWE are doing a really good job of not having leaks coming out, because there's just no word as to what SummerSlam actually looks like at the moment, which is good because it means we can speculate and we can talk about what we would like to see and where we think it's going, and it keeps things a bit more interesting. But it's also got a negative, and that negative is that there's not really any answers. Like, you can't really come on and go, right, it's going this way because blah, 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 you know? So I'm just very much ready now for us to start getting some answers. And thankfully, we are just a few hours away from this show beginning and are starting to get those answers. So we're going to start where we always start. That is with the preview. Let's jump over, shall we, to the breakdown, the preview that is on the WWE website. So these are the matches. I didn't get a chance to actually do a predictions video. I normally do it on the Sunday before. So I normally do it like the Sunday of the weekend previous. We actually did a live stream last Sunday. We did King of the Ring 1997. So that meant that I kind of got in the way. And then I just couldn't find the time in the week to like get to it. But that's okay, because we can sort of just go through it now. And to be honest with you, a lot of you join us for the Raw streams and the SmackDown streams. So you've heard me say these things already. I haven't changed my mind on any of this stuff. So this is the cards. We're going to start at the bottom and we'll work our way up to that triple threat. So Trick Williams against Ricky Saints. I can't see any way that Trick Williams is going to be dropping the title, considering he only recently picked it up, all things considered. Hopefully a really good match. I think both guys could do with a really good contest under their belts, a PLE match under their belts. Ricky, I'm seeing a lot of people saying that it's just not clicking. Doesn't feel like it's clicking. There could be some truth to that. I think the best of Ricky is still to be seen, but yeah, this is how you change perception, or this is how you make a mark, by taking an opportunity like this. And Trick Williams, Ricky Saints, I can't say I'm looking forward to the match, but I am hoping that it's going to be something that kind of exceeds expectation. I don't think expectation is that high for it. I think most people think Trick Williams going to retain, but can you do a match and justify your place on this card? You know, some people will say Trick Williams doesn't have to because of his aura, but I don't know, man. I'm not willing to just rest on that and ride on that, right? I think you got to back that up. So give us a good match. Give us something that we're like, damn, yeah, I like it. So that's what I'm looking for from that. Tiffany and Jade go up against each other. Women's United States title match. I don't see them going back to Jade. Every chance we see Chelsea, Alexa, B-Fab, Michin, all getting involved. Maybe even Charlotte, if we're going to do a Charlotte-Jade kind of situation. So lots of room for shenanigans. Obviously, I expect Little Yachty to be in the Trick Williams match, by the way. But yeah, Tiffany, Jade, Tiffany's going to retain. Again, I think we know what we're getting. We've seen these two go up against each other a few times. It's okay, right? It's not the greatest match in the world. It's okay. So I'm looking for them to exceed expectation as well. I don't think they will. I think we know what to expect. But, yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, this was meant to be Rhea in action because she was on the official poster, and she was removed and they put Tiffany on instead. So we know that Rhea's injury kind of took her out of this show. So I don't think this match was even meant to be on this card. I think this was going to be Rhea defending against someone. So this is an opportunity that's fallen in their lap to kind of get some spotlight, get a PLE match. It's down to them to show that they deserve it. Tiffany retains, though. Then we got Seth against Bron Breakker. I kind of spent quite a bit of time trying to justify why it should be Seth, because I do feel like there's a lot of people watching that will strongly disagree, because a lot of people are in that kind of headspace of we need to build for the future. And I do understand that, and I do agree with that. But I also think that you've got to be in the right place for WWE to invest in you. Like Oba right now is definitely in the right place. Bron Breakker right now, I'm not so sure. He's just come back from injury. He feels a bit cold to me. I don't know. It's hard for me to say that, we pulled the trigger on Bron Breakker and then he's going to do something big at SummerSlam. I sort of feel like his injury has derailed his momentum, and we need to sort of start building that momentum again. I don't think we can do it here this close to SummerSlam, right? I think what we do instead is we go, okay, this is the landscape. This is where we are. Let's build Seth up for SummerSlam. Let's put an end to this feud. Babyfaces normally win feuds, so it would make sense for Seth to win and get the better of the Vision, and then Seth can move on. Let's draw a line under this thing, because I don't know about you, I don't need any more Vision Seth stuff. So let's draw a line under it after this. This is absolutely the end. And I would just very quickly get Bron Breakker onto a different program against someone that he can win against to build momentum. And I'd really be looking at WrestleMania next year for him being kind of in a real high profile match. So I would have a bit of a time frame of building him towards that. I think SummerSlam's just too soon. So normally I would be all in the let's build the young star. I just think Bron feels very cold to me right now, and I don't think there's enough time to warm him up before SummerSlam. So what I would do is pull the trigger on Seth, getting the win here. End of this feud. Seth then is in a prime position for something juicy at SummerSlam. And who knows? I mean, Bron Breakker might end up in a tag match. Do you know what I mean? At the moment, he's been tagging with Theory. I don't know when Bronson Reed's coming back. Obviously, Logan is not going to be available anytime soon. So, it could be that Bron Breakker is needed to defend those tag titles. So that's just another reason as to why I don't feel like the timing is quite right at the moment. So I would go Seth Rollins. I can tell you the odds and the bookies have got Seth just edging it. The bookies are sort of, I think, along the same lines that Seth just takes it. But I could understand people passionately feeling the other way, right? Jey Uso, Oba Femi. I think Jey wins. I think Brock gets involved. I think there's Jacob and there's loads of shenanigans. I mean, who knows? Does Solo get involved? Does Jacob get involved? Does the Usos get involved? Like Jimmy, I should say, to help Jey in this match. So, Jey, Oba. I know that a lot will want Oba. I think the tease last night sort of made me think that it's not Oba. Normally, the person that stands tall at the end of the show isn't necessarily the person that then wins at the PLE. They sort of had Cody and Oba face to face, sort of teasing like this is going to be the match at SummerSlam, which makes me think this is not going to be the match at SummerSlam. So I don't think it's Cody Oba. And actually, there are big rumors of Cody CM Punk anyway. So those rumors, I think, probably do involve the championship. So, I don't know, with Oba being rumored to be taking on Brock, with Brock kind of being mentioned recently about how I thought you was going to interfere and you didn't. I'm just thinking probably along the same lines as most people. I can't remember what the odds maker had it. I think it was quite close on this. So, obviously, Oba one-on-one with Jey Oba wins. No one's going to dispute that. But I think there's going to be shenanigans. I think we're going to get shenanigans. I am thinking Brock Lesnar here, and I am thinking Jey wins. So, that's where we are with that, right? Again, lots of people will be going in that direction. Iyo taking on Liv. I think Iyo wins, but how does she win? I don't think we're doing Rhea Liv at SummerSlam. I really don't. The only thing I'd heard about SummerSlam was Rhea versus JC Jane was being discussed. That says to me they had no plans to do Rhea Liv. So I don't think Liv wins. I think Iyo wins. I just don't know how. Is Roxanne going to get involved? Is Raquel going to get involved? Are they going to turn on Liv? Are they going to try and help Liv but actually botch it and get it wrong and actually cost Liv? I don't know. But either way, I think Iyo gets the win. And then our main event, Cody, Gunther, Sami. I think Cody wins. I think Cody retains. The rumors of him and CM Punk definitely have kind of caught my attention. I also think that Sami's in this match so that Gunther doesn't have to take the pin. I mean, I think it's Cody pins Sami. I think it's Cody pins Sami. I think Cody gets the win. I think that way Gunther stays protected because in the first match he had his foot under the rope. 3 count shouldn't have counted. Second match, it's debatable as to whether he was screwed by Sami. He did put his hands on Sami. You can say that's a DQ immediately. But, you know, the match continued and Sami got in and obviously the fast count and all of that sort of stuff, right? So enough shenanigans there where Gunther can say he didn't get a fair shot, right? This is the third match. And I think once again, Gunther's going to come away frustrated that Cody pinned Sami and, you know, he didn't get the championship. What that means is someone's probably going to have to take Gunther's attention come Monday so that he's not around Cody as we head to SummerSlam. So, I don't know. I mean, are we building to a Sami Gunther situation? Could it be that Gunther blames Sami and then that just sets them up for a match at SummerSlam? And then that means that Cody can move on to a program with CM Punk, maybe. Obviously, Jey winning is very interesting because I don't know how he would fit into that puzzle. I mean, does that lead to a triple threat with Cody, Jey, CM Punk? Perhaps they're thinking that'll sweeten the pot rather than it just being a singles match. So, don't know. It's interesting. Lots of moving parts. Again, we've spoken endlessly about what if Oba wins and he takes on Cody? What if Oba wins and he takes on Roman? What if Sami wins and he takes on Oba? What if Sami wins and he takes on Jey? What if... I mean, we've done all these different combinations, right? You got to pick a lane. So, yeah, I'm thinking Jey. I'm thinking Cody. There are rumors of CM Punk, as we've said. It'll be interesting to see how that all fits together. Iyo, I think she wins. I think she'll probably face Liv again at SummerSlam following Night of Champions. Rhea, we don't even know if she's going to make it at the moment. We don't know how severe her injury is. So, yeah, there's lots to kind of consider, lots of potential. I don't think there's going to be many returns. I have been asked, like, are we going to get, like, Rock and all this kind of stuff? No, I'm not expecting any of that. Are we going to get Zilla and all of this? I'm not expecting any like that. I do think we could get Brock Lesnar. I'm not expecting Punk. Rumors are he's going to pop back up after Night of Champions. Not expecting Randy, although not impossible. But I'm not expecting Randy. I'm trying to think who else could pop up. Stephanie, maybe? Could Stephanie pop up and cost Liv? I don't know why she would. But, you know, there's potential. But, yeah, I'm thinking Brock. That's the one I'm feeling most confident about. So, there we go. I think we spent more than enough time kind of breaking down that cards. Feel free to get your thoughts in. What do you think about this show? What do you think about these matches? What kind of predictions have you got for Night of Champions? Right, Connor said, days after that Cody Oba stare down on SmackDown. I wouldn't mind if we did get a rematch between Cody and Oba at Saturday night's main event, right? Yeah, interesting. Mr. Full D said, with all the Punk drama, would that delay a Cody feud? We don't know what the Punk drama is, to be honest, bud, because I think there's a lot of noise, and I think that noise is greatly exaggerated. The story yesterday was that there is a little summit there, but it's not a big deal like what is being made out. I really think, if I'm a betting man, right, I think that he wants to come back on Raw so that he's probably free on a Friday so that he can do his MMA commentary. So, you know, he does Raw on a Monday and then he's free on a Friday. It seems like WWE want him to go to SmackDown because of this potential program with Cody, and I would imagine it's something along those lines. I mean, there was no word of any issue between him and Triple H, really, you know, all the way up to WrestleMania just gone. Then he's been away kind of over the summer since, but so has AJ Lee. And to be honest, I don't begrudge CM Punk, who's just dropped the belt to Roman because Roman was sticking around. I don't begrudge CM Punk kind of going away and spending time with AJ Lee and, do you know what I mean? Just kind of taking a bit of a break, letting the body heal up a little bit. So I don't know. It's hard for me to know how much stock to kind of put into those rumors. I mean, we live in a world where clicks and views make the world go around. Did you see those comments from Maven? I mean, I didn't even see the video, to be honest, but he put a video up talking about why he hates Triple H, and it got like nearly 1 million views. And someone asked him like the other day, like, why did you go with that as the thumbnail? And he was like, oh, it just gets more attention. I don't really hate him. It just gets more attention. I mean, I don't need to tell you about clickbait. Yeah, I don't need to tell you about the world we live in where things are purposefully being exaggerated so that people can get your attention, because everyone's fighting for your attention. Yeah, I mean, your attention is worth its weight in gold, because everyone's battling for it. Everyone wants you to watch what they're putting out, and that's why I really appreciate you joining us here, right? So it's always hard, I think, when you've got these sorts of rumors to know just how much stock to put into it. I think the CM Punk haters will be all over it because, you know, it kind of paints him in a bad light. I knew he was like this. He's never changed. You know, he's always been problematic, blah, blah, blah. So they're having a field day. But, I mean, they don't know any more details than anyone else. So, I don't know. And my take on it is we don't know how severe this is. The latest thing that I've heard is that it's not that bad. It's not what people are making out. If I'm a betting man, I would think it's probably a disagreement about what show he's coming back on. But we'll just wait for more updates. So, depending on how severe this falling out is, yes, I mean, it could interrupt a few things. But at the moment, I'm not getting the vibe it's anything too serious. KO out of somewhere said Steph coming back to help Iyo and cost Liv would pop me, says KO out of somewhere. She could do. She absolutely could do. I would not be ruling that out as a possibility. I don't know that she will, though. I mean, if you think about Triple H, he is someone that doesn't go like OTT when it comes to those sort of moments and surprises. He might put a couple in. So Stephanie and Brock, yeah, I could see that happening. Yeah. But like, you're not going to be getting Randy, Stephanie, Brock, Zilla, Baron Corbin, do you know what I mean? Like, you're not going to be, and The Rock, and that is just not how Triple H books. Couple of things, yeah. Anything more than that, I'd be like, no. So, I'm feeling pretty good about Brock. I mean, that's obviously been spoken about as a theory for quite a while now. Oba getting to the final, Brock costing him in the final. So, I'm kind of like feeling that, but yeah, other than that, it's kind of hard to know what else they've got up their sleeve. Stephanie could be one of those surprises. I'd love to see Sammy Oba for the championship at SummerSlam, says Humble Rumble. And Kaylee said Seth Roman. What next for Soul? I feel sorry for him. Soul versus Jacob. Oh, Solo. Solo versus Jacob. SummerSlam, last man standing. Oba Brock. Do we think that H should bring WrestleMania to London? He will bring it to London, Kaylee. London's just got to show the money. They've already had meetings with the mayor, but the thing was that London seemingly has not put a bid in. So I don't know if London thought they just had to have a meeting and, yes, we'll come to you, we'll fit you in. I mean, you can tell that, like, the London mayor has got no idea about WWE or how this works. So they had a meeting, and that was ages ago, and absolutely nothing has come out of it. WrestleMania is very simple. It's like the World Cup, or it's like the Olympics. Places bid for WrestleMania, and then the highest bid tends to get it. So if London wants it, it needs to sort itself out and put a flipping bid in. This ain't Triple H's fault. It's not WWE's fault. This is London's fault. They need to get themselves sorted. They need to put in the bids. And they need to, you know, make sure that it's competitive. It's not even that much money. I think the amount for Vegas was like 10 million, which, granted, you know, it's an amount, but I don't know. For a country like as rich as the UK, which I think is like the 6th biggest economy in the world, 10 million to get WrestleMania over the line. Don't know, man. I mean, Vegas was like 6 million, and then I think it was 4 million in tax breaks, tax relief, totaling about 10 million. So London needs to have a word with itself. Connor said, do we think that we could hopefully get the return of Kevin Owens returning back soon? He could come back and have a word with Sami. Something we spoke about a little while ago, actually. Someone proposed Kevin Owens coming back and having a word with Sami, and we were like, that's a really good idea. Not that he wrestles, but just that he comes down, you know, maybe Sami is starting to not act like himself, and Kevin Owens can come down and just go, is everything okay, buds? And we do a segment. Who knows, maybe even Sami lays Kevin out by the end of it, right? And so you could definitely do something there. There's been no word on a return to the ring for Kevin. Obviously, as time is going by, it's looking more and more unlikely. His injury was a career-ending injury, and I think he's remained optimistic that he can return. He's never officially retired like Big E did, but yeah, I don't know. There's no word on that front, so if he does come back at any point as a wrestler, certainly anytime soon, it will be completely out of the blue, and it will be a real surprise. But to be honest, that is the kind of thing they do for those. You know, when you've got a wrestler that's so loved that's out with an injury, they do often keep it very quiet and then bring them back, and then you find out all the details. So I wouldn't rule it out from happening, but I can only say there's been no word. Days, don't forget the England party tonight, says Joe. Yeah, England playing tonight. I'm looking forward to tonight. Tonight we can party because we could officially qualify. We're already done. We've qualified. England qualified last night. The results have meant that England are officially through. So it's just now, will it be first, second, or third? To be honest, I don't even know if I'm going to stay awake. I've only actually had 2 hours since we did the SmackDown stream. I went to bed and it was quite warm. It took me a while to get off. I finally dropped off to sleep, and when I woke up, it was 2 hours later and my room was flipping boiling. And I just couldn't get back to sleep after that. So I've not had a brilliant time, to be honest, of trying to get some sleep. So I don't even know if I'll be able to stay awake once Night of Champions done. My goal is to get through this show, right, which I am genuinely looking forward to. Do the breakdown, do the opinions videos, try and watch the England game or what's left of it by that point. And, you know, probably at some point pass out. Don't forget we are back tomorrow as well. Some of you might not know, but NXT, Great American Bash, should be good, actually. I mean, we don't know if we're going to get some surprises there. And there are plenty of rumors of people that could be making their way back to NXT soon. So, word about, you know, Enzo. He was seen at the Performance Center. Chatter about Zilla, who may have already signed with WWE. I don't expect to see him tonight or tomorrow. But if he has signed, who knows? As well as that, Takahashi. Is Takahashi going to make his presence felt? Still no word as to what's happening with him. So, yeah, you know, there's a lot of stuff which is... They've done a good job of keeping it quite quiet over the summer. So, I'm expecting there to be something tomorrow. I'm expecting some sort of surprise tomorrow. So, hopefully that's going to be worth tuning into. The card looks okay. Days, SummerSlam for the WWE title should be a massive high voltage match. CODY doesn't sound it. Cody will retain. I'm still not sure what's going to happen with Randy and Cody. It's a weird situation, says AAA. Well, I wonder if they put CM Punk into that to make it a triple threat. The other thing I would say is that the WWE Championship match does not have to close one of the nights at SummerSlam. So I can understand what you're saying about how it should be a high voltage match because it's the WWE Championship, but I don't actually know how crazy that match needs to be because of the fact that we can do Roman Seth as a main event, or, you know, we can find a different opponent for Roman, and then on the other night, Oba against Brock. So Oba Brock can close night 1, Roman can defend the World Heavyweight Championship on night 2. It actually means that Cody's probably going to open a night, and if he's going to open a night, I don't know how, like, you know, I don't know how crazy that match needs to be. I mean, you've only got 2 options. You either do Cody and Jey, or you do maybe Cody and Oba. The alternative is that Jey or Oba go after Roman, and then you maybe do Cody against Punk, right? And maybe you go in that direction. But I don't know. I mean, I think Oba is going to be taking on Brock. A lot of this kind of comes down to the fact of, if Oba is taking on Brock, do you want Oba working both main events? The answer for me is no. I personally don't. I'm not a fan of that. But for many of you out there, you might say, yes, you are a fan of it. I mean, it just comes down to opinion. So, again, I'm going to be quite happy to see all the speculation done and to actually start moving on to what we're actually going to be getting our teeth into. But to answer your question about, like, the high octane thing, I don't think the Cody match needs to close one of the nights. So I think that you can get away with it being like a Cody against Jey or a Cody Jey CM Punk situation, because it doesn't necessarily have to carry the weight of, like, closing the show. Actually, it can be the show opener. So again, let's see. I think, I can't remember who the favorite is between Jey and Oba. I know it's very close. I know that Cody is a big favorite with the bookies to retain. It looks like he's a favourite in our chat as well. We do have a poll in the chat. At the moment, we've had nearly 250 votes. Cody Rhodes over 50% of the vote so far. So you lot are not in much doubt as to who you think's taking that triple threat. Joe, hello. Cody, if you are from the UK, the show starts at 6 for UK people. Then it'll be England later on tonight. England, I think, kick off at 10. The show starts at 6. Time-wise, it should work quite well. I would expect this show to be done within 3 hours. So that means it finishes at 9. We can then go into our breakdown, opinions video. By the time I've kind of done both of those things, I'm guessing that, you know, probably the first half will be underway. I'll probably be able to catch, you know, then it's just a case of, can I stay awake? Certainly, I might struggle if the game's going to be as dull as it was the other day when England took on Ghana, right? I mean, that thing was not a fun watch. So we'll see. But yeah, pretty busy day today for us over here. Connor said, would we like to see Finn Balor, Tama Tonga, Tala Tonga teaming as of action? But what about Shinsuke? Would Shinsuke fit in? I don't mind seeing those 3 team together. Would Shinsuke fit in? You can put him in. I don't know that he needs to go in. You can put him in. I don't hate it. I don't know what the vibe of that group would be, though. I'm guessing they'd be quite serious. But I hope they would be cool. I think that's what I would want. Bullet Club was always cool. They had really cool merch. I think part of my problem with Balor Club is it just, you know, as stupid as it sounds, Bullet Club with, you know, like the outline of guns and all that sort of stuff, like, it was kind of cool. With the skulls and everything, it just, like, the t-shirts were really iconic. And each member had their own, like, variation of that. I remember being in America, seeing it going into a Hot Topic and seeing, like, their T-shirt display, and they had all the different Bullet Club designs. This is going back about, well, I don't know, about 8, 9 years ago. And it had all of it. They all look really cool. I just don't think Balor Club is it. Do you know what I mean? It's just, that does not strike me as being cool. I don't know how you would make merch out of that or market that, and it's too focused on Balor. Like, they need to find a cool name. They need to find a cool logo. It needs to be something that can be tailored to each member. And I think, should we put Shinsuke in? To be honest, I'm more interested in the packaging of the group, because if you go with the Balor Club name and the music's like Def Rebelled and it just doesn't feel very cool, then it doesn't matter if Shinsuke goes in or not. Because to be honest, I'd rather he didn't, because it sounds like it's going to suck. So I think you've got to get the vibe of the group right first before we worry about, should we put this person in, put that person in? Because if it's a cool group and you put Shinsuke in, fine, brilliant. But if the vibe of it is going to be off, you know, if it's going to be giving like Dark State vibes and people are just going to be complaining about how it sucks, and you can see that it doesn't feel quite right, maybe like the Vision last year. I mean, actually, there's a rich history of WWE sort of messing groups up, you know, and doing factions that just don't really click. And as a result, like, I mean, look at the flipping Wyatt Six. You know, I mean, they just couldn't work that out, could they? So, I don't know. If WWE got a good recent track record of factions, I mean, I think you could say Bloodline, of course, being the top example, but then, I don't know, did they get the MFTs right? Did they get the Wyatt Six right? They certainly didn't get Retribution right. They haven't got Dark State right. How do people feel about Birthright in NXT at the moment? Like, oh, I don't know, man. I've just got some concerns that they might not get this group kind of where it needs to be. So I think starting off with just those three, if we were to do it, really please, really work hard on your branding. Like, don't just give them a generic theme. In fact, if you've got to go and actually buy a legit piece of music, you know, like, you know how Punk uses Living Colour, Cult of Personality. You know, actually go out there, and if you've got a license a piece, I mean, Tony Khan has done it. So, I mean, it is possible to go out there and license like a legit piece of music. Like, just find whatever is right. Just find the vibe that you really want to be going for. Get the branding correct. Think about how it's going to look on shirts. Think about how you can tailor it to each member. Make sure the name is cool. And really, honestly, puts a lot of time into that, because I think if you get that stuff wrong, it doesn't matter who's in the group. Like, the group's just going to be buried, and it's just not going to work. And I'm nervous about this because we've just seen Tama and Tala come out of the MFTs, and I don't think that was right. I mean, MFTs, My Family Tree, or whatever it flipping stood for. I mean, Jesus Christ. What the hell? Right? I can't even tell you what their logo looked like, actually. I think, didn't it have like a bit of a tree vibe to it? I can't even remember. So, I don't know. Just get the branding right, please. Challenger, shout out to you. I hope you're doing well, my friends. Let me click on this. Go over here. Yeah, oh yeah, I am subscribed. Challenger Dark, shout out, my friend. Dave, thanks for all you do. I'm looking forward to this show. Then World Cup after. Thoughts on the World Cup so far? Biggest shots and odd bits. Will you stream the England round of 32? I did like your 2022 World Cup streams. No plans to do it at the moment, if I'm being honest, because if I'm going to be really honest with you guys, and I want to be really honest with you guys, I've probably really struggled over the past couple of months with trying to find kind of the content that needs to be coming out on the channel. What the streams are fine, right? I mean, the streams are the streams. But I always think that, like, you know, those kind of unseens and things like that, those kind of things really help the channel. The reaction clips really help the channel. And we've obviously just gone through this massive change with WWE not allowing their content to be used in videos, in reaction clips, blah, 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 blah. I've had loads of social media channels taken down. Reaction clips now are largely just not possible to upload anywhere. Not that I've got anywhere to upload them other than an X account, which has somehow managed to survive so far. Everything else, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, all been deleted, all gone. And even Unseen is, as I said the other day, getting harder to compile. because, you know, you might have some fun clips that, you know, oh, did you see this botch the other day? Or did you see this? Did you see that? And it might involve some footage. You know, a lot of that stuff is flagging now. So I think rather than like worrying about setting up streams for World Cup games, I have got to figure out what the content on this channel is going to look like going forwards. If Unseen is just not possible, Unseen might look different in the future. I mean, it really might just be text, and it might be us just chatting about the stories, the big news stories of the day. It might be a shorter video, but I feel like if that's where Unseen ends up, then we're sort of missing some fun on the channel. So what does that look like? So I think at the moment I'm sort of going through a period where I'm trying to figure that out, and I'm trying to figure out what that looks like going forward. The streams are absolutely fine. Breakdown videos are fine. We can still get Unseens in, right? It's just harder now. And so, yeah, at the moment, my mind is just not on streaming the World Cup or anything along those lines, right? My mind is on what does the channel look like going forward. Again, though, just to make sure there's no miscommunication, the streams are not going away, right? They're in concrete. They are set in stone. I'm talking about the other stuff, yeah? The other stuff that we do around it. So, I mean, it might even be that we start doing, like, little best of for the streams. So, you know, I might just take, like, 10 minutes from edited highlights from each stream. I might absolutely do that, and that might be some new like content that comes out on a regular basis on the channel. So I've really got to figure out what the right way forward is there. So hopefully that's answered your World Cup question. At the moment, my head is just not in that space. We're in a very different place to where we were in 2022. In regards to the World Cup so far, I think it's been really fun. I think actually this is what the world has needed. We were saying the other day that, like, you know, my timeline is now not full of people moaning and complaining. It's full of people celebrating, having fun, discovering ranch. I mean, I'm pretty sure we have ranch over here in the UK. I'm a bit confused as to why people are discovering ranch. Ranch, it's not a condiment that I've ever really gravitated towards. So, you know, in our house, we don't tend to have it. We've got, like, tomato ketchup, brown sauce, barbecue sauce, you know, things like that. We don't really have ranch. So, but I'm pretty sure I could go down the road and I'm pretty sure I could buy it. You know, we've got flipping massive grocery stores. I'm a bit bemused as to why, like, Germans are discovering it. And I even saw a British guy that was over there freaking out about ranch, and I'm like, dude, I swear we've got it. It's not in our house. We don't ever buy it, but I swear we've got it. I don't think it's that exotic, right? So anyway, that's kind of confused me, but that's what's on my timeline. You know, Scotland drinking Boston Dry, people losing their mind over bookies, people losing their mind over ranch. I think that, take the football out of it, I think that, you know, just my timeline getting more pleasant has been a very welcome relief, honestly, rather than people arguing about reflecting pools and stuff like this, right? So I think the World Cup has done, like, you know, the world a benefit just by, you know, just great goals and funny little moments that have come from the World Cup and whatever, right? There was, like, an England player the other day that got asked, did you see that penalty shout, right? There was a Ghana player that got took down in the box, and it was a penalty. It looked bad. And they were like, did you see the guy that got took down? Like, did you see that potential penalty? And he was like, no, I didn't see it. Thank God. Like that. And the England player kind of making it clear that he did see it, but he just doesn't want to have the conversation, right? No, I didn't see it. Thank God. Thank God I didn't see it, right? So, you know, little clips like that kind of made me smile. Or the Japanese people kind of, you know, tidying up after themselves when they leave the stadium. That was cool. Or the Norwegians rowing. I mean, I think that's been the big dubs for me. That's been the stuff that I think's been the big dubs. So yeah, I think it's been brilliant, and it's only going to get better as we move to the knockout stages now. I mean, honestly, the stuff we've been doing has just been lovely. You know, how's this team looking? How's that team looking? You know, what teams are going to get eliminated, but, you know, they're going to be the smaller ones. Now it's time for the knockout stages, and this is where the World Cup starts, right? This is where 32 go down to 16, go down to 8, go down to 4, go down to a final. Like, this is where the World Cup starts. So up to now, lovely. But this is where the World Cup starts now. So in regards to, like, I can't remember, what did you say? Impressive teams. Biggest shock I'd say was Cape Verde drawing 0-0 with Spain. In fact, Cape Verde qualifying for the knockouts is the biggest shock. I think France probably have looked the best in the opening round of games. I think it's hard, though, because a lot of the big teams have been avoiding each other. You know, we got France-Norway, but that Norway team wasn't the Norway team we wanted to see. I think USA have looked pretty good, but obviously they lost to Turkey, but it was a bit of a B team for them. I think they had about 8-9 players that were their reserves playing, so how much can you take from that, you know? I think they'll get past Bosnia. I think it'll be hard, but I think they'll get past Bosnia. I'm looking forward to seeing who England end up getting. It looks like England might be on a collision course with Mexico. In Mexico, that's going to be really tough, but yeah, honestly, I mean, we could do hours on the World Cup. I've really been following it quite closely, actually, because I love the World Cup. I love big international tournaments. I love watching England. You know, that's like something I've been following. So yeah, it's been good, really good. Really enjoyed it. I hope everyone else has been enjoying it as well. Big time said Days, maybe Julia and Kiana have suffered from being placed so late in a show, on top the London crowd being a bad crowd for back-to-back weeks. The move sequences and pacing didn't help keep the crowd engaged, says Big Time. I don't think you can blame the placement on the cards. I think good wrestlers can overcome that. I wouldn't necessarily be blaming the crowd either. I think good wrestlers can overcome that. I think that London crowd would react when you had something to react to. You know, Oba came out, got a massive pop. Danhausen came out, had a massive pop. That London crowd is a good crowd, but they ain't going to cheer nothing. Do you know what I mean? You could make the argument that they should be cheering to sort of get the wrestlers going, you know? So even when the wrestlers are in a rest hold or the pace is slow, like maybe the crowd should be up and like, come on, you know, trying to get the tempo going. So you can criticize them for that, but I don't know how much we would judge a crowd by that, right? I think, to be honest, I expect a crowd to react when there's something to react to, and I just don't think these matches gave them much to react to. I think the match quality on SmackDown for a long time has been poor, and this was not an isolated show. This was not an isolated incident. And I think as a result, it's kind of hard to blame the crowd too much, because I mean, I was watching, there wasn't really much for me to freak out about either. Do you know what I mean? If I was in the crowd, how would I react? How would you react? I mean, what would you react like to some of those matches? I mean, it was just bland. It's just very bland. They haven't, I don't know if they've called some people up too early. I mean, I don't know if Julia didn't need to, you know, just have a few more banger matches in NXT, or perhaps they needed to get her adjusted a little bit more. Perhaps she's struggling to adjust to the American style more. I mean, the difference is there's a lot more engaging with the crowds, you know, compared to what you would do over in Japan. There's a lot more work in the camera. You know, this is more of a TV product compared to other places, certainly in Japan, where you just get in the ring and you work and you wrestle and they capture the action, right? Here, it's a lot more do a spot, we're going to commercial break, you know? And like the structure of the match, it's like it's just laid out a bit different, and there might be some people struggling to adapt to that. There might be something in the lack of house shows. There might be something in the lack of accountability. I mean, I'm sat here saying that the match quality is not good enough. Is anyone saying that backstage? Who's giving the wrestlers feedback and telling them, like, you know, you need to work on this, you need to work on that, right? I mean, as far as I know, Julia is one of the world's great female wrestlers, right? I don't think she's a terrible wrestler by any means. I think she's actually quite the opposite. I think she's fantastic. But I do wonder if the kind of TV style of wrestling is not bringing out the best in her. And if she needed a little longer in NXT to sort of work that out a bit, I wonder if the lack of house shows is not helping. I wonder if there was a lack of chemistry with Kiana. I'm not really here to blame the crowds. I just don't think there was much for them to get excited about. Flipping match scores yesterday were like good 87, good 89. I mean, how are you meant to sort of be losing your mind over that? In fact, I've got them here. Good 90, good 90, good 89, good 88, good 87, good 91. What are you meant to do with that? Do you know what I mean? We're not talking about matches that are like good 98 knocking on the door to great. For those that don't join us, we review every match, we rate every match, and I would say the average score for a match is probably about good 95, good 96. That's probably the average score. And then above that is the whole great rating, and then above that is all-time. We probably only get to all-time like a handful of times in the year. Most things are good, in the good range. And if you can get some stuff in great, then you know you've seen a really good show. So SmackDown, for example, had one great match. That was Nathan Frazier against Rey Fenix. Everything else was good, but it was pretty low-end good. So, yeah, for me, I feel like we might just be going around in circles a little bit with this conversation because we can't find the answer. I don't have the answer. What I know, I've got the problem, but I don't really have the answer. The only way you can get the answer is by talking to the wrestlers. I would love to speak to Julia and Kiana and speak to these people and be like, how come your match quality seems to have dropped so drastically? Like, where is the problem? You know, is it what you're being asked to do? Do you feel that it's not at the standard that you normally operate at? What's the feedback that you're getting? You know, is it a lack of house shows? Is it a lack of chemistry? You know, have we just got some bad producers? I mean, have we got some producers that are putting matches together, but they're just not good? And if that is the case, what's Triple H doing about it? I don't know, man. I think there's got to be a spotlight put onto that because we blame Triple H a lot for SmackDown and Raw whenever that underdelivers or PLEs. But once you've set a match and the bell rings, I don't think there's much you can blame Triple H for. Because he might be giving a few ideas, like, this is what I want the finish to be, and, you know, I love it when you do this spot, that spot. But the bulk of the match is put together by the producer and the wrestlers. So if we're going match after match after match after match after match after match, underwhelming, and not just this week, but last week, and the week before, and the week before, and the week before, at some point, someone's got to go, this is a problem. This clearly there's something wrong here that we need to flip in and figure out what to do about it. But I don't know. I just don't know. I don't have the answer as to why it's happening in all of these matches. But yet, seemingly, you know, you tune into AAA and they kill it. You tune into AAA and, I mean, they just have 3 matches. All of them are great. And you just kind of like, how is it a different priority? Do you know what I mean? Like, do they just put way more importance on the in-ring? I mean, is it to do with the level of training? Is it to do with the chemistry? Is it to do with the priorities? Do they perhaps they just don't spend too long talking about the matches on SmackDown and Raw, you know? Maybe in AAA, they rehearse it, they talk about it, they spend a lot more time on it. But honestly, I mean, if you look at a AAA show and look at how those matches score on a regular basis, compare it to Raw and certainly compare it to SmackDown, it's just a different company. It's just a completely different company. They need to find a way of bringing a bit of that onto Raw and SmackDown. And actually, funny I should say that, because the highest flipping rated match on yesterday's SmackDown was a AAA championship match. It was Rey Fenix defending his AAA championship against Nathan Frazier. I wonder if someone somewhere has had the exact same conversation we've just had. We need to bring a little bit of that AAA magic to the show. And now all of a sudden Rey Fenix is defending the AAA Cruiserweight Championship on SmackDown, you know? We need to try and figure out the rest of it, though, yeah? So, I don't know, it's a head-scratcher. I think, like, you know, the wrestlers are the ones that are best placed to sort of answer where that's going a little bit awry, but someone somewhere needs to fix it. Corey said, I watched a little video on YouTube a while back that introduced the SmackDown writers. They talked about their backgrounds. My guess is that they were the lowest bidders, so they're saving money. I'd like to see who the SmackDown writers are so that I can punch them in the face on sight if ever I see them in the street, to be honest. I'm just joking, by the way. Say no to violence. Yeah. Yeah, I would like to see that video, though. I would be interested, because maybe I'd watch it and, I don't know, find something out about them. That whole process of the creative room is kind of shrouded in secrecy quite a bit, so I don't really know what I would expect out of them to be saying, or do you know what I mean? I haven't really got a mental image of the SmackDown creative team, so I'd be interested to watch that and kind of get a better understanding about who the hell they are, right? TKO is going to learn. It's also going to cost them in the long run. Yeah. It's funny, actually. You're absolutely right. The amount of people that are like, I'm done, I'm struggling with wrestling, you know. I mean, I'm sure you see it. You see it all the time. I see it all the time. And the thing is, negativity breeds negativity. So if you're down on the show, down on the product, they need to do something pretty big to win you back around. Because if they just do an okay show, if you're glass half empty, you're like, oh, it was okay, but I mean, it's just still not what I'm looking for, right? The alternative is you can go, well, it was okay. There were some green shoots there, you know, that was okay. I can see that, you know, we're working on this, we're working on that. So, I mean, perception is a big thing. You know, you can watch the same show and be glass half empty, or you watch the same show and be glass half full. But if WWE feels flat to you at the moment, if they've done some stuff that's wound you up, and you're in that sort of glass half empty camp, negativity breeds negativity. It's hard to get out of that. It's really hard to get out of that. It's hard to change that mindset. And as a result, they've got to do something pretty big to sort of win you back around. And this is just not a great company at the moment for doing things that are pretty big. This is not a company set up to do mind-blowing swerves that everyone's losing their minds over, you know? I mean, I don't even know. What's the biggest thing they've done this year? What's the biggest moment they've done this year? I don't know. I don't know what the biggest thing they've done this year is. Maybe something to do with Roman and Jacob. Maybe, I don't know, actually. Maybe Danhausen arriving. that's been a dub, isn't it? But anyway, that's the point, is that, yeah, it's going to lose them money if they don't turn these things around, because you do see people getting frustrated, and unless they do something of significance, I think negativity breeds negativity. Days, here are my predictions for Night of Champions. King Oba Femi, Queen Iyo Sky, Sami Zayn's going to win, Seth Rollins is going to win, Trick Williams retains, Tiffany Stratton retains. Those are my predictions, says Connor. Dave's thoughts on Chris Hero. Have you had much exposure to him? Only with him being Cassius Ohno. I mean, I know he was massive on the indie circuit. I think he works backstage with AEW now. He was Cassius Ohno in NXT, and he was someone I thought was going to really get somewhere. He was having matches with William Regal, really, like, pretty prominent. He wasn't winning, like, the NXT championship, but he felt like he was a player in the division. He felt like, yeah, this guy's going to make it, right? And I don't know if he had, like, personal issues or whatever, but it never worked out. He ended up going and then coming back. And I think he'd put a fair bit of weight on, actually, when he came back, as opposed to when he was there, like, first time around. And, yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, he knows his wrestling. He is just a flipping incredible fountain of knowledge. I mean, he's actually a good follow on X. I've seen him debating, like, the differences between, you know, head scissor takeovers and hurricanranas and which one is which and what the differences are, and talking about lariats versus clotheslines and going through different, like, submission moves, and his technical knowledge of various different holds and different wrestlers throughout history that have kind of brought in these maneuvers or originated things. Like, I don't want to say he's like a great wrestling historian, but certainly when it comes to the move side of things and knowledge of all of that, he's incredible. Yeah. So I haven't had loads of exposure. I mean, I don't watch indie wrestling. WWE is enough for me. Like, that fills my plate. So, you know, I'd be lying if I said I'd watch loads of his work. But, yeah, I'm certainly aware of him. And certainly his more NXT work is what I've kind of seen. So I'm sure he works backstage. Didn't we see him, like, trying to separate CM Punk when that all fell apart with him and Jack Perry? I don't know if he still works backstage, but that's the last time I saw him. 14-year Twitch said, think of the older generation that felt that wrestling was going in the wrong direction. They were done with it when Vince took over and started killing the territories, said 14-year Twitch. Yes, it's true. I think the thing that's concerning me at the moment is that it's loud. I mean, I think you always... Wrestling is always moving forward, and you do make an excellent point because you are correct. You know, I remember Bruno Sammartino absolutely appalled by what WWE was doing as we started to sort of make it a bit more cartoony, right? And, you know, we were kind of having some girls, you know, your sensational Sherrys and people like that. Certainly your Sunnies when she came along and whatever. But, you know, the girls were starting to wear a little bit less and they were getting a bit sexier. The wrestling was getting a bit cartoony. You know, Bruno was someone that had wrestled high-profile championship matches and, you know, had been like a proper stand-up champion. You know, I'm going out there, I'm going to give my best. You know, it was like a mountain of a man that would, like, really get in there and wrestle. And now, you know, you got Doink the Clown running around, you know, and Luna Vachon not wearing a great deal. And these kind of things, you know, really upset him. He was like, I can't believe what wrestling has become. I can't believe what WWE has become. And there was a big falling out. I mean, he was flipping just not having the Attitude Era. You can imagine what he was feeling about the Attitude Era. So, I mean, you make a really good point how people that love wrestling in the 60s were horrified by what they were seeing in the 80s. You know, people that were watching in the Attitude Era were horrified by what they were seeing in the PG era, right? And, you know, we're now starting to see people that enjoyed the WWE product under Vince and, you know, under Triple H at first, now starting to sort of struggle with it and say that it's dull and it's slow and it's safe and it's predictable. But my concern is that it's a lot of people. It feels like a lot, like more than I think I've ever experienced, actually. I'm trying to... I know 2019 was bad, but a lot of people in our community were really enjoying the Firefly Funhouse. And, you know, even though 2019 was, like, really a bad year, and I remember us watching shows going, oh, there's just not too much here. At least we got Bray, though. I think Bray got me through that year, honestly. 2019 is bad, and there's some rubbish stuff going on. Some of it is so bad it became entertaining, right? I seem to remember Liv and Lana and a wedding right at the end of the year, and that being like, oof. I mean, we did get like Becky and Ronda and Charlotte. The build for WrestleMania with them all fighting was pretty fun, and obviously, as we said, we got the Firefly Funhouse post Mania, and that was great. And we got the arrival of the Fiend making his debut at SummerSlam. That was amazing. So I mean, you know, 2019 definitely had some fun moments, and I think for us as a community it was really good because we really resonated with Bray, we really resonated with the Fiend, and you know, that was great, and I think that got us through. I do not remember in 2019 the amount of people saying I think I'm done. I really don't. I really don't. In fact, quite the opposite. I think people were quite excited for where we were going with the Fiend. I think Bray, the Funhouse, that whole universe that was being built, our community was quite excited to see where that was going. And I think that genuinely was getting us through certainly the Raws, right? And don't, make no mistakes, there was a lot of nonsense that was on there, but just the amount of people in our community, but also when I look outside of the community and I'm just looking at the IWC and I'm just looking at videos that are being made and things that are being recommended for me, you know, I'm just seeing a lot of people saying they're struggling right now, and this is just not the company they fell in love with. So WWE has got its issues, and we know that ratings going down all the time because of how competitive the world is, trying to get people's attention. You know, I mean, that's not getting easier. There's just more and more people creating content, which, you know, TikTok's growing and YouTube's growing and Twitch is growing, and, you know, you've got other platforms that are arriving, other forms of entertainment. You know, and, you know, GTA 6 will be coming out soon. That's going to take a load of attention away as well. It's getting harder and harder and harder. And as a result, like, wrestling, you know, ratings are going to keep struggling. So, I don't know what the solution is. I mean, the only thing you can do is put on the best show possible. That's the only thing you can do, really, is just try and put on the best product possible. And I think we would be lying if we was to say that WWE have managed to do that in 2026. I'd say it's better than 25. I would say that. And as I said, negativity breeds negativity. So I really don't try to allow myself to fall into that trap of sort of being all down about it all. Like, genuinely, I'm excited for this show tonight. And I'm excited for Sunday, for Great American Bash. And I kind of like what we're doing with the Sami, Cody, Gunther story. I'm interested in that. I'm interested in where this is going for Sami. I'm interested in what we're doing at the moment with Bloodline. I don't hate that story. I know some people are like, oh, this again. But I actually think a lot of the segments have been quite engaging. And actually a lot of those segments have scored quite well from our community as well, which says to me I'm not alone in finding those segments quite engaging. And even if it is something that's just a rehash of an old idea, if it's working and we're scoring the segments well, do you know what I mean? I mean, the alternative is the Vision, and we were not scoring those segments well. So I would much rather take a rehash of an old idea done well than a new idea that flops. So, you know, there's things happening at the moment. Like, I've enjoyed King and Queen of the Ring. It's been very unpredictable. It's not the bracket I would have ended up with. But I've kind of enjoyed how unpredictable it's been, with people winning that we were not expecting. I really thought Seth was going to win this thing, you know. Didn't even make it out of his flipping fatal four-way. So I've kind of enjoyed that element. I kind of like not knowing where we're going for SummerSlam as well. That's kind of fun. So, I don't know. I think there's some dubs that are around. There's some green shoots that are around. There are many concerns as well, of course, but, you know, onwards and upwards. Let's hope they've got some good plans in place for SummerSlam. Humble Rumble said, I really like the segment with Sami, Cody, Gunther, Jey. I didn't watch SmackDown, but I did watch that on YouTube, said Humble Rumble. TJF said Days AAA talent runs itself. Undertaker just steers. The talent run the show, not creative. Main roster has got too much outside the ring produced, said TJF. AAA said, I know it's off WWE topic, but I really like to see some World Cup predictions. I support Brazil and Ronaldo. I'll watch Ronaldo Messi live if that happens. I am going, said AAA. I don't know. It's honestly not in my thought process at the moment. As I said, like, World Cup stuff is... I don't mind, like, answering some questions and having a quick little chat on it, but actually, like, you know, live streams, doing prediction video, we're not a football channel. I know we've done it in the past, but as I've said many times, we sort of learnt lessons from doing that. I mean, I had a second channel that was all football, and I did a whole season where we watched games and I fitted it in along with the wrestling. But what I learned from that was that it was kind of the lesser of both worlds. You know, like, I wasn't growing on the football side because I couldn't give it any more time than the streams, because I needed to give the wrestling time. And the wrestling side wasn't really growing because I wasn't really doing anything else other than the streams. And so, you know, the wrestling side was kind of being overtaken by other channels because I was focused on football for, like, you know, a bit of the time. So it was a lesson learned. We tried some, people enjoyed it. We had fun with it, but I learned from it that you got to pick a lane. You got to pick a lane. In this day and age, you got to pick a lane. It's too competitive. If you want to do football content, do football content, and that's it. If you want to do wrestling content, then do wrestling content, but that's it. And that was a lesson learned, like, 4 years ago now, you know. So I know what lane I'm in. I'm in the wrestling lane, and that's why we really focus on this. In fact, I need to turn the dial up even more, as I said. There's been a few challenges recently with that copyright content stuff. So, you know, I need to find a way of bringing more regular videos back. And they could be Unseens. I mean, Unseen is not dead or anything. It's just a bit hit and miss at the moment because some days, genuinely, it is hard to get enough together for an episode. And as a result, like, you know, people then go, oh, have you stopped doing it? Have you given up on this? And it's like... It's honestly not as easy as just here's an episode, you know. I don't want to do something unless it's worth putting it out. If you see there's an Unseen, then you should have some confidence. There's a reason why I've done it, you know. But really, some days you're just scrambling around for, you know, just nothing. So I don't know. That's tricky. If Unseen's not possible every day anymore, and I think it will be coming up because I think the build to SummerSlam should be really good. So I think we're going to have a good period now, actually. I'm feeling pretty good about, you know, July and August, whatever. But, yeah, I got to get my head around that. And football is not the answer. Stuart said, Days, do we think that Bronson will turn up at Night of Champions, maybe intervene in Seth Bron Breaker? There's a chance. I can't say that it's going to happen. There's been no word about that he's been spotted or even when he's due to return. But I'm expecting him to obviously be coming back in the near future. So, yes, I would say there's absolutely a chance that we see Bronson some point soon. But there's every chance it's at SummerSlam rather than tonight. Likelihood of it being tonight, I'm going to say 60-40 against. There's been absolutely no words. I would expect him back soon. This is a big show. We don't have another big show after this till SummerSlam. There's a Saturday night's main event. I don't know how big you would class that. We don't even know what that card is, by the way. So, I mean, there might not be a spot for him to return on. So, I'm going to go 60-40 against. There's just been no word about it. I think it's more likely he doesn't show than does show. But I don't feel like he's going to be away for too much longer. He's been out for a good while now. So, yeah, I'm going to say unlikely, but always a chance. I think Cody is going to win because I think Kevin will come back. but he's going to turn on Cody and keep on the story. I think he's going to fight Kevin. I think Cody's going to Crossroads, and then 1, 2, 3 says Janelle. Hello, James. Hope you're doing well. Days, what surprises do we think we could get a Great American Bash? Yeah, I think we could get Enzo. I think we could get Takahashi. I think you probably get one. Those are obviously the big two names. People will say Big Cass. I think he was free at some point in June. So the fact we haven't seen Enzo might be they were just waiting for Big Cass. I don't know if Big Cass is still on the AEW roster page. If he is, then obviously we are not going to be expecting him anytime soon. AEW roster page. I don't know where you go for that. Is it on here? Is it on... Oh, there it is. Here we go. We'll find out together. Click on roster. And Big Bill, he is there. So that would say to me he's still under a deal. Perhaps he doesn't end his deal till the end of June. I heard June. So he's still there. So I don't know. We remember the whole Chris Jericho thing earlier in the year. So until he kind of comes off here, I'm not going to say he's available. So maybe Enzo as a solo star. Takahashi has long been rumored to be coming to WWE. So again, it's been quite quiet. Zilla, obviously, we don't know if he's signed or not. Don't even know where he's going to pop up. I would personally put him in NXT, as I've said. But so he's got to be an option as well. Baron Corbin, I don't know what the flip's going on there. He's kind of debunked rumors about him coming back. But, you know, it's a name that's been mentioned. I think we get someone. I think we get someone. And I think a lot of people might lean Takahashi as most likely. But I think there's a chance for Enzo. I don't know that Enzo is signed anywhere or has got any other agreements in place. There was word he'd been spotted at the Performance Center. So, I mean, that's, you know, if there's any truth to that, that's pretty good. That he could be making his way back. So, but I think I would probably lean Takahashi because we know that he's done with New Japan. And there's long been rumours about him coming into WWE. And those rumours have always been that he's going to NXT. And this is a big show because it's competing against TNA and AEW. And I think WWE are going to want people to, you know, I think they're going to want to make some noise. So, and they're going to want people tuning in. The only thing I'd say is they haven't teased anything. There's no mystery vignettes that have aired. There's nothing that set the table for an arrival. So, don't know. They haven't really teased anything. But I'll be surprised if there's not something, you know. I'll be surprised if they don't do anything. So, yeah, that all goes down tomorrow. Happy to be here, said Sebastian. Hello, Sebastian. Morning days. Hello, buds. Long time viewer. I don't talk much, but I am always here. Happy to support. Sebastian, shout out to you, my friend. Yes, it is a bit early for people out there. I think it's about 10:15 in the morning over Eastern time. Over here, we're about 45 minutes away from going over to the countdown show. So, yeah, you know, this thing is early. It's over in Saudi Arabia. It's a pretty big show. I think the card's pretty good. I think there's lots to sort of get excited about. I just hope the show itself is going to live up to everyone's expectations, my expectations as well. So, yeah, shout out to you, my friends. Let me just move that to there. Lovely. Okay. Connor said, Days, do we think Carmelo should win the United States Championship #1 contenders match last week? Then we would have got Trick Carmelo. They might be saving that for SummerSlam. So, again, without knowing what the long-term plans are, then it's, you know, hard to say. because it might just be, I mean, to be honest, I don't think the trick match is doing much heavy lifting here. People are tuning into this for King of the Ring, Queen of the Ring, maybe Seth, Bron, certainly that triple threat. So if they've got plans for Trick Carmelo at SummerSlam, then they were right to not do it here. James said Slammiversary is on a little bit earlier. It starts at 8 p.m. UK, countdown, 9 p.m. for the main show. Thank you, James. Connor said, what's the prediction for England-Panama game? I mean, it should be England winning like 2-0, something like that. I mean, I've actually looked into Panama's recent results. And, you know, they played Mexico and lost 1-0. They played Croatia and lost 1-0. You know, this is not a team that's getting stuffed. They did lose 6-2 to Brazil in a friendly. I don't know what the teams were, though. I don't know if that was like full-strength Panama team. It was a friendly. But when they've played qualifiers and when they've played World Cup games, you know, they drew... No, they lost in a 95th minute goal they conceded to Ghana, you know? So they managed to keep Ghana out. They managed to only concede one against Croatia. As I said, they played Mexico, only conceded one. You know, Thomas Tuchel said this is another tricky team that's just going to be really hard to break down. And I think England hopefully have learnt some lessons from the other day. I think the other day was very, very frustrating. I think everyone's hoping that England can just sort of if they get an early goal, I mean, that'll be amazing because all of a sudden that changes everything. If England get an early goal, Panama can't just sit back, can they? They can't just sit back and defend because they're losing. So, unless they're just happy to lose 1-0, you know, they got to kind of come out and, you know, try and get a goal themselves. If they do that, they're going to leave space at the back. England can exploit that, blah, 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 blah. The game totally changes. If England had scored against Ghana, you know, that could have then brought Ghana out and England could have exploited the space. You know, this is why you can see teams going on to win like 4-5-0. It's that first goal that's the hard one to get. It's that first goal that can open the floodgates. So it's really hard because if England score early, could be 3, could be 4, because I'm guessing Ghana will, you know, try and get an equaliser, and then that plays into England's hands, right? But if England are trying and they just cannot score, it might be a flipping repeat of what we saw the other day against Ghana. So England have got to find a solution to this, though. You know, that this is what teams can do, is sit deep and frustrate. And England have shown that they didn't have a solution the other day. So I said I actually think this is good for England. I think it's good genuinely because, you know, there's been a weakness that's been shown, and that is that England struggled to kind of get through a very organised defence, a very organised team. And what they tried failed. Well, they've had several days now to kind of look at the footage, figure out some, you know, did they get the selection wrong? Do they need to, you know, kind of try some different things, get their head around what they need to do? And I wouldn't be down if Panama did the same thing. If Panama did the same thing as Ghana, I wouldn't be down on it because it'd be a great opportunity to see if England have got the solutions now. I think if England go toe-to-toe with people, that's a different game. You know, if France are attacking us and we're attacking France, let's go. Do you know what I mean? Like, France have got an amazing forward line, but England have got an amazing forward line. Both have got shaky defences. It's just going to be flipping two drunk guys swinging around, smashing each other in the face, but getting smashed in the face themselves. That's the kind of game I'd expect against the French. And I would imagine the French would probably end up on top by the end of the game, right? Because they're amazing. They're like the world's number 1, number 2. They're higher ranked than England's. England would be the underdogs in that. Not by loads. But like, that's not the game against Ghana or Panama. The game against them is like, can you break them down? England had about 80% of the ball. And that's the most possession a team has had in a World Cup since 1966 without actually scoring a goal. No team has had more possession in the World Cup and not scored than England did against Ghana. So England dominated possession, didn't flipping do much with it. But, you know, it was, it was a problem. We couldn't break them down. So if Panama are going to pose the same question, that'll be okay. I'd be very interested to see if we've got the solutions now. Angel Imperia, shout out to you, my friend. Will we keep the stream on for a bonus first half of England-Panama? No, but because we're doing the breakdown. I can't stress this enough, my friends. Like, I understand we're excited by the World Cup, but we're not a football channel. We don't cover football. We don't do football. We haven't covered the World Cup. We haven't done any predictions. We haven't done any live streams. We're not a football channel. I am here for the wrestling. As soon as the wrestling is done, then we'll end the stream and we'll do a breakdown video. Then I'll end that, and then I'll do the opinions video, and that's what we'll end up doing, right? So no football. Yeah, there are many other great football channels out there that you can join their watch-alongs for, right? It's just not possible because I've kind of, as I said, learned the lesson, and that is that if you kind of water it down, then it doesn't really work. You've got to really commit to something. So my focus is on wrestling and how can we bring more content to the channel to do with wrestling. So Angel Imperius, hope you're doing well, my friend. Bonkers said, I read that Scotland's got like a 0.07% chance of going through. Yeah, it's pretty much over for them, and I am sorry for them, honestly, because I know there's this whole banter, they hate us, we hate them. I don't hate the Scottish. I'm not bothered. I was kind of enjoying seeing them having fun in Boston, and you know, I thought they could you imagine the World Cup if the Scots hadn't been a part of it? It would have been a worse World Cup, not because of what they did on the field, but because of the fans and all of that. So I think the fans are so good, it's such a shame that the team can't give them something more to sort of cheer, you know? So I was sort of hoping they made it through. I mean, make no mistake, if England play Scotland, I'm right behind England. I hope we knock them out. But Scotland going through doesn't do any harm to me, you know? Them going through to the knockouts, winning that, getting through to the next round, doesn't make no difference to my life. So, yeah, I was kind of rooting for them, honestly. So I'm a bit disappointed to see that they're going home. I think the fans really brought something to this World Cup, even though their team didn't. Big Time said, Days, we're in a WWE era of content churning and racking up TV money. It's no coincidence that quality dips once they've signed new deals. Yeah, I agree with that. 23, 24, you had pressure to up quality to secure best deals. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that they was putting their best foot forward. They were trying to fire on all cylinders. I think you're right to make the argument, why can you not do that now those deals have been secured? I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? If you're looking for a new TV deal, you're going to be putting your best foot forward. I mean, perhaps Triple H would say you can't maintain that because there was a degree of hotshot booking that's just not sustainable over the long term. You know, you can't do that because people will just get desensitized to it. You know, you've got to slow the pace down so that when you do like big shocking moments, they stand out a bit more, they mean a bit more. I think he can turn it up though. I mean, I think Triple H is operating at a 4 or a 5 when it comes to the pace meter. You know, I think we can go to a 7 or an 8. You know, we ain't got to be at 10 all the time, but I think the pace of this is, you know, a bit slow. It's very comfortable. It's very safe, predictable, very uninspiring. I mean, I don't know, man. It feels a bit like just painting by numbers, a bit not too much out the box thinking. So I agree that like when they're looking for a TV deal, they seem to put the best foot forward, and it seems to be, you know, a more engaging product. I bet if you was to ask Triple H about that, though, he would say that's not sustainable to do that year after year after year after year. Like, you know, the product would suffer actually if you was to do that. But you know, to turn it up, turn that intensity up, you know, at like those kind of key moments where, yeah, we're trying to find a new TV deal that's worth billions, right? That's, you know, it works that way. But I don't know, it doesn't look good, does it? The optics aren't good. That you can put the effort in when you need a new TV deal, but as soon as you've got it, it all just sort of slows back down again. I do agree with that. Days, England all out for 3-5-4. They trial by 84. That was looking so promising this morning. I mean, I suppose it's not a complete disaster, but that should have been better. That should have been better. They've kind of crumbled a bit today there in the cricket. Charlie said there is 0 chance for Scotland to go through because the games that happened last night. I think it's 0.07. I mean, I think you're pretty much correct. But, you know, I don't think it's definitely done. I think it's like, it is a weird, like, 007. It's James Bond, basically. They got a James Bond chance of going through. Do we think that Brock Lesnar will show up at Night of Champions? I think so, Stuart. Not guaranteed, though. There's no rumours about that. To interfere. Hope you enjoy Night of Champions and you, buds. Yeah, I think there's a good chance that he shows. Again, not guaranteed. Certainly no rumours saying it's going to happen. But I think him against Oba, it just seems really like it's set in stone to me. Oba, Brock Lesnar, that seems like it's going to be going down. So I could see him making his presence felt, yes. Okay, let's go down. Croatia would need to lose by like 2 or 3 goals, says Bonkers. How much is left till the start of the show? Well, the countdown starts in about 35 minutes. Destin said the problem with Julia is she doesn't have chemistry with her opponents. Her opponents always fall behind Julia. She's got a fast style. She needs to slow her style down to match her opponent's style, said Destin. It's a Jordan Grace problem with Julia, said Destin. Connor said, Days, please no Vision getting involved in Seth Rollins against Bron Breakker steel cage match, and also please no Michin and B-Fab getting involved in Tiffany and Jade match. How do we feel about Zilla signing with WWE, said Stephen. Relieved. Very much relieved, because I keep getting asked, is he coming? Is he signing? When do you think he's coming? Is he going to be on this show? He's very good at working people. I'm not saying that as disrespectful. I'm just saying he is very good at it, because he'll put a little cheeky message out, you know, might be a bit busy tonight type thing, right? And it's the same night as flipping, I don't know, Clash in Italy. And all of a sudden people are like, oh, did you hear Zilla said he's quite busy? It's the same night as Clash in Italy, so I think there's a good chance he's going to be there. It's like, you're getting worked. Like, you know you're getting worked, surely, right? He's very good at sort of, you know, playing that card. He's done it many, many times. It's resulted in, like, pretty much every PLE, people coming on going, do you think we're going to get Zilla? Do you think we're going to get Zilla? Do you think we're going to get Zilla? He's just put this out on social media, blah, 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 blah. And to be honest, now that he's signed, I don't have to listen to that anymore. So I'm really thrilled. I don't have anything against him. My sort of journey with Zilla has been that people were, when the bloodline was happening, obviously looking for other members of the family that could join. There was people out there like talking about this person, that person, blah, blah, blah. And Zilla was one of those names. Oh, we could bring this person in, you know, to join the bloodline. But he had a falling out with Booker T. Ended up kind of getting kicked out of Reality of Wrestling. And I remember reading about some other kind of indie promotions that he'd sort of, I don't want to say non-showed, because it could be a miscommunication, but there was issues. Let's say there was issues. And it was quite clear that things weren't quite right. I don't know that he had matured. I don't know that he was in the right headspace. Don't know what it was. But, you know, people saying, oh, do you think he's coming in around that time? It's like, I don't think he's ready. I don't think he's got his head screwed on. I don't think he's got his priorities right. He finally found his way back to Booker T. And, you know, the reports have been pretty good, actually, since he's come back. He's knuckled down. Booker T's been speaking glowingly about him as well, saying that, you know, he's working to try and get him to WWE. And actually, I'd say over the past, say, 6 months or so, when people have been talking about, you know, do you think he'll show up? My standard reaction has been more, I think it's more possible now. I mean, like, you know, the vibe that I'm reading, the vibe I'm getting is that, you know, he's got his head screwed on, he's got himself sorted out. I think it's more possible he finds his way. So actually, the news coming out the other day that, you know, is potentially signed, as I said, good that we don't have to keep repeating ourselves with this every PLE. And it's something people, you know, would like. I just don't know if he goes to the main roster or if he goes to NXT. Me personally, I'd put him in NXT because I think that there's work to be done. I don't think he's remotely close to being the finished article. I think there's still a lot of learning. I think that it's in everyone's benefit, actually, that he kind of comes in and, you know, learns from Sean and the coaches, and, you know, we actually get someone that kind of understands the expectations and understands, you know, how to work the hard cam. And I mean, I just don't know where we are with those things. As we said, you know, WWE keeping the crowd engaged. It's one thing to work the indies and work a live crowd. It's a completely different thing when you've got a hard cam and cameramen around the ringside area, and, you know, you're doing your work and then you have to engage the crowd, or, you know where the cameras are, you know, and you've got certain spots you got to be hitting at certain times, and you got to be thrown to commercial break, so you got to do a suicide dive or something, and, you know, work out your poses, work out your entrance music. I just feel like there's a lot that needs to be done, rather than just go, there's the deep end, you know, good luck, just chuck him in the deep end and let's hope he can swim, right? I would want to do this a proper professional way. I would like to do this like, let's work with him, let's make sure that he, you know, is in a good place, that we've got everything set. We can, you know, introduce him to the NXT crowd that don't know him yet, or some WWE fans that don't know him yet, and, you know, start building that hype. And, you know, as we said, Solo Sikoa did that exact thing. Solo went through NXT and then went up to the main roster. He didn't just go straight to the main roster. Same with the Usos and with Roman. I mean, all of them went through NXT first. Jacob didn't, because he was one of MLW's biggest stars. So he was with MLW, and I mean, he was one of their biggest stars along with Hammerstone. So I just don't feel like Zilla's got that experience. I don't feel like he's achieved that sort of stuff. So for him to go to the main roster would feel like a gamble, to be honest. It could work. If they do it, they do it. You know, they'll know what they want to do more than you know, what I know. But yeah, I would put him in NXT. I'd put him in NXT. I don't know how long for. It might only be 6 months, but I would put him in NXT and do that work with him. So can't say I'm excited. Just, you know, let's just get going with him. You know, I think that there's definitely someone that is grabbing a lot of attention there, which is obviously good. That says he's got a connection with those that are aware of him. I'm sure he carries some aura. I'm sure that he will be a great prospect, but he's got a lot of work to do. I mean, he's got a lot of work to do. So let's get him in and let's start doing that work. Aaron, hello, said 15 years ago the pipe bomb happened. That promo brought many fans, motivated wrestlers, and it made me a fan of Punk. P.S. You are so effing annoying, says Aaron. Aaron, thank you. I'm starting to wonder, Aaron, are you on TikTok a lot? Because the way that's written out is very, very similar to that DM I received, you know. It's very silly. Like even the way it's written. So I'm starting to wonder actually if you might have a burner account or something. Yeah. Aaron, do you go by the name of Big Dick 36 by any chance? Do you have a TikTok account, buds? Oh, I bet you do. I bet you. It's all starting to make a lot of sense now. It's all starting to make a lot of sense. Aaron, thank you, my friend. Enjoy the show. As we said, countdown starting actually very soon. Countdown starting in just 25 minutes. Bonkers said, I cannot see Croatia losing by 3. No. Zilla's been working with Karrion Kross, said Little Miss Time Lords. Little Miss Time Lord, shout out to you. Miss Dell Jr. said, Days, will you hate Jey and Liv winning King and Queen of the Ring instead of Oba and Iyo? Also, who do we have winning in the main event between Cody, Gunther, Sami? I've got Cody winning. Would I hate Jey and Liv winning? No. Because I just don't care. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm if Jey wins, then that says to me they've got some other plan for Oba, which I already believe, and I believe that is the Brock match. So, Oba Brock, main events one night at WrestleMania. Who's going to complain about that? Fine, right? So, Jey wins, and now he goes on to fight for the title. He's King of the Ring. That's going to be something he can brag about. It's an achievement for the bloodline. He's going to go fight for the title. I wouldn't expect Jey to win, but there's obviously the whole bloodline element, right? So if Jey wins, it's not really about Jey, the annoying guy, trying to win a title. It's more about the bloodline trying to get that second world title, yeah? So for me, if Jey wins, I'm happy to dig into that story of Roman kind of making it clear they're going to bring that second world title to the bloodline, and they're going to do whatever it takes. And Jacob, is going to be tasked with making sure that Jey gets the job done. Now, I don't know who the champion will be. Maybe Cody. That could lead to some very interesting segments. Maybe even a Roman Cody segment where Roman makes it very clear that belt is going to make its way to the bloodline. Jacob could be attacking Cody, and this is not just like what we saw when Jey was being pushed last year. This is going to be more bloodline involved, so I don't mind watching that. I don't know if it'll be good or if it'll be bad, but I don't mind watching it. I know people are going to be more excited if Oba wins and we do Oba Roman, but as we've said, maybe that's the plan for WrestleMania next year, So if they've got plans to do that at WrestleMania next year, you probably don't want to do it at SummerSlam. So am I going to cry about Jey winning? No, I'm not. I'm not going to cry about Jey winning. If Liv wins, that means she goes after Rhea, and that means we get champion versus champion. So that's not going to bother me, because Liv against Rhea, champion versus champion, I don't mind watching that. That sounds fine, I mean, I like Iyo. I think if Iyo was to win, that would be fine as well. But no, I wouldn't be crying if Liv was to get the win. I think that sets us up with champion versus champion. It's maybe not the direction I would go, but it's certainly a decent sized match for SummerSlam. Doing champion versus champion, maybe the winner is going to have both belts. And yeah, I don't know. I'd be a bit confused why we'd done it, because you would imagine they would rather have 2 women's championship matches, world championship matches, rather than put all the eggs into one basket. But I mean, we could do, someone said, how about we do like Iyo against Julia? Or, there's some interesting matches we can do. Like you could do Iyo, Julia, number 1 contenders or something, right? Whatever. So, it's not like Iyo's not going to make the card. Like, she can still find a way onto the show. So no, I wouldn't hate. I don't really mind which way it goes. Honestly, I'm pretty chilled about it all. I think that's an advantage that I've got over maybe a lot of the fans out there, is that because I've been watching wrestling for so long, my kind of standum is not that strong these days of wrestlers. Like, I enjoy WWE. And so, you know, I enjoy watching different, like, you know, I love watching, like, say, Sami wrestle, or, you know, Chad Gable when he's wrestling, or Ilya or Gunther. Like, there's definitely wrestlers I prefer over others, but I don't really ever, I can't really think of when I get myself all upset over, you know, that person won instead of that person. I'm trying to think really when the last time that happened. I think it might have been Maxine winning that annoyed me. That probably annoyed me, just because she's just not good enough. I mean, Maxine is just not good enough. She's not as good as a lot of the girls in NXT. So having her get a win and becoming the Intercontinental Champion when, you know, Natalya still has not had a run with that belt, or it's one thing for Maxine to get a win over someone. I mean, fluke wins, I understand, can happen, but they specifically chose to put that Intercontinental Championship on her, and I just found that very, very frustrating. Very frustrating. I think maybe Sol Ruka winning as well recently was a bit frustrating, because she hadn't really won any match before she got that opportunity, and then she becomes Intercontinental. Actually, there's a lot around the Women's Intercontinental Championship that's bugged me. I wasn't a fan of Lyra winning it at first. I really wanted it to be Natalya. I wasn't a fan when Becky dropped it to Maxine, because I think there's loads of girls in NXT better than Maxine. And I don't understand why we did that, right? And it hasn't worked anyway, right? I mean, Maxine doesn't even really wrestle so much at the moment. She's just kind of the side piece to the vision at the moment, right? Because I think they kind of came to the realization that had not worked. And then Sol Ruka got brought up. She lost a couple of matches. She won a match by DQ, ended up having that match with Becky, and then she becomes the new Women's Intercontinental Champion. So, I mean, I look at the IC belt as being like this big prestigious title. You know, it's the title of Bret Hart. It's the title of Macho Man. It's, you know, the title of Jericho and all those great workers. There's a couple of times where we've put it on people that have literally only just arrived. Do you know what I mean? I don't even think they've finished their induction videos. I don't even know that they've got through their probation period and they've got the women's IC belt around their waist. Certainly in regards to Sol Ruka. So I think those things can tend to bug me more than like, is Iyo going to win or Liv going to win? I don't know. They'll just go the direction they think makes most sense for where they want to go for SummerSlam. Or is Jey going to win or Oba going to win? They're just going to go in the direction they think makes no sense for SummerSlam. So they'll have SummerSlam booked and then they'll work backwards. So they'll know what matches they want for SummerSlam. And then they'll go, okay, well, if we want Oba against Jey or Oba against Sami or whatever, right? That means Oba's got to win King of the Ring. It means Sami's got to win the match. And so we'll end up with, you know, those results tonight, so that we end up with the SummerSlam that they've got planned. So what's the point in crying about it? What's the point in getting upset about it if it doesn't go the way you want? I mean, I could understand being like, oh God, that's not what I was looking for. But I wouldn't make a big deal out of it, you know? Days, it feels a bit like a vicious cycle, said Big Time. Fans keep clamoring for NXT call-ups. They say call up this person, that person, this person. But then when a name, say Jordan, vanishes off the face of the earth, they're radio silent. I don't know. I hear it the other way. I actually hear people complain when they're not used. So I would say the opposite. I would say that people clamour for people to be called up, and then when those people don't get used, those people then complain that those people aren't being used. People want people to be called up and they want them to be used, which is understandable, right? But I mean, a lot of the conversations we have keep coming back to the fact that the wrestling is just not perfect in the way that life isn't perfect. Like, none of this is a jigsaw puzzle that perfectly fits together. You've got loads of different pieces and you're just trying to make the best thing you can out of it. You know, someone's going to get injured. Someone's going to underwhelm and underperform. Someone is going to refuse to work with someone else. All all of a sudden the fans are going to warm to someone that, you know, like LA Knight, and all of a sudden now you're going to do more with them than what you planned. Or the fans are going to warm to Danhausen and you didn't expect it, so now you got to do something with him that you didn't have planned. Add in the injuries, add in the, you know, the sicknesses, or, you know, people getting married, or, you know, a death in the family, or, you know, whatever's kind of happening with CM Punk, right? Or Tiffany and Charlotte having a fallout. How do you deal with that? Or underperformance, right? You keep talking to Theory. You got big plans for Theory, but Theory's just not, it's not happening, right? I mean, there's so many moving parts. There really are so many things that can kind of go wrong in wrestling, or need to be worked on the fly with wrestling, that it doesn't fit together perfectly. It doesn't, and I understand that. And I think the average fan, I'm not saying you guys, I'm talking more just the casual, the IWC. I really, really don't think they understand that. I really don't. I really don't think that they have thought about wrestling to that degree. I think they are just operating under the impression of, why is this person not being used? They're being buried. And they're not thinking about the fact that, well, they're just not, they was going to be in a story, but that story's had to change. Like, she was going to work with Rhea, but actually there's an issue with Rhea at the moment. So Rhea was going to be on this show, but she's been replaced by Tiffany and Jade. You know, people will be like, why are we doing Tiffany Jade again? Well, we're doing Tiffany Jade again because Rhea was going to be on the show, and we can't do that match now, and we need another match. And so they're already kind of in each other's orbit. It's not the match we wanted to do, but it's the match that we're doing. So you can complain about it if you want to, but this was not plan A. And, you know, it's not a major focus for the show. Like, it doesn't matter. Could we have done something different and something better? Yeah, probably. Probably. We could have built something. But as of 2 weeks ago, we thought Rhea was going to be on this show. So we haven't had much room to kind of work, you know? I mean, I think the reason why I get a bit defensive on these things is because I always try to put myself in their situation. So if I'm creative, if I'm Triple H, this is what I'm answering. This is my answer. This is what I'm saying. It's not as easy or as straightforward. You know, people were saying that this is what Paul Heyman was saying in that interview with Chris Van Vliet as well. But, you know, it's only what we've been saying for flipping years, because I've kind of had that understanding for a long time, and as a result, I would hope that many of you have as well. So it doesn't fit together perfectly. You'll see lots of complaining out there about anything and everything, right? And that's fine, because we do enough complaining here as well, right? We're happy to criticize. So I'm not down on people for doing it. But I do think that it is hard. I do think these pieces don't fit together perfectly. I do think you're going to end up with things that you never planned on doing in the first place. And I think it's, I suppose in a way, it's about making the best out of whatever situation you find yourself in. That's booking. Booking is, you know, this is what you've got at your disposal. Try and make the best out of this that you can. And you can say if Triple H is succeeding or failing. I think he's failing personally. I think that we've definitely had periods that were hotter than this. I don't think we're having like loads of injuries or more injuries than usual. So I can't really use that as a factor. I just think we've tried a lot of stuff and it hasn't worked. I think we've tried a lot of stuff and it's fallen flat for whatever reason. And I think that's the bigger problem. And I think that, you know, if you look at the vision, if you look at John Cena's heel run, you know, if you look at the MFTs, if you look at the way the Wyatt Six were used, if you look at the fact we teased someone being on the phone and then revealed it to be Pat McAfee, you know, you can kind of go down. I mean, look at the surprises we had planned for the Royal Rumble. I mean, you might be able to explain a few of those and go, yeah, but there was this going on or that going on. But I don't know, after a while, that catalogue builds up, you know? After a while, all the things that you're kind of not crazy about or don't think work very well, it starts to build up. And that's not over a long period. That's only over like 12 months, those things that we've just said. So I think that, you know, for me, there's definitely room for improvement. I think that hopefully we can see some green shoots and we can, get ourselves to a better place as we are continuing to, see some improvements on Raw and SmackDown. But yeah, I don't know. I see the opposite. I see people just complaining about everything. I don't really see much radio silence. I just see, like, if they're not being used well, people will complain. If they're not being used at all, they'll complain. People not being called up, they'll complain. People being called up too soon, they complain. But I'm part of that as well. I mean, make no mistake about it, I'd do it as well. I mean, I just complained about Maxine, didn't I? Saying that I don't think she should be on the main roster. Not her fault. I don't blame her. I just think that there are girls in NXT that are better than her right now. So if you want to use her for a character work, that's fine. But if you want to make her the Intercontinental Champion and not do it as a heel in a way that's annoying, but as a babyface, as a way that I'm sort of meant to be supporting, I don't get that. I don't understand that. That doesn't make any sense to me. But maybe it made sense to some of you. So NXT would also benefit from having more main roster wrestlers on it to help show and help the new guys hone their craft. Not a demotion, but give NXT a promotion, says Empower Warren. Shout out to you, buds. Aaron said, yeah, I logged into that account to leave mean messages. I do have to come clean. Great name, though, right? Well, I think, Aaron, if you're going to lie, it's best to do it in a profile name, isn't it, to be honest, buds? So, yeah, that profile name works for me. William said, pizza is great, but you need nutrients. I'm moving in, James. I'm going to cook for you. Oh, my God. Imagine that sitcom. William Hensey and James Chadwick. It would be like men behaving badly. Flipping, let's go. Corey said, I complain about people that complain. Oh, that's great. I'm going to complain about people that complain about people that are complaining. And this thing can just be this. It's going to be like the human centipedes, where we all just complain about the person that's complaining about the persons that's complaining. Let's go. This is what social media has done to us. This is where we are, right? This is why I'm trying to choose glass half full, right? This is why when people are like, are you going to be really upset if such and such wins? It's like, no, I'm actually not, because I am making attempts at just trying to enjoy the product and follow the stories, try and understand what they're trying to do. Why have they done that? Rather than being upset about why they've done it, try and understand why they've done it. As I said, you could do Roman Oba at SummerSlam, and that's what a lot of people want. If they don't do it, then maybe it's because they're trying to save the match for a little further down the road. We won't know until, it's all played out, but that's okay. I'm okay with thinking, okay, maybe they've not done it for that reason, and actually play that sort of devil's advocate card. So, yeah, try and be glass half full where you can. I think it, mentally is very helpful. But I understand WWE in 2025, 2026 do make that a little bit challenging at times. Okay. I have a whole house if anyone wants to move in, said Empower Warren. Oh, that sounds like a trap. That sounds like the kind of way that someone would end up in chains in a basement, So I would not take up that offer. Days, can you see Stephanie, Raquel, or Roxanne costing Liv? I think there's a possibility of that. There's certainly been teases, haven't there, about dissension within the Judgment Day. So I think there's definitely possibility. Days, are you a fan of the Industrial Revolution? Miss Clown, who isn't? What that did for the UK, what that did for the world. Just kind of, without it, we wouldn't be where we are now. It's got its downsides, though, of course. We burnt a lot of fossil fuels, and understandably now, a lot of those developing nations that are using fossil fuels now are a bit confused why we're like, you shouldn't do that. Yeah, it's bad for the planet. They're like, hang on, you was doing this like 100 years ago. You weren't bothered then. And we're like, yeah, but we've learnt now, so can you stop doing it? So, there are repercussions from the Industrial Revolution, but we wouldn't be where we are now if we didn't go through that. And that was a great period for the UK, actually. So a big fan, but we are also paying the price from it, as I'm sure you know, Miss Clown. James said, Days, I'm going to go online and complain because I didn't get what I wanted. Okay. Yep. No, you're right to do that. That's the world we live in. And God damn it, I hyped myself up believing it was going to happen. Triple H was wild for that, says James. James, shout out to you. Yep. So we fantasy book things, and then when it doesn't go that way, we complain about it. And I mean, I do agree. I mean, if I think about when I was a kid and the way I watched wrestling, the way I watch it now, it's completely different. When I was watching wrestling, I was rooting for the British Bulldog, and he never flipping won that world title. And I was always so disappointed when he fell short. But there was no booker to blame, right? There was no questions of why are they doing this or anything like that. You know, my frustration was that, oh, come on, what, Davey, come on, you know? Because I didn't know that it was being booked. I mean, there was questions around, is it real, is it fake, right? I believed it was real when I first watched it, and I believed it was real for a good couple of years. Obviously, you know, you get told things at school, you get told things by family members, cousins, whatever, and it makes you sort of look at it a bit differently. And eventually you kind of, as you grow up, you kind of come round to, you know, understanding. But yeah, I mean, I can really remember those innocent days where I was just watching and it was more just, come on, you know, I hope they can do it. All of that magic is gone now. All of that magic is gone. And, you know, I do feel sorry for the kids because they don't get a chance to experience that magic. I mean, they don't get a chance to experience what I experienced because it would take them all of 2 seconds online to see that this is predetermined. Even WWE don't hide it, do they? With, you know, backstage shoot interviews, you know. You could tune into a Chris Van Vliet interview and the whole business is exposed. You know, you got flipping Paul Heyman talking about if he had a company and he was booking, he'd have Triple H booking and all this stuff. And then you've got WWE Unreal, and do you know what I mean? Like, there's really no secrecy or anything. So it's a shame, kind of, you know, where it's ended up. I think it's definitely lost a bit of the magic, but it's still fantastic. I mean, that magic went a long time ago. Certainly for me, it went a long time ago, and I've still loved wrestling ever since. So it's not that this doesn't work without it. It's just drastically different without it. And it is a shame that those kids will kind of never experience that, you know. Days, I want to complain that you're wearing a grey beanie and not a black beanie. This is insane. Can I speak to the creative director, said Mr. Beelight. Well, Mr. Beelight, you'll be pleased to know that I do actually have a black beanie right here, which I could wear, but I don't know why I don't wear it, actually. I think I'm just so used to picking up the grey one. So I'll tell you the other thing as well. I tend to wear a grey beanie, black shirt because I'm fun, you know? And so obviously having different colours is just more interesting to look at than if it was black and black. Or grey and grey, you know, that to me is just very safe, very predictable. Where I think it's a bit more fun if you actually have a different coloured hat compared to the shirt. So, yeah, I mean, I can put you into, you know, the complaints department and you can go through the official channels. But they're only going to tell you what I'm telling you, and that is that a lot of people join these streams for the fun that we have, for the vibes and the banter. And actually, the different coloured hat to the different coloured shirt is actually the main driver of that, to be honest. That's where a lot of the fun comes from. It's certainly not from what we say, because a lot of the conversations we have are actually really dull. And I have a lot of people saying that they watch these streams to help get them off to sleep, which I can understand. So that's obviously a key driver of the fun. So hopefully that's coming across. Okay, we got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. How long till the countdown? 2 minutes. TJF said they must be saving a lot for down the road. Maybe it's when Triple H's kids take over. Also, a Chadwick Hensey show should be added to Netflix. I'd definitely tune into that. The countdown is on now. Well, it shouldn't be, because it's not meant to start for another minute. So that's rude if it's already begun. Let's jump over to it, shall we? Miss Beelight said, thank you for informing us. That was very insightful. Well, you know, we try. We try. Right, there it is. Okay, the countdown show is up and live, and I would imagine our friends are slowly waking up. Is it? Maybe? I don't know. It's coming up to 11. I'd imagine most people are up by now. Netflix ain't ready for us, said James. Luke said, Days, I've got Ricky winning the US title. Okay. By a Carmelo distraction. Interesting. Connor said it's a 2-hour countdown. It is a 2-hour countdown. Hello, Bobby Rose. Hope you're doing well, bud. Joe said, we all need that Days hat when we watch these streams. Yeah. It's very fun. Very, very fun. Hard to find, actually. You won't find one like this anymore. This is actually like limited edition Versace. Primarky. I don't think you have Primark in America. It's like a really cheap clothing store here in the UK. Empower Warren said, I got up at 5 today. I went for a walk earlier. Very nice. Very nice. I would say TKO, but it's too PG. Okay, we have got the pre-show starting, countdown show starting. So that is up and running right now. They never actually did like a kickoff show yesterday. Or at least not that I'm aware of. So, yeah, we are over in Saudi. Obviously, a bit of trouble all flaring up again in Saudi, isn't there? So, that's not ideal. That's not good timing. Okay, I can hear Joe just talking as we're seeing Cody over in Saudi. We got Primark in Boston. Oh, you've got Primark, have you? I thought that was just a Europe thing, actually. I didn't realise you had Primark. I've never seen one in Florida. So that's interesting. Time for the countdown, said Boomers. It's not so cheap now. They have Primark in parts of America now, said Miss Clown. Oh. Days, will Sammy get a massive pop? I would think so, yes. Corbin said they did a kickoff. They did a kickoff. Did they? Flip. Well, I've totally missed that if they did. Oh, you're right. They did. Oh, that's weird. It just came from... Oh, well, they did, but it was at the headquarters. It was, and it wasn't called Kickoff. It was just called Night of Champions Special. I mean, I still missed it. Yeah, it wasn't a live show on their live tab. It was just a video that went up. And it was just like a special. But it was just from their headquarters. Dropped yesterday. It got 159,000 views. It was Pete Rosenberg, Big E, and Joe. And just a lot of video packages. Couple of... So, unless you can tell me otherwise, no Michael Cole with the crowd, bringing wrestlers out, you know, that sort of stuff. That's why I didn't see it. It wasn't set up as a live stream. It was just set up as a special, which I've not seen them do before. Okay, anyway, we are on the countdown show. The post show is scheduled to start at 9:30. Scheduled to start at 9:30. I tell you what, Triple A is on later. I just don't know that I'll be awake for it, honestly. I don't know that I'll be awake for it because I just didn't get much sleep last night. So I could do Triple A if I'm still awake, but I just don't know. I really don't know. Because I expect all of Night of Champions stuff to be done, breakdown, opinions and everything by about 11 o'clock UK time, about 6 o'clock Eastern time. That's still a good 4 hours before AAA begins. So I want to. You can see that I want to, but I just don't know, man. We'll see. Let's not commit to anything. Okay, Brony said, who do we think wins out of Bron and Seth? Seth. Do we agree it should be Seth? Yes. If they're going to do Roman Seth, yes. Because Seth losing and then facing Roman is odds. I do agree. 14-year Twitch said Johnny Gargano comes alive tonight and helps Sammy in the big match, said 14-year Twitch. TJF said, Days, didn't WWE have a countdown show yesterday? I think it's called SmackDown. Ah, nice. Yeah, it was obviously a go home with lots of video packages and everything, but yeah, no big kickoff show like what we normally see. Miss Dal Jr. said, do you miss having 7-8 matches on a pay-per-view compared to 5 matches? I'm a guy that loves more matches, just like UFC. Even if it can be exhausting, I love having lots of action. Thoughts? I feel the opposite. I enjoy 5 to 6 matches. I think for me, I want to watch a show that's about 2.5 to 3 hours. I really don't understand why it needs to be longer than that. I mean, we don't really live in an age. I know this is different for our American friends. So if you've got a different opinion to me, that's absolutely fine. You're actually having a different experience to me. For me, like, these shows are just all on Netflix. So Raw's on Netflix, NXT is on Netflix, SmackDown is on Netflix, the PLEs are on Netflix. Everything's on Netflix. You know, I don't have to pay £50 or whatever for a PLE. I don't have to subscribe to a PLE or anything. So for me, I'm much more into quality over quantity. I'd much rather tune in and watch a show that really impresses me, that's got like really great wrestling. You know, for example, would I rather AAA be 1 hour or 3 hours? Well, I'd much rather it be 1 amazing hour, which it is, rather than 3 hours, get more matches on and maybe dilute the show, you know? Where you go, well, I enjoyed that, I didn't need that, I didn't need that. I'd much rather watch an hour where you're like, oh my God, that's so good. And that's exactly what they're doing at the moment. They're giving you 1 hour that's just amazing and everyone's buzzing about AAA. But if you added an extra hour, there's no guarantee you'd be able to keep that level of quality up over 2. If you can, brilliant. But chances are you're not going to be able to. And I don't know, man, I'd much rather do 5, 6 matches that have all been built really well, that you want to watch, that have got really good action in, and I'm much more into that. Now, again, people are going to go, well, we're doing Tiffany Jade. That's not going to be amazing. Again, that was not the original plan. We know that Rhea was the original plan. And so, you know, things change, right? So they're going to have time. And they've competed against each other before, and historically, the reaction has always been, that wasn't as bad as I thought, actually. That was okay. I mean, I think those two have worked with each other a fair few times now, whereby it should be an all right match. I'm not expecting it to be a disaster. I think Jade, Tiffany know each other well. They've worked together a few times in high-profile matches. I think it's going to be fine. I mean, obviously, the cage match should be good with Seth and Bron Breakker. The triple threat match should be really good. King of the Ring final should be good. Queen of the Ring final should be good. Yeah, I mean, do we need to put like an extra 3 matches on that's just going to be stuff that could go down on SmackDown, you know? Just to make it longer for the sake of it being longer. I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need you making this thing longer just to make it longer. I'm way more into quality over quantity. So I know that people disagree, and I think there's a really good argument from our American friends because, you know, they're obviously paying $29.99 for ESPN Plus. And so for them, they'll be like, yeah, well, I am paying $30. So I'm paying $30. 2 matches are being shown on ESPN. I'm only getting 3-4 matches for my money. How does that make any sense? And as I said, I can't defend that because I'm not going through that. You're having a different experience to me. I'm watching it all on Netflix. I'm not paying that $29.99 a month. So from where I'm sitting here, I'm quite happy with the quality over the quantity. You may feel different. You may feel like the way you're being served this product is different. And as a result, you want more matches because you want value for your money, right? So I can't speak for everyone because, as we said, we're kind of all experiencing something a bit different. But no, I'm quite happy with 5-6 matches. I'm quite happy with the shows, B shows being about 2.5 hours to 3 hours. I'm quite happy with matches being given time to breathe and still having enough time for some backstage moments. And I think the card tonight looks pretty good. Yeah, I would definitely change Tiffany Jade. And don't really need Trick against Ricky. I think it should still be okay. They're both still championship matches, but I think we could have found something a bit stronger. But I suppose you do need that balance where you're bringing some young talent through, you know? Like Ricky getting this opportunity is big for him. Trick getting obviously another match, that's good for him. The Tiffany match was not meant to be the match, so we understand why that's, you know, featuring. So I'm really not down on this card, and I was not down on the Clash in Italy card. Going into Clash in Italy, a lot of people were saying this feels like a WrestleMania card with how strong that Italy card was. Again, it wasn't diluted with filler and things that were just there to make it longer. It was just, you know, stacked. Every match just felt like it was worth tuning in for. The show itself didn't really end up being what we wanted, but, you know, that was no fault of the card. And I think this card's good. Again, a couple of matches you can have a little grumble about, but by and large, I think the card's pretty good. So, yeah, I'm quite happy with where we are at the moment. I think, for me, like 6 is probably the sweet spot. I think that probably makes the most sense because I think if each match gets about half an hour time slot for entrances, the match, the, you know, fallout after whatever, each one gets about a half an hour time slot. 6 matches would be about 3 hours. You might need a little longer for your main event. I'm sure you can shave a bit of time off the others to get that time so you don't go over 3 hours, but I don't need to go over 3 hours. You know, if you start watching a show at 7, I'm quite happy for it to end at 10. If you start watching a show at 8, it ends at 11. I mean, I just don't need 5-hour shows or anything like that. So, and, you know, that is still one of the big criticisms I hear about AEW. Sometimes I listen to Brian Alvarez when he's talking about like a big AEW show. And, you know, he quite often goes on about the fact these shows, they just don't need to be 4.5 hours. I must admit, I do listen to that and think, kind of glad that I'm not watching that, to be honest. I really don't need to sit there through a 4.5 hour show. I'm sure it's still good and entertaining, but yeah, it's not what I've got an appetite for. We watch so much wrestling. There is, like, do you know what I mean? Like, we're back again tomorrow with Great American Bash. We're back again on Monday with Monday Night Raw. We're back again on Tuesday with NXT. We're watching Evolve on Wednesday. We get a break on Thursday, but we're still doing shows talking about wrestling. Then we're back on Friday with SmackDown. You know, there's Saturday night's main event coming up that's not that far away. There's a AAA show in July that we're going to be doing. There's, I think, an NXT show in July as well. SummerSlam at the start of August. I mean, it's just, there is just so much. That's only WWE. If you watched AEW as well, and TNA, if you wanted to bring that in, like, there is no shortage of wrestling. I don't know why we need more just for the sake of having more. when there's just so much around. So yeah, no, for me, that I'm very much ticking the quality box over the quantity box, because I have to watch a lot of wrestling that's not that great. We've been talking about how on SmackDown the in-ring is just not there. So I think when I tune into PLEs, and I'm only being honest, I'm just being honest about what I'm looking for. When I tune into PLEs, I'm really looking for them to hit me with great match after great match after great match. Because yesterday on SmackDown, I had 1 great match out of 6, and the others were really scored very low. So I'm really looking for this to give me some great match. If we can end tonight having 3-4 great matches, I'd be really pleased. I mean, I'd love for it to be all 6, but if we can get 3 or 4, then yeah, good. I'll be really pleased with that. And it should be that this show was well worth watching if they deliver scores on that level. So quality over quantity. Days, if you had to pick 5 banger matches, 5-minute ads in between, it's solid. When you have 2 or 3 matches under delivering, you're down to 2. That's consistently the case with WWE PLEs. Yeah, but you can't book with thinking, oh, 2 matches are going to fail. You know, what you do is you book to make sure that all your matches deliver, right? That if there is a failing that's there, it's a failing with the match quality, with certain performers, with, you know, improving that. I wouldn't be booking 7-8 matches because I know that 2 or 3 are going to fail. So that leaves me, you know, 4 or 5 that hopefully deliver. Because I just don't think that's the right mindset. I think these are highly trained performers that are paid very, very well, to be honest, that are expected to do a job. And that job is to entertain. And the way that you entertain is through your promos and through your in-ring work and through your character work. And if you're not doing that job on a regular basis, you know what I mean? I ain't going to change the structure of the show to accommodate your underperformance. And I think if you start going down that road, it's a very, very slippery slope. It's a little bit like saying we've got 4 defenders for Ing back there to kind of, you know, make up for it. And it's like, well, why are we doing that? Why aren't we just taking that player off the field? I mean, the structure is the structure. You know, the job is the job. So do the job. If I've got 5 match slots and I give people the opportunity to compete in those match slots at a PLE, well, I'm expecting you to perform. I'm paying you very well. You've got a job that millions of people would love to have. Why should I change my show structure just to accommodate your underperformance? Doesn't make any sense. So I'd push back hard on that. I'd be quite willing to have that conversation with wrestlers. I actually think I'd be all right working in talent relations, you know. There's a lot of people that don't like those conversations, but I'm all right with them because I'm quite interested to hear the answers. You know, why have I got to change my show structure just to accommodate your underperformance? Why is it you're being given this opportunity and you seemingly can't capitalize on it? Because there's lots of other wrestlers that would like this opportunity. So why have I got to book 7 matches when I only want 5? So I don't know, man. That would be a conversation, wouldn't it, to have with... and listen, the wrestlers might turn around and go, well, it's this producer. You know, they're telling me to do this and it's not bringing out the best in me. Okay. Tell me exactly what they're asking you to do. Let's, you know, see if we can find a way forwards. And actually, that could be a really good feedback point, couldn't it? Let's get to the flipping bottom of this, shall we? Why are you having bad matches on a regular basis? Let's flipping get this sorted, shall we? Because that's going to help everyone if we can get to the bottom of this mystery. So, yeah, I would not be accepting underperformance and just sort of trying to find that workaround. I'd be flipping meeting it head on, yeah? I think there's a place for Jey, said Aubrey, but it's not at the top of the cards. Should change the gimmick to mid-card Jey instead of main event Jey. Caden said, I almost died in the heat going to the shop for some ice cream and milk. How's it going forward to England after the show? How's it going? Oh, looking forward to England after the show. We're at commercial break, by the way. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I don't know what the heat's like in the UK at the moment. It's been bad over here recently. I think, you know, you see people in England and Europe complain about the heat, but you got to remember that our houses are like double glazed and like insulated because historically the weather's moody and rainy, and do you know what I mean? It's not like boiling hot. So obviously it's got hotter and hotter as the years have gone by, and now, you know, it's cold in the winters, we get snow, but in the summers it's flipping like Florida over here in the UK now. So our homes are just not set up for it, so it's stifling. There's no escape. Do you know what I mean? Like, people don't have aircon, and like the double glazing and the insulation. No word of a lie, I can go outside at times and it is cooler than when I'm in the house. If I'm in the house, I'm roasting, I'm sweating, and I'm uncomfortable. I can walk outside and it's like, oh my God, this is lovely. There's a little bit of a breeze. It's not as warm. The house just seems to trap the flipping heat, which is what it's built to do, because it obviously, you know, is beneficial come the winter. So, yeah, we're just not set up for this weather, man, over here. We're just not set up for it at all. So I think it's been a little bit cooler today. I think it's been a little bit cooler. But, yeah, it's been pretty stifling, to be honest, the past week or so. So, but I don't know. I don't really want to complain too much because there's got, you know, it's kind of nice that we do get some nice weather. It's funny. I mean, a lot of people in this country spend a lot of money to go abroad to get the sun. And now the sun's here and everyone's complaining about it. I think if our homes were set up with aircon and, you know, we were kind of a bit more set up for the weather, I think, you know, people would be, you know, in a better mood. But I don't know, complaining about the weather is, you know, what we do best, really. Drinking tea, eating beans on toast, and just talking about the weather and queuing. Those are like the things we do best over here. So it's our God-given right to complain about the weather. Alex said, I've got no idea how I've not experienced like burnout with wrestling. I've only had to finally drop off on TNA for my weekly schedule, just not enjoying it currently. But AEW, WWE, NXT every week is a lot, said Alex. I agree. I mean, when I was a kid, when I was a kid, there was only 4 pay-per-views a year. I think it had just gone to 5 with like King of the Ring. In Your House hadn't come in yet. So, you know, the big shows were really spaced out. I wasn't watching WCW. I was getting tapes of, you know, Raw. There was no SmackDown. There were other shows like Superstars. And I think All American Wrestling was around. But, I mean, I wasn't really getting footage of everything. But I was getting footage of Raw. And, yeah, I don't know. I just grew up with those tapes and it was like a weekly show. But, I mean, now you've got extra PLEs, you've got pretty much one a month, you've got the developmental stuff, you've got all of their extra shows, and, you know, we've got AAA, which is now under the WWE umbrella, and as you said, TNA and AEW. I mean, how? You're right, how are people not burnt out from so much wrestling? It's honestly, I mean, it's a big reason as to why I just don't have the appetite for bringing in like AEW and then keeping track of all of that as well. You know, I think if I've got time, then I sort of like to, you know, go back and sort of, you know, refresh my memory on things. Because honestly, we've been doing that on the members side. It's been brilliant. There's loads of matches I've been sort of going back to going, I cannot quite remember this. We watched King of the Ring 97 actually the other week, and I couldn't remember the Shawn Stone Cold match. And I was like, I really don't remember this, you know. And then as I was watching it, I was like, oh no, I do now. There was a kid that sort of jumped the barricade and Shawn went over to check on him and make sure. And I was like, yeah, no, I do remember this now. But yeah, I mean, it's good to get those refreshers, honestly. So, you know, I think I'd rather be using my time to dig into those things rather than like, you know, a whole nother universe of stuff to kind of keep tabs with. So, yeah, a lot of wrestling. They're just hearing from Sami at the moment. He's just talking about last time he was in Saudi Arabia. So Liv was just doing an interview. Sami's doing an interview. There's no matches on this countdown show. We're just keeping an eye in case there's like a really interesting interview or something. But not much happening at the moment. Okay, get your thoughts in, get your predictions in, get whatever in you want to talk about. We're here. You've got my attention. We're here for another hour and 35 till the show begins. Doc Holiday said, what time does the show start, you hot and creamy puff pastry? It starts in an hour and 35, and I love that nickname. I've been on a wrestling cleanse, so I've only been peeping stuff on the side, said Doc Holiday. Right, okay. That sounds like my approach to women, actually. I'm on a women cleanse, and I've also just been peeping stuff on the side. So I appreciate that approach. So Doc Holiday, shout out to you. I think it's good, actually, to just take that break sometimes, certainly if you're feeling like you need it. I think if you find yourself in a situation where you are really struggling and you're just like, I'm just not enjoying this, sometimes a break, you know, it can do you wonders, because you might start missing it. You might not, but you might start missing it. And then, you know, you might be like, I might just check in, see where it is. Or you just have a little look at the results, and you might see something that brings you back, you know, and you can just sort of refresh a little bit. So, yeah, it's not bad to do that from time to time, to be honest. I did it with NXT a few years back, where I was just 2.0, NXT 2.0 was happening. I just was not enjoying the shows. I was tuning in and I was like, I don't like this. This is not working. And so I just stopped. And then as soon as I was hearing it was in a good place again, which was a few months later, I just went back to it. So, and then I just rewatched those shows to make sure I caught back up. So, and it's a lot easier actually to watch them on catch up, because on Netflix you don't have the adverts, so it's obviously a lot quicker. And I don't know, it's just easy to just watch, and if the show's bad, it doesn't matter, because you can just go to the next show immediately after. It is, you know, it's very different watching wrestling in lumps, as in bulk, as opposed to just each week, you know. I suppose it's similar to like if you watch a TV show and you binge it. It's very different than if you watched it week by week. For example, The Walking Dead. Now, a lot of people say The Walking Dead died around Series 6 or Series 7, and that it changed and people didn't really enjoy it so much, right? And I'll admit, like, the back end of that show, there are some weak episodes. But the thing is, if you binge it and you watch a bad episode, you just, that wasn't very good. Next episode starts and you're just into that. Do you know what I mean? Like, you haven't got a whole week to talk about it or dwell on it or get upset about it. You're just immediately on to the next episodes. I actually really enjoyed Walking Dead, going all the way through the 11 series. I know that there are weaker episodes at the back end, but it wasn't a problem to watch. I did not struggle with it. I enjoyed it, but you look online, there's a lot of people that stopped watching. There's a lot of people that fell out of love with it. Well, I think there's a big difference in watching a show weekly as opposed to binging it. So the point I'm making is, if you're struggling with wrestling, actually stopping for a month or so and then coming back to it, binge those episodes you've missed. I think it's easier to watch them that way. You can even fast forward through stuff you just really don't care about. Perhaps there's like a Jade match and you're like, I'm not bothered by this, or, you know, a nothing match. You can just fast forwards. You ain't got the adverts to mess around with either. I think it's easier to kind of do it that way sometimes. That's what I did with NXT. So yeah, cleanse can be pretty good sometimes. Can be helpful. Huddle Talk, shout out to you, my friend. Said, Days, I just wanted to support the channel. Just by being here, bud, you support the channel. Big thank you to anyone and everyone that's joining us. all of that is helping the channel, and yeah, I'm really grateful for it. Obviously, we're just here to chat about wrestling and have fun with whatever WWE has got in store for us tonight. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. Right now, Tiffany just talking to Byron Saxton. So she's got that United States Championship. She's outside. Obviously, they're all over in Saudi as well. I mean, it is pretty crazy that they're over there. I don't know what kind of guarantees or security guarantees there are. Tiffany said she's 100% healthy and her knee is no longer shredded to pieces. Okay, well, there we go. Just sending a message to Jade. Big E and Joe and... Oh, I bet they've done this, haven't they? So there's no big public gathering. It's probably that. I mean, normally when you see these countdown shows, they've got the fans there in the background, or, there's like an entrance thing. This is all being done from the headquarters. Big E, Pete Rosenberg and everyone, they're all just in the headquarters. And they do occasionally throw to Byron, who's backstage kind of interviewing a Tiffany, whatever, but no kickoff show like we would normally see. And, here, even this pre-show is just coming from America by the looks of it. So maybe a little bit different to what we normally do. Hello, it's Bryn again. How you doing? It's Bryn again, said 20 months. Hope you're doing well, Days and Chat. I'm doing good, buds. Had a good catch up with It's Bryn again not long ago. He was on our Wrestle Feud game. Really, really good. Really fun. So, yeah, I hope you're doing well. Days, I hate that they call these PLEs because you do have to pay for ESPN and Netflix, said Bishop. I don't know. It's tricky, isn't it? Because, yeah, you have to pay for Netflix, but you have to pay for Netflix to get Raw. I mean, really, they're no different to Raw or SmackDown. It's another show that as long as you're subscribed to Netflix, you're going to get it, right? I mean, that name changed when it was on the network, because if you bought the network, you was getting all the original content, all the old library. You was getting, other promotions, libraries as well, like WCW and WCCW and Stampede and all these other things. So you was getting all of that, and you was getting NXT weekly, and you were getting the PLEs. So it wasn't like you were paying $50 just for that show. And so as a result, like, the pay-per-view models kind of felt like it was over. The premium live event era began. So, I don't know. The Netflix thing, I'm not sure that really works. The ESPN thing is interesting, but I suppose the argument is that if you subscribe to that, you're getting a lot of other stuff as well, You're not... Pay-per-view is you are paying to view that one show, and you're not doing that. You're subscribing to ESPN Plus and getting all the benefits of ESPN Plus. Of course, the argument is people will say, I'm not interested in anything else. I'm only interested in the shows. So that can be debated as to whether it should be pay-per-view or PLE, but I'm not sure the Netflix one fits. But maybe the ESPN one does. Pay-per-view meant you paid each time to view it. That hence it's PLE now, said official hooligan Vinny. Days back in the 90s and the 2000s and the early 2010s, pay-per-view averaged 3 hours, with WrestleMania going over 3 hours, sometimes going 4 hours, especially nearing 5 hours or 5 hours plus during 2016 and 2019. Yes. And then what did they do in 2020? They made WrestleMania 2 nights because they felt like the one night was too long. Because the one night was too long. So they made WrestleMania 2 nights and made it shorter again. Because, going 5 hours for a show is flipping ridiculous. So that was not a model that we kept going with, right? So, yeah, I mean, 3 hours, as I said, I think that's absolutely fine. 3 hours, I think, is fine. I think for me, that's my personal limit. Everyone's got their own opinions, but I think for me, 3 hours is my limit. And then the debate is, how do you fill those 3 hours? I think giving each match its own like half an hour time slot with entrances, the match, the aftermath, any backstage segments you want to do as well. Then you go into your next segment. That feels pretty comfortable to me. Doesn't feel rushed. Feels like we should be able to, have some really good matches. The alternative is that you try and shoehorn in a couple of other matches and, things get a bit tight and it might not result in, the action being as good. But, that's obviously a great debate, isn't it? Could you squeeze 7 into that time? Yeah, I think you could. 8? Don't know. 9? That's, all of a sudden you're getting 20-minute time slots rather than half an hour time slots. And that would be 20 minutes for the main event as well if you wanted to get that into 3 hours. So, if you want to kind of go to those levels, I think you're going to need more time. And I don't know, I'd be trying to keep stuff in 3 hours. I think you should be able to get everything done within that time. Metal Mama said they can barely get 3 hours entertaining in. 3 is perfect, says Metal Mama. I prefer PLE. I purchased ESPN Plus for WWE, but there is a lot of other shows as well, said Sally. Liam said NXT Women's Championship match Lola Vice La Hydra is on AAA later. I'm going to try and get to it if I can, but I don't know. I mean, honestly, I'm struggling a little bit. I've had 2 hours sleep since SmackDown, so I feel all right now. Feel pretty good. Feel pretty awake. Feel pretty good. But I think by the time I've done this stream, by the time I've done the breakdown, by the time I've done the opinions video, I'm going to sit down, have something to eat, watch the England game, and I could see myself probably starting to nod off. The idea of then trying to come back to do a AAA stream later, don't know. It's not in my plans, and I'm certainly not going to make any promises, and then disappoint people. So at the moment, it's not in my plans, but if I'm awake and I can find a way to do it, I will certainly try. Okay, Word Live Cena fan said, days with Maxine not being good enough and becoming IC champ was rubbish. Sol having a wonky Raw debut and becoming IC champ was rubbish. Liv has yet to defend the World Heavyweight Championship. If she wins Queen of the Ring, that will also be rubbish, said Word Live Cena fan. Yeah, I don't disagree. I think that all 3 of those have been very poor. I can't really explain the Liv thing apart from I think that she was meant to continue her program maybe with Stephanie, and Stephanie's injury meant that they didn't have a plan for Liv. So, they could have found an alternative. And maybe the argument is they should have found an alternative, but they didn't. So instead, she's gone into Queen of the Ring. And again, people will say, well, why? She's the champ. Doesn't make any sense, right? And again, I understand. I mean, I'm not going to argue with that. I think that, to be honest, WWE have probably got a plan as to where they want to get to for SummerSlam, and this is just how they're going about getting us there, right? So I think that it'll all show itself by the time we get to SummerSlam, but clearly a decision was made about we can't do Liv Stephanie. Stephanie's not in a good place, so, what are we going to do instead? And I think, unfortunately, she was just sort of, pushed to the sidelines, really. So, yeah, I'm in agreement. I don't think the way that we've handled Liv's run has been very good so far. I think that's about to change, though. In regards to Sol, I was not a big fan of that, yeah, and Maxine, I was not a big fan. I think some of the booking there has been questionable, shall we say, but I don't know. Let's not get too bogged down with it, I think there's so much that's been going wrong in recent times. I think I'm a bit more into looking at those green shoots. I think I'm more into looking at like what is interesting at the moment. I think for me, the whole SAMI thing is quite interesting, and with Cody and Gunther, and I'm really not down on the bloodline stuff at the moment. I'm kind of enjoying the solo stuff where Tama and Tala have gone, and he's trying to get Royce Keys, and he's trying to get LA Knight, and I'm sort of thinking, is that going to lead to a new group? And then Tala and Tama being confronted by Finn, and is that going to lead to a new group? And are these groups going to collide, or is it going to be Solo and his group taking on Bloodline? It feels like that's the direction we're going, and if that is the direction we're going, then what's Finn Balor's group going to be doing if that does become a group? Who are they going to feud with? So I don't know. There's lots of like moving parts and things I'm looking at that I'm sort of like, that's interesting. I'm not down on that. It definitely feels like, Raw's not in a bad place. Raw's average this week wasn't very good, but by and large is around that 6-7-5 range. That's okay, right? I mean, we would always like it to be better, but oh my God, that has been worse. And SmackDown at the moment is probably around a 5.5 sort of area. That needs lifting. And I really think it's match quality that's really hurting that. Some stories, as we said, the Solo stuff, not down on. The Sammy and Cody stuff with Gunther, I've not been down on. Blake Monroe's in now. That'll be interesting. Julia's away from Kiana. That could be interesting. Danhausen's around. People are enjoying that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's some green shoots. Let's put it that way. I think we could be doom and gloom all the time, but there is some green shoots. Alex said, one thing I like about getting AEW pay-per-views on Amazon Prime is you can rewatch them for like up to a year for free if you want to. Laxo said, I haven't got access to Evolve. Oh, yeah, I mean, you just need a VPN. If you've got a VPN, then you can go over to Tubi, set it to America, go over to Tubi, and you can just watch it then. And, I mean, it's not essential viewing, but it's interesting. I mean, I get enough from it so that I have not dropped it. I mean, we've been watching it since it started. And, I mean, sometimes it feels like they're just trying to find ways of getting people in matches, and it's a bit, there's not really much story to it. But actually, quite often there'll be a backstage brawl that leads to a match, and there'll be a promo segment, and there's championships, so there's an Evolve champ, and so they're trying to go after those belts, and you've got like things that are happening. I mean, there's a bit of a roster. It feels like a bit of a brand. It's a little bit loose, it's not intense in kind of any way, but it certainly feels like it's got more to it than, say, NXT Level Up, right? It certainly feels like there's, I don't know, it feels a bit better than 205 Live. 205 Live had some banging matches, though. As a brand, that had some, that had a little moment where it was really, really good. There was some awful stuff as well, but I think 205 Live just sort of lost its way as time went by, and what it ended up being, it was probably right to put it out to pasture. But yeah, no, Evolve's worth a watch. Mr. Dow Jr. said, do we miss the network? Oh, yeah, I do. It had everything. Archives, WCW, ECW, documentaries. I do. I really do. I tell you what I miss about it. I miss Raws and SmackDowns because there's a lot now that are missing. There's whole years that are missing. If you go onto Netflix, and you have a look at those, there's like big gaps in the catalogue, which is really disappointing. So I don't even know if they're uploading them online, actually. I know they're uploading like home videos and pay-per-views and things to the vault, but I don't know about old Raws. I know they uploaded like the first Raw. But like, yeah, old Raws, old SmackDowns, I'm not sure about those if they're getting uploaded, but there's like whole years that are missing. I mean, really, I don't see any reason why you shouldn't be able to start from the very beginning of SmackDown 99, go all the way through to now, and the same with Raw. Like, again, start 93, go all the way through to now. I mean, I'd love for them to all be available. I'd love for all the old superstars to be available. I don't even know if they've got them. I mean, honestly, there was big gaps. I don't think we had a single episode of All American Wrestling, which was, you know, a pretty long-running show that they had. Massive gaps when it came to old episodes of Superstars. There was a fair few primetime wrestling episodes, but I think there was a chunk missing there as well. I don't know that they had any episodes of Heavyweight Championship Wrestling, which I think was their first show, which kind of used to air in the 60s and the 70s. I don't think they had any of those. You can find some of those on YouTube, but I don't think they had any on the network. So, you know, I'd question those. They didn't have any WWF Mania. There was none of those. So even when the network around, there was big gaps. But I mean, it was still better than where we are now. Where we are now, I mean, you're just sort of waiting for things to get uploaded to WWE Vaults. I'll tell you something I'd like to do, actually, and it's probably not the right side of legal, but I've always wanted a complete collection of the old Coliseum videos releases. And I think they released like a good 250, 300. And when the network was around, they uploaded about 80 of them. So, you know, these are, you know, the videos that would come out. Because, you know, don't forget, back in the day, there was no network, there was no internet. So you had what was on TV or you had what was on a video. That was it. That was it. So, you know, the video releases were very, very important. And those video releases would be WrestleMania and SummerSlam, stuff like that. But it would also be wrestling's craziest matches. And it would also be, you know, like WrestleFest or something like this, you know, like a show that's kind of exclusive, you know, live at the Royal Albert Hall and things like that, you know. So there would be not only a WrestleMania, but there would be these other smaller events. And they'd be on, or there'd be like a collection of matches to do with Hogan, a collection of matches to do with Macho Man, you know, a video on the Warrior. And they did like 300 of those. I have seen, actually, the Vault has been putting up a lot that were not on the network. So there are definitely things that the Vault are uploading that was not on the network, which is very interesting, because that says to me there's a lot of footage out there that for some reason never found its way to the network. And I don't know why. You would have thought everything was on the network, but it was not. There was a lot of gaps on the network, but it was still better than what we've got now. So, yeah. And you know what? You cannot say we didn't know how good we had it. We knew how good we had it. I knew how good the network was. You're talking about someone that grew up with videotapes, no internet, no smartphone, right? Videotapes of the shows. So when the network came along and all the old episodes of Raw, not all of them, but a lot, most, and SmackDown and documentaries, and I knew exactly how special that was. Make no mistake about it, right? I knew exactly how special that was. But yeah, I definitely do miss it. I definitely do miss it. What we've got now is just not as good. And it's a shame, isn't it? As time goes by, you would expect things to get better, not worse. And that's definitely something we've gone backwards on. Radiated Zombie, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're doing well. Radiated Zombie 9894. Shout out to you, buds. I was Googling something old school one day. I found by accident. I've watched every single Saturday night's main event, said Davids. Oh, very good. There was quite a few of those, wasn't there? Were they all? I don't even know if they were all up on the net. I know a lot of them were. They had things like Countdown to Survivor Series, Countdown to WrestleMania. They had those kind of countdown shows that we don't do now. But, you know, those are kind of like special shows a week before where we've got like matches that didn't quite make the pay-per-view. And, you know, we've got like into the Vault. So, oh, little bit of lag momentarily. Hopefully not something that's going to persist, but yeah, we did just have a little bit of lag there. Okay, we've got an hour and about 12 minutes or so to go. Akeem said there was a lot of house shows that were on old VHS tapes. Yeah. Word Live Cena fan said, Days, WWE could have had Liv feud with Natty during that Stephanie injury hiatus, plus Becky dropping the IC title. It's possible she could be in the World Heavyweight Championship title hunt. She could. She absolutely could. She's free to do that when she returns. Alex said, I just saw footage of AJ Styles' son debut match from last night. Hot damn, he's looking good. Hit an awesome, phenomenal forearm off a barricade, said Alex. Stuart said, if WWE could upload Sunday Night Heat to Netflix, I think it would probably go on to the Vault, actually. I think Netflix, well, maybe it could. I think Netflix have got, like, a lot of the pay-per-views and a lot of like back catalogue of Raw. I don't even know, maybe SmackDown. I don't think they've got much beyond that. I think the rest is all going on to Vault and going on to YouTube. I don't know. I mean, there can't be much. I don't know why no one's put a bid in for it, you know? Oh man, if I had money, I'd want to own it. I'd love to, you know, have it airing somewhere, make it all available. I'd love to have a meeting with them and find out what's not, you know, what's not been uploaded. Maybe it's just a case there's a lot of stuff they've got to go through and remaster. You know, lots of logos they got to blur out, or I don't know, maybe there's some footage that's a bit damaged or lost, or I don't know. I just know there was quite a lot that was missing, and it'd be brilliant to get it all in one place. I mean, the problem is, it's not going to go up on YouTube for a long, long time, because they're only uploading a little bit each day, and the sheer amount of stuff that's missing. I mean, if we keep going at this pace, I won't be here when we've kind of caught up, you know. There's just so much that's got to be uploaded. Radiated Zombie said, what do we think's going to happen with Jordynne Grace? She's so good. But they should have kept her in NXT. They haven't done anything with her on the main roster, said Radiated Zombie. I think she's going to be fine. I mean, the truth is, you're always going to have more wrestlers than you've got, you know, creative for. So I think she's going to be fine. It's an ever fluid situation. I don't think they've gone sour on her or anything like that. I haven't heard any words about her, to be honest, but I think that they know what they were getting with her. She's very experienced. They liked her. She was in a Rumble before she even signed with WWE. They sort of courted after her, got her signed up and everything, and used in NXT, and then they plucked her from NXT and, you know, used her on the main roster. So I think they like her. I think she brings good size, power. I just think they've got to find the right creative for her, and they just haven't been able to really find anything at the moment. So her time will come around, but yeah, I can understand if you're a fan of her in particular that it's, you know, frustrating, but you know, her time will come around. Metal Mama said, is there any Naomi updates? Only a picture that I saw of her and Jimmy. I swear she had to have been due already. I respect the privacy. Naomi, Bianca, Drew, Punk add something great to shows. I'm so over the bloodline already, said Metal Mama. Metal Mama, shout out to you. No, sadly not. There was a picture that went up of her with Jimmy. They were out somewhere and she had a big smile on her face. You couldn't see if she was still pregnant or anything. There's been a few times where there's been fake reports that they've had the baby and fake images. I've not seen an image or anything that says she's had it and it's all legit, you know. It all looks pretty fake, honestly. Is that Rick Rubin? I don't even know what's this. Will it rain tomorrow? Will there be peace this year? What's this little video that's playing? That looks like Rick Rubin. Can we predict the future? What is this? Oh, it's an advert. I was like, what the hell's this? It was a flipping advert. Okay, they've gone to commercial break. So that's where we are right now. Right, okay, get your thoughts in. We've got just over an hour to go. Days, I feel like we need more theme shows for Raw and SmackDown. Yeah. Sort of like Great... Yeah, I agree. That's a great shout. Like Great American Bash, Homecoming. Yeah, do you remember when we used to do those Legends ones, like Rewind, and we had some Legends on? Cause imagine if we did that now. I mean, we've got Demolition and stuff, which could be really fun. So, like, you know, a Legends old school show, I think could be really entertaining. I agree. I think we do need a couple of theme shows. And I tell you as well, like, I think there's going to be some benefit as well. If you look at like Dynamite running that indoor golfing space, I think like do a show where we get out of an arena. Like, I know that you like money and I know that you like selling out arenas every week, but it's okay if you have 1 week where we don't do that and we actually go to like a weird location, you know? And try something a bit different. I mean, fair play to Dynamite, where they actually did that sort of indoor golf course thing. And I didn't watch it, but I saw, like, you know, a couple of clips from it. And fair play, yeah. I mean, you think about WCW running the Mall of America, you know? You think about when they were doing Hog Wild, and you think about when they're doing Bash at the Beach, and do you know what I mean? Like, thinking outside the box. Now, again, it's all arena. Everywhere looks the flipping same. And it's all just, you know, 10,000, you know, 12,000 people inside an arena somewhere in the world. When, you know, there's lots of exciting things we could be doing, you know? So, yeah, I agree. I think if we want to get a bit of excitement back, if you want to do something a bit different, I mean, the thing is, there's 12 months in a year. So if they did a special Raw next month and it was in a fun location, you could spend 4 weeks hyping it, building to it, you know? Don't forget, we've got this special show coming up, blah, 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 blah. You know, I mean, you've got WrestleMania, SummerSlam, Royal Rumble. There's 3 of your 12 months dealt with, right? And, you know, if you've got like a month like next month where you haven't got a pay-per-view, you've got a Saturday night's main event, but you haven't got like a big PLE, you could do a special Raw that kind of you could be building towards, you know? You haven't got to do like a crazy card for it, but you could do some fun stuff on there. A little bit like a Saturday night's main event where it's not a PLE, but, you know, you do some fun stuff. You know, you maybe book it a bit better than you would the average show, but just do it in a different location. I agree. I think that is something that they could do to just mix it up a little bit, but, well, they haven't done it. They haven't got an appetite for it. But I would recommend putting it in the suggestion box. Russell Andy said, Days, I think of the amount of footage WWE must have in total, including house shows and the exclusive stuff. Well, there's that picture, isn't there, of a mountain that's got a vault in it. And apparently all the stuff's in that vault. I don't know how true that is. I don't know if that's true, but it has been reported many times that WWE has got like thousands and thousands of tapes locked away in a vault in the side of a mountain. It sounds like something from Dr. Evil, but I don't know. It's been reported many times. So WWE, if I do WWE Vault, the WWE Vault refers to 2 distinct but related things. The massive physical tape archives, which is securely housed at Iron Mountain in New York's Catskill Mountains. And also they're saying, I mean, like, it is saying that it is in, yeah, there we go. This here is the picture I always see. Inside WWE's massive video vault, that. Yeah, this. I've not seen this article. So that's what it looks like inside. WWE owns, quite simply, the largest library of professional wrestling content in the world. Since buying out WCW in 2001, the Titan of Sports Entertainment has acquired the tape libraries of ECW, AWA, WCCW, and Championship Wrestling from Florida, Smoky Mountain Wrestling, and many others. But who's responsible for curating this priceless collection? How is it organized and how is it stored? Brian Staffaroni is WWE's Director of Media Technology. This is the digital archive robot, Staffaroni told us, as we were led into a climate-controlled room, housing a state-of-the-art, highly complicated large machine. It's got more than 4,000 slots inside, with data tapes that we use to store footage. These tapes can all hold 24 hours of footage, and there's 4,000 slots. So that's that. And then you've got these. These shelves look like they've seen better days, don't they? Bumming now. I mean, that looks futuristic. That looks flipping atrocious, to be honest, right? Hopefully they've kind of invested more in that than that. But the whole thing's inside a mountain. The tape library consists of 48,658 tapes. Oh, I'm nerding out. Isn't that great? Now, if someone's like, oh, can you imagine how many tapes they've got? When you're going, well, actually, I'm thinking you'll find it's 48,658. How do you know that number? Just know the number, yeah. WWE's central tape room features... There's the outside look. I said it's like something from Dr. Evil. Some footage is stored in a nuclear bomb-proof mountain. Yeah, come on. If there's a nuclear bomb that's dropped, we need to make sure, don't we, that WWF Mania is kept safe, you know? All those episodes of Livewire and Bite This, yeah? Got to keep all that safe, man. So it's all locked away in this nuclear bomb-proof mountain. Society might be destroyed, but thankfully, some of these old classic episodes of Tuesday Night Titans is going to be absolutely fine. In addition to WWE's main facility, a large portion is kept in Iron Mountain in New York State's Catskill Mountains. 60,000 assets, including tapes, film reels, and other media are stored here. It's literally a cave that you walk into, and there's water dripping. Well, that's not good. To see all the wrestling footage just sitting there in the middle of a cave, and there's this deafening silence, is pretty cool. It's also fire protected. If there's a fire in the building, we've got a gas that's released. Foam fills up, and it saves the tape from fire. Your favorite WrestleMania matches could survive the devastation of nuclear war, including some minor storage facilities. WWE owns more than 125,000 tapes, more than 130,000 hours of footage, including that one Tazio match. That's great. That's great. That's already been uploaded. Footage is still being found and acquired today. WWE footage in the library begins 1971. What about the stuff before? But the library contains footage from other organizations going back to the 50s and 60s. Well, that's a concern. Why is your footage only going back to 1971? Footage is still being found. There are boxes of stuff that no one ever went and touched. We've owned so much. Oh my God, guys, this article's from 2013. That's 13 years ago. How much extra footage has been added now? Blimey hell. Airwave 87. Don't know. There's 13 years extra footage that's been added to this. Do you know, I've never seen this. I've always seen this picture, and I've always been like, is that true? But to actually read this article on it, never read this. That worries me. WWE footage in the library begins approximately 1971. Why? Isn't it 63 that Bruno's beating Buddy Rogers? I mean, where's all your 60s footage gone, mate? Might have been taped over, mightn't it? Yeah. So while the footage of the famous match in which Bruno defeated Buddy Rogers for the championship is still lost to time, it may turn up as WWE's massive library continues to grow. Recently, WWE acquired one of the few North American organizations it had yet to own. That was Mid-South, headed up by Bill Watts. Negotiations for other acquisitions are currently underway, giving wrestling fans access to more and more content. I'm sure I've seen that Bruno match, you know, because he gets Buddy on his shoulders in like a torture rack type thing, and he's basically like, you know, saying to him, "Give it up, buddy, give it up." And it's not a very long match. I'm sure it's out there now, so perhaps they found it since 2013. The team has a term for material hidden gems. This includes a rare Andre the Giant footage that the WWE Classics on Demand service jumped for joy over. Wow, very interesting. Very interesting. So there we go. That's a little glimpse inside the vault from 13 years ago. Think of how much they're adding each day as well. So that, well, yeah. I mean, that was 13 years ago. So, very true. Radiated Zombie said, need an incinerator, not a vault for the current WWE. That's true. That's true. If some of the footage from these shows goes missing, trust us. Anyone watching this in the future, we've done you a favor. If for some reason you can't find anything from 2025, it's okay. You're going to be okay. If 2025's gone missing, it's fine. Trust us. All right? There wasn't a 2025. It never happened. We just went straight from 2024, mid-2024, to mid-2026. We didn't do any wrestling. It's fine. Don't ask any questions. Yeah. Days, do we think Kevin Owens returns tonight? No. In fact, I think it was Nishi online that made a really good point. He said that Kevin Owens is advertised for NXT Watch Party tomorrow. So I think it's going to be very, very tight for him to appear here and then pop up for the NXT Watch Party tomorrow in Florida. So I don't expect him anyway. I mean, there's no word that he's ready to return from injury or anything. Just because he got mentioned the other day, I don't really read much into that. So, no, I'm not expecting him. I'm going to go straight for Doink and Dink matches, said Stuart. You know, Stuart, my brother would do the same. My brother's not a big WWE fan. I mean, he's got an appreciation for it. But he doesn't, like, tune in and watch it or anything. He never has. But, he always asks me little questions about whatever. And one of the things that he's always enjoyed has been Doink and Dink. He's got a soft spot for Doink and Dink. So he'd probably do the same thing. Who's going to win the triple threat, said Laxo. I'm leaning towards Cody getting it done, and it seems like you lot are as well. At the moment, you've got Cody Rhodes 49%. So 49% for Cody, 29% Sami, 21% for Gunther. Benito said, Days, it's a big night. I went big for my menu. I've gone meaty feast pizza, pan-seared scallops with a pea puree that's topped with a lemon caper butter sauce, alphabet soup spelling wrestling days in honor of Hero, said Benito. Benito, sounds like you are having quite the feast. Days, I want to watch the Bray documentary that was on Peacock. There's no sign of it. Do you know where you can watch it? That's a really good question. I think I've got it recorded. I'm pretty sure I recorded it. So that's where I would watch it. Did they upload it? Is it on the Vault? Where would I go for it? I would go I would go YouTube, Netflix. I'm not aware of there being really anywhere else other than YouTube, Netflix. I think everything's come off. I think everything's come off Peacock. There used to be some stuff on Peacock. So, Bray Wyatt Becoming Immortal full documentary. It is on Is it on YouTube? Is it on YouTube? That's weird. Someone's uploaded it, but they've not properly uploaded it. Doesn't look like it's on YouTube by the looks of it. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's on... Oh. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's on YouTube. Might not be up. Honestly, I mean, this is the frustrating thing. Let me just have a look on Netflix. Bray Becoming Immortal. It's not on any streaming service, said Alex Bliss Gamer. It's not on Netflix either. It looks like it's not out there then, buds. No. It's weird because it is showing on YouTube, but when you actually click on it, it says 1 hour 57. It's not there. I don't know if it's just the audio or something that someone's uploaded, but no, sadly not. Looks like it's been took down and is seemingly not showing anywhere at the moment. I need to watch wrestling, so I don't know if it... Can you search on Watch Wrestling? Does Watch Wrestling even still work? Oh, yeah, it does. What happens if you search Becoming Immortal? Well, I mean... If you go to Watch Wrestling and you search Becoming Immortal, you do get to that, right? Whether that actually works... So here you click on it and then Daily Motion. I didn't think about Daily Motion actually. So apparently part 1, part 2 there and full show there on Watch Wrestling. Daily Motion's interesting. Do you know, I never go to Daily Motion. I always flip and forget about that site. Always forget about Daily Motion. I just never ever use it. I've never even uploaded anything to Daily Motion, you know. Do people use Daily Motion much? Let's have a look at Bray Wyatt Becoming Immortal. It's not coming back with anything. If you search Bray Wyatt, it comes back with a lot of stuff, but I don't know. Oh, no, trailer. Becoming Immortal trailer. I would point you in the direction of Watch Wrestling, and I would say try checking out those links. 2 of them seem to point towards Daily Motion. Quick search on Daily Motion isn't showing anything. I'm more interested though to know how popular is Daily Motion compared to YouTube. YouTube is more popular with 2 billion active users. Daily Motion, 2 billion monthly users. Wow. Do you know, Daily Motion still does really well. According to Google, YouTube gets 2 billion monthly users, but Daily Motion gets 100 to 500 million monthly users. So, still does pretty well. I probably should put some stuff over there. To be honest. I've just never thought about it. YouTube is the second biggest search engine behind Google, and they own both. Wow, yeah, you're right. Global ranking, YouTube number 2. Global ranking for Dailymotion is 211. So I'm guessing that is like most visits, is it? YouTube is the second most visited, probably behind Google. And Dailymotion 211. Yeah, interesting. I've never really used Dailymotion. Obviously, I've been there a couple of times for a couple of things, you know, whenever it said, you know, the video's here. But I've never flipping thought of uploaded anything to it, so... Days, what's your predictions for today, said Laxo? We did it at the start, but I'm going Cody, I'm going Iyo, I'm going Jey, I'm going Seth, I'm going... What are the matches we got? Tiffany and Trick. And I think that's everyone. Dailymotion's goated, said Ampy Ballin. My Dailymotion is in the morning on the toilet, said Miss Clown. Thank you, Miss Clown. I genuinely could never get Watch Wrestling to work, said Bishop. Well, it's one of those, you have to click it a few times, don't you? And there's like pop-up ads and everything. Once you kind of get past that, I have watched shows using Watch Wrestling before. Normally they were shows that, for whatever reason, I just couldn't get access to. Like, sometimes there were documentaries that just were... But in fact, I think Bray was one. I think Bray was shown in America, and it wasn't shown over here. And so... And the same with a couple of other things that were shown in America. You know, even now, like, I don't know where I would go for LFG in the UK. I don't know where that's shown. It's not shown on Netflix. It's not shown on YouTube. So I think if I wanted to watch that, I'd probably have to go to Watch Wrestling. I think there are like places you could probably download it from, like, but actually sit down and stream it. I don't know. I don't know where you would go for that in the UK. So you do find the odd documentary or show that kind of falls through the gaps, and that's where Watch Wrestling can kind of come in useful. Right. We've got the same prediction, said Chloe's. Yeah, I think a lot of people have probably got similar predictions. I feel like, I mean, if it goes that way, there is the risk that people will say this was a very predictable show, because I think there's a lot of people probably thinking the same sort of thing. But I don't know, let's see. They could have a surprise or two up their sleeve. Right. Days, Rizzo has announced she's been cleared after being out with a knee injury for over a year. Since 2022, she's gotten injured 5 different times. If she's injury prone, then what's that conversation with WWE? Well, if she's injury prone, you know, the conversation will occur at some point where it's like, I just don't think we can move forward anymore. Like, your body doesn't seem to be up for this. Which, you know, is a heartbreaking conversation, but it's one that's been had with a few people over the years where we just can't seem to shake the injuries. And that's true of most sports. I mean, actually, we're dealing with some in the England football team at the moment where there's a key player called Reece James who keeps getting injured. And he's been took to the World Cup, and guess what? He's got injured again. And people are like, how did the manager not see that this was going to happen? Because this guy always gets flipping injured. And I mean, you know, you could understand clubs starting to think like, can we rely on this guy? Do we need to find someone that's more reliable? I mean, and the same is true in wrestling as well, isn't it? So this isn't a conversation about Riz or anything like that, but it's just in general, you know, you need your players and your workers and your performers to be fit and active. And if, you know, if you get injured, everyone gets injured. But if it's like consistently happening, then, you know, there's obviously a conversation to be had. Because you can't keep having people out for 12 months, you know. I mean, I think that was really the downfall of Tegan Knox, actually. I think, you know, if she had stayed injury-free, I'm not saying she'd still be with WWE, but I think she'd have stood a much better chance she just kept hitting these kind of injuries, these niggles, and she just never could seem to get past it. So certainly those 2 ACL injuries that she did in developmental, I think they really hurt her. And, you know, they called her up because I think they liked her, and they just, you know, called her up, and I don't know, it never clicked. It was never the same. Triple A said, I understand Cody sells high numbers and is the face, but he is literally winning the championship every year, holding the majority for the year. Why can't he win other titles and let others win, says Triple A. I think you sort of answered the question, honestly. I mean, WWE obviously look to see who the most popular people are, and the truth is that Cody is one of those people, and we've got 2 titles. So, you know, Cody being around one of those titles kind of all the time is, unless someone comes in and sort of drags him away and he goes off into like a feud away from the belts, which we can absolutely do at some point. But, you know, we finished the story at WrestleMania 40. Of course, he was going to have a run with the belt after that. Of course, he would drop it to Cena. He'd win it back from Cena, and, you know, he'd have like another run with it. Apparently, earlier this year, he only dropped it to Drew so that he would be in the Rumble in an Elimination Chamber. They always had a plan for Cody to sort of feature. So, you know, we're talking, 2 years after Cody finished the story? I sort of feel like I don't feel like it was wrong to give him that time. And I think he's sort of repaid it with some good numbers, some good support. There's definitely people that have grown tired of Cody, but he's not getting the reactions that, say, Sami gets. It's not like Cody's getting booed out the building every time he appears. In fact, he's getting pretty good reactions from the live crowd. So it's one of those where WWE is built on people being at the top, being the face of the company. It's very rare for us to kind of have like loads of different people. I mean, if you think about the 60s, 70s, as we said, it was Bruno. If you think about the 80s, it was Hogan. If you think about the 90s, we did go through a period where we struggled to replace Hogan, and we tried a lot of people that didn't work. But eventually we settle on Stone Cold and The Rock, right? And coming out of that, we go into Triple H for a bit. Coming out of that, we go into John Cena. Coming out of that, we go into Roman Reigns. Now we're going through a little period with Cody. Like, it's just the way WWE has always been, where, you know, you kind of really get behind someone. They're the face of the company. And honestly, the truth is, a lot of people kind of don't respond well to it as well. You know, Hogan had a backlash. Cena had a backlash. Roman had a backlash. And now we're seeing that Cody's getting a bit of a backlash. But we've been here before. We've done this. This is how WWE books it. Rather than that person gets a little go, that person gets a little go, that person gets a little go. WWE always believe putting their eggs into one basket, building up a big, massive star, getting that person to really drive interest in the business and ticket sales. You know, that's the direction that they've always done. It's the Bruno template, it's the Hogan template, but it's the way the other promotions worked as well. You know, they did the exact same thing with Vern Gagne in AWA. They did the same thing with Jerry the King Lawler in Memphis. I mean, Jerry Lawler was the king of Memphis because of like how much he dominated that area. It's like Dusty in Florida. I mean, it's just the way the wrestling world has always worked. So, but there are periods. I mean, you can have a look at that mid-90s where we're really struggling to find the person to take over from Hogan. And who knows? I mean, if Cody isn't delivering good numbers or his support starts to wane, then WWE are going to have to look in other places. But at the moment, you got Roman and Cody as the top two. CM Punk's going to have a run. You know, for a bit. Drew might have a run for a bit. We're trying to get Gunther into the mix, but it's just not really the done thing to, you know, kind of try this person for a month, then that person for a few months, and then that person for a few months. Like, I mean, if you think about it, John Cena didn't have that belt all the time. You know, he did lose it sometimes, but he was always around the belt. Even when he was losing it, it was still kind of around the title. I mean, he's a 17-time world champion. So, you know, he was always around that championship throughout his career. So we're just doing more of that. I mean, it just is how wrestling has always been. They must believe that this is the right strategy. This is the right way of kind of doing, you know, wrestling, booking it, running a promotion. I like Cody, but it would be cool to switch it up, says Ampy Ballin. Connor said, Days, could Charlotte Flair make her presence felt as she could cost Jade Cargill from winning? She could do, yeah. Is Brock going to show it tonight? He could do. There's no word on any of these, so it's hard to sit here and go yes. But, yeah, Charlotte can make her presence felt. Brock could make his presence felt. I think we will get some sort of outside interference. After Hogan, they tried Warrior, and that didn't work, says Edwards. Yeah, they went Warrior because Hogan went away to do filming. He wanted to do a bit of Hollywood for a bit. So they went with Hogan. They went with Warrior, whilst Hogan went off to do films. And apparently he said to Vince that Warrior wasn't going to work. And apparently it didn't work. Which is weird, actually, because I loved Warrior. So, yeah, it's weird to think that it didn't work. But, yeah, apparently it just was not very successful. I think, you know, he got a little bit samey, a bit boring. I suppose there wasn't much depth to the character. He was this injection of energy, but actually him being the top guy, it didn't really work, so... shame though, because honestly, I would have done the same. I mean, he was so popular. I would have thought that it would have worked, but I suppose, you know, when Hogan was gone and the dust settled, and it just came down to Warrior to sort of sell the shows, it was kind of a bit one-dimensional. What if Randy shows up tonight to get involved in the title match, said Andy. It's definitely a possibility. Yeah. I mean, I think there's a lot of different ways this can go, but again, it's hard to say exactly what's going to go down because, well, yeah, you could get Randy. You could get, I don't know that you'll get Drew. He's just started a new film project, I believe. But Randy could come back. Stephanie could come back. Charlotte can get involved. Brock Lesnar, I think, is the one most people are expecting. So there's definitely a few options for shenanigans, but I don't think you'd get all of those. I think you might get one, maybe two, you know. It would be intriguing, said Trey, but I doubt that we'll see Randy, especially since he's been dealing with his back, says Trey. Word Life Cena fan said, what song or artist is being used for the Night of Champions theme? Don't think I've not seen one, actually. I've not seen one being announced, so I'm not sure they've done one for this. David said Brock did not hit the floor first. Randy might not be back sometime soon because of his back, says Trey. Alexander said Solo hates the bloodline. They tried Luger as well, said Corey. That didn't seem to work. Yeah, very true. They weren't sure, were they, whether to go him or Brett. And that's kind of what we'd do at WrestleMania 10, isn't it? Where both of them get a shot at Yokozuna. And, you know, it ends up being Brett that we go with. But even Brett wasn't like a great drawing champion. So, I mean, they tried Brett for a bit. And Brett's really popular. But it doesn't really translate into the Hulkamania numbers. So, you know, they try Sid. They tried Diesel in 95. He gets a real good run. I think Vince really thought Diesel was going to do it. They try Sid as well. Undertaker gets a run. Shawn, Brett. You know, there's quite a few that are in that mix, but it's just none of it's working. It was just a bad time for WWE, and they're getting battered in the ratings. And obviously, you know, is it 96 with Hogan and the NWO, and you know, it's a rough time there. But thankfully, they you know, they don't fail. I mean, they could have gone down. Really, they could have gone down in that period. That was a real fight. that they were having that up against WCW at that time. And, you know, thankfully they find a bit of an edge. They find a bit of attitude. And the rest is history, isn't it? I could see Brock not interfering just to set up Oba Roman. But then in that match, have Brock interfere, causing Oba to lose. And then that's how they take him away from the title. And then that's how we do him and Brock 3, said Brody James. Radiated Zombie said the stage looks great today. Trish said, love the hat. Thank you, Trish. It loves you too. Prince said, do we think Sugar was the NWO person they would have used to bring NWO back? Do we think Sugar was the NWO person they would have used to bring the NWO back? I don't know what you mean by that. Can you expand on that for me? Pat said, Sid was awesome. Metal Mama said, what are we doing? Hit that thumbs up. Metal Mama, shout out to you. Akeem said, poor WCW. Garrett says, Brock interference is incoming. Indian Rocks says, it's overtime. Yeah, we're only half an hour away, aren't we? This thing's starting in half an hour. And I don't know if we're starting with King of the Ring or Queen of the Ring. But we've got both of those matches coming up first. So they said that King and Queen of the Ring is going to be opening this event. So one of those is going to be starting things off. Radiated Zombie said, do we think MFTs are really over? Well, I wasn't buying it yesterday. I wasn't convinced that it was over. But I must admit, as Solo was trying to get LA Knight and trying to get Royce, I was starting to think, are we moving on to something a bit fresher? You know, a new faction that I didn't see happening. I don't know. I'm sort of left a bit confused now as to, is it over? I wouldn't hate it if it was, because I was not the biggest MFTs fan. I don't know how LA Knight fans would feel if we did a solo LA Knight Royce Keys type group. Is that the direction they want to go? Or so, don't know. It's interesting. It's got my attention. Saluta said, with hey days, with Punk coming back, Punk Cody for the title has to happen, especially after the interaction on Raw this year, says Saluta. What time does Night of Champions start in the UK, says James? It starts in half an hour. Wrestlandy said, Days, next year is the last year of the Saudi deal. We might look back on this time as an era of its own. Yeah, good point. I think we could do. I've got a new cell phone, said Dormouse. Hello, Dormouse. I haven't got my clipboards, so I have to type out my blurb that I say all the time. Dormouse, I hope you're doing well. Hope life's treating you well. Brock Lesnar returns tonight. He's going to attack Oba. It's going to be Suplex City, said Path. Big Time said, do we think WWE could reheat the SmackDown women's division to reach the heights of the SmackDown men's tag division? They need a match stipulation to really put them on the map. Talent is now there, says Big Time. Well, it feels quite far away, I would say, from that. I think that there would need to be a big project in place to actually achieve that. I don't know that they're going to give it that sort of focus, or if they're just going to do, you know, Rhea as champion defending against someone. When that's done, we move on to the next person. Or if they're going to make it, because the thing with that tag division was you had that team against that team, and then next week that team versus that team, and backstage they're bumping into each other and there's words being exchanged, and do you know what I mean? Like, they were always circling around each other, and you know, eventually it leads to a ladder match, of course. But yeah, there was an energy, there was a vibe, there was lots of competitors, and we were doing all these different matchups. And you know, you had DIY, you had Motor City Machine Guns, you had Fraxium, you had Street Profits, you had, you know, all these different teams just kind of going up against each other. The way that they tend to book, like, women's championships. Tends to be just feuds, doesn't it? Like Stephanie versus Liv, or, you know, Jade versus Tiffany, or I don't know that they're going to do like that scale. So could they? Yeah, I'd say they could. I'd say they could, but it's hard to sit here and say they're going to. And certainly when it comes to the SmackDown side of things, because to be honest with you, I just don't think the SmackDown creative team is good enough for something like that. It's very hard to have confidence that the current SmackDown creative team are going to be able to do that. Cal Out said Brock's going to interfere in the Oba match, going to beat down, then challenge Oba to a match later, end a story, or are we going to drag this out till SummerSlam? No, I think this goes till SummerSlam. I mean, I don't think we're going to do like Brock Oba tonight. I think that there could be a match that gets set up, but it'll be at SummerSlam. Tracy, hello, shout out to you. Said, I just wanted to give an update. Thanks to the community for the support. I am continuing to be cancer-free, and I am officially in remission. That's great news, Tracy. So, Tracy, shout out to you. Fantastic. And, yeah, continuing to send good vibes in your direction. So, very, very cool. Jason said, that's great news, Tracy. Yeah, very, very cool. So, Tracy, shout out to you. I hope you're doing well. It sounds like you are. Jean-Pierre said, if you England win, who do you get in the knockout? Yeah, it's a bit confusing because there's the whole third place thing, which is really messy. So I believe right now we've got Senegal, but I think if the Congo win, then it's going to be them, DR Congo. We get them. So I don't know if it's just down to those two, but yeah, it's a bit confusing because it's a whole third place thing. So we need to see how other results go. But Senegal at the moment, but I think the feeling is it looks like it might end up being DR Congo. I mean, look, I'd fancy us against either of those teams. I don't think it's going to be easy, but, you know, welcome to the World Cup. I mean, it's not going to be easy. You know, that's exactly what we knew when we were coming. I mean, England really should be going out to like a France or a Spain or an Argentina, you know. I think anything less than that is going to be seen as a big disappointment. So, yeah, I mean, look, if we get Senegal or we get Congo, fine, you know. We can't be worried about going up against those sorts of teams. Right now we got Danhausen. He's just having a little word here with Michael Colehausen. No, he wants to go around saying Danhausen 316. Okay, there we go. Danhausen leaves. Oh, here's Triple H. Boo! What's the vibe you're feeling, Triple H? Anytime we're here in Riyadh is a phenomenal experience. Oh, yeah. I bet it is exciting, isn't it? Are we going to get bombed? I bet all the wrestlers are super excited. Oh, you say that the conflict's all heating up again in the Middle East. Yippee-ki-yay. Okay, he's talking about Oba. Jey shows you why he's the right-hand man. It does sound a little bit like a masturbation thing, doesn't it? The right-hand man. I haven't really thought about that before. Do you know what I mean? Jey Uso, the right-hand man. That has never dawned on me before. Triple H just said, Jey Uso is going to show you exactly why he's called the right-hand man. And my brain went, I hope he doesn't. I don't know what you want to watch, Triple H, but that ain't why I've tuned in. Okay, I don't know what he's going on about right now. Boo! That's interesting. Triple H just said that Bron Breakker, Seth Rollins, probably the final chapter in that. Is that his way of saying, yeah, it is ending tonight? I'm just waiting for him to say it's a new era, to be honest. You're going to be hearing people say, whoop that trick for years to come, says Triple H. He's very charismatic. Like always, I want to thank our hosts, says Triple H. The food is unbelievable. The hospitality is unbelievable. Well, there we go. I don't think we got a great deal from that, but there we go. Okay, Alex said, Bishop Dyer's MLW future is going to be addressed tonight. Okay, interesting. Could we get a tasty update there, maybe? 20 minutes until Night of Champions, says Word Life Cena fan. Big Time said, who do we think is going to beat Trick for the US title? Gunther, Drew. I'd love Carmelo, but I don't think WWE sees Trick Mello as being SummerSlam worthy when there's bigger options. I don't know that I expect him to lose it at SummerSlam, to be honest. I mean, Trick's got this thing, and I don't think there's any rush to get him to a world title. So I don't know that there's a rush. I think for me, Trick's in a weird place where I can't quite work out if he's face or heel. He's getting face reactions, but I don't know. It's still a little bit like he's out for himself. He's with Little Yachty. Little Yachty's a little bit annoying, in my opinion. He's not really going off on the crowd, though, is he? He's got a bit of arrogance to him, but I think he's sort of just face now. I don't really feel like I had a satisfying moment where he turned face. I think he's just sort of become face. So I suppose in a way you just got to look at what heels are around. Because if I was booking him, I mean, he's getting great reactions. People love, singing his song, and they're right behind him. I don't really see any reason to kind of muddy the waters. I'd put him in there with some heels. But, that's easier said than done because I think we've got a little bit of a lack of heels. But, really good, compelling heels. But, I'd try and put him in there with some heels. But I don't know that he's going to drop that belt anytime soon because I think they're quite happy with where we are. Akeem said it's definitely a new era. I've got Liv winning over Iyo, said Mob Stiesland. If the 90s is the golden era, does that mean we're in the aluminum era? Yes. We're in the tin era. LA Joey said, Days, what would be the motivation for Brock to cost Oba? He's beat Oba in their last match. What if Oba beats Jey and declines the title shot for a rematch with Brock? I think the motivation would be that he's not satisfied with it being 1-1. I think Brock made it clear, didn't he, last time, that he was like, it's 1-1 now, you know, I'm gonna kind of beat you. I can't see him being satisfied with it being 1-1. I certainly think as well that with Brock being humiliated at WrestleMania, is he going to be willing to see Oba succeed at King of the Ring and become the king and go on to get a title opportunity when Brock's probably got one eye on SummerSlam because of it being in Minnesota, and he's probably thinking to himself, I'd love nothing more than to, you know, put this guy away, prove that I am the beast, that I am the best. And, you know, by costing Oba here, he can prevent him from being king. He can prevent him from getting the title shot. He can get the match that he wants for SummerSlam to prove that he is the beast. So I think it's ticking a lot of boxes if he interrupts. I don't think it's like, well, why has he done that? I think there's a few boxes being ticked if he did prevent him from winning. I've been paying so much attention to the World Cup, especially watching 2 live matches at the same time, said David. Trying to catch up with games that I haven't watched yet. I've not watched last night's SmackDown. I don't think you missed a great deal. I'd say there's one match worth watching. There's a couple of bits. I mean, you know, MFTs seem to have broken apart. Solo's trying to recruit LA Knight and Royce Keys, but he hasn't yet. They've both kind of turned him down. There were some finishing touches, some like video packages and whatever for Night of Champions. Really, you just need to watch Rey Fenix and Nathan Frazier. That was a good match. Other than that, don't think you really missed a great deal. I thought it was watchable. It wasn't a chore. I didn't find it a chore to watch. You know, I ended up giving it, I think, 5.5. Yeah, it was fine. It was fine. But if you've missed it, do you know what I mean? Watch the breakdown. You'll be absolutely fine. I've seen and read that Liv got hurt back on June 22nd at a house show, says Earl. She'll be fine. People were saying that, and then she came walking out the other day, and we continued to proceed with, you know, building this match. So, not aware of there being any issues. They've certainly not done anything to, you know, change the direction of this Queen of the Ring final or anything. So, no word that, you know, we're not doing the match. Darksider said, do we think Punk's absence is contract renegotiations? If they're moving him to SmackDown, he would have a bigger say in his creative. Does it make sense? I don't know, actually, because I don't know when his contract's coming up. It's a good point, that is. He came in at the end of 2023, so if he signed a 3-year deal, that would be coming up at the end of this year. So could it be contract negotiation connected? My gut feeling is, you know, I've started to hear more rumors about him wanting to go back to do commentary with CFFC, and I think that's on a Friday. So my guess is that he would like to work Raw, and he would like to do the commentary for the MMA show, the CFFC thing. If he works SmackDown, then he can't do that because they're both on at the same night. And so I do wonder if it's something to do with that. I do wonder if it's a disagreement over him wanting to come back to do Mondays, but they want him to go to Fridays, and it's just not something that he wants to do. That there's been no word as to like what the disagreement is, or even how big the disagreement is. The only thing that's been said is it's not as major as what some people are making out, that it's not this big falling out, oh my God, he's going to walk out kind of a thing, right? But I think there is a little something there. Whether it's a little something that can just be worked out. So it's not something that's really a big talking point to me at the moment. I think it's something that will absolutely get blown out of proportion. I bet there's quite the clickbait thumbnails doing the rounds right now, but for me, like, there's not enough detail on it. The report I've seen earlier is that it's not as bad, it's not as big a deal as, you know, what people are making it out to be. But I think there's something there. I don't think there's nothing there. I think there's something there. So they say no smoke without a fire. So I think there's something to it. But yeah, it's an interesting comment. Could it be connected to contract negotiations? Maybe. I'm not sure. I don't think that. I don't know that he would need to do that for contract negotiations. I think that it might be a genuine complaint that he's got about something. Right, we're just seeing Sammy. Big Time said, Days, what singles guy would we pair together in a tag team to help that division? Maybe Mello, Ilya, or Ethan Ricky? I don't know, but I've not thought about that. I'm not really too worried about the tag division when I think we've got bigger problems. The tag division to me is like the last thing I would look to fix. I think you need to sort out your big main stories. I think you need to sort out your men's top stories, your women's top stories. My next focus after that would be both the mid cards, getting that sorted. Like, the last thing I would worry about would be the tag division. Tag division historically is just a bit of an afterthought. And for me, it's not something that really drives the business. It's kind of a nice thing to have, you know. But I think the plates you really want spinning are, you know, your top end stuff. And I think, like, in recent times, we've got that top end stuff wrong. I mean, if you go back to last year, we had Stephanie as champion, and I think we kind of rushed her to that belt. I don't know that she had a strong connection with the audience. And I don't think that I think we rushed her. And as a result, it just didn't feel quite right. And actually, the people she was feuding with was like Nikki, you know, Nikki Bella. And they weren't really coming out with great matches. She had a program with like Raquel Rodriguez. I mean, it wasn't even that she was in there with someone like a Charlotte, you know, some big name. She was like with Nikki Bella, who, you know, is a good name, a decent name, but she's just come back. So, do you know what I mean? You're not going to be getting banger matches there. And she's a bit of a novelty, right? She's a bit of an attraction. She's the kind of person you'd come in and do a match at SummerSlam against. But she's not like, you know, the big feud. You know, you'd want to be feuding with Liv, which they did eventually, obviously, as we got to WrestleMania. Or you'd want to be feuding with Charlotte, or you'd want to be feuding with Alexa, or you'd want to be feuding with Bayley, or, you know, whoever. So, you know, you look at that and you're like, I don't think they got that right. And then you look on the other side and you've got Jade as champion. And you're like, I'm not sure they've got that right, because we know how limited she was. I understand that you want to give it a go, but I think you would only give it a go if you felt like you had everything else under control. So I think the fact they had Stephanie as champion and there was issues there, and then you look on the other side, you got Jade as champion, and you're like, and then you look at the Vision, and it's like, well, that's not kind of working. The Vision felt like it was a bit rough. And then you look at John Cena's heel run, and you're like, that's not really working. So you kind of look at the top stories, and you're like, not convinced by this. And then you look at the women's championships, and you're like, I'm not sure about that. So, you know, I think we got all of those really big stories wrong last year. I think we're in a better place now. I think we're doing some better stuff now. But, yeah, I've not really given the tag division much thought. I think it's kind of like get everything else sorted first. And then see what you're left over with. I mean, we've got to do something with Johnny, you know? Got to do something with Ilya. If you haven't got, like, any plans for them in the mid-card, then, you know, perhaps you need to put them together and start creating some teams. So I suppose in a way what you do is you wouldn't really start with the tag division. You'd start with your top titles, go to your mid card, and then you see what's left over. And, you know, you use that for the tag division. But really the tag division should have some great teams in as well. You know, your Fraxiums, your War Raiders, you know, people like that. So, but yeah, you'd kind of sort those things out first and then go to the tag. Wyatt661 said, if Liv doesn't win, what was the point in wasting time and not having her defend her championship? On the other half, when they're going to pay off Iyo Rhea, well, it depends what happens, doesn't it? Because I would want to see what we did with Liv at SummerSlam. Because if, say, Iyo wins and Liv loses, and then Stephanie comes back and we do Liv Stephanie at SummerSlam, then I would say the reason why they did this was because they wanted to do Liv Stephanie, but Stephanie wasn't ready to return. So rather than just do a little feud with Liv, they decided to put her into Queen of the Ring, and she got to the final, and Iyo won, and then Stephanie was ready to return. So timing-wise, it just made sense to kind of do that, rather than, like, you know, have a kind of feuding with, like, someone. They decided to put her into the tournament. And by the time the tournament ended, then Stephanie was ready. So, I don't know. These are decisions that people have to make, aren't they? It's hard to say why we've done it until we actually see SummerSlam. Because what if Roxanne ends up costing Liv in the final, and that gets us to Liv versus Roxanne at SummerSlam? Then you might say we did this to set that up. So Liv might not win, but there was a reason for it. And it could be Raquel turns on Liv, Roxanne turns on Liv. It might be they didn't mean to prevent Liv from winning. They did it accidentally, but Liv's furious and there's a fallout and it still gets us to a match, right? So until we actually know what SummerSlam looks like, the card, it's hard to say why we've done what we've done. I mean, I think when a lot of us thought that Stephanie was going to get involved and actually stop Liv from getting even out of the first round, but she's made it all the way to the final. It's going to be very interesting to see what they've got up their sleeve tonight. See why they've done what they've done, you know? Because, yeah, people have got questions around why was she in this tournament. You might get an answer for that tonight. You'll certainly have an answer by the time we get to SummerSlam. It'll be interesting if it's a good enough answer. So we'll have to wait and see. There's no easy answers to some of these questions because, to be honest with you, it's all going to depend what they've got planned for tonight and at SummerSlam. Jared said, evening. I think Iyo wins and then challenges Liv by saying, I've beaten you to get the opportunity and now I'm going to beat you for the title. Jared, I hope you're doing well, buds. I think Iyo wins. I don't think they're going to do Liv Rhea. They could do, but I'm not expecting it. So, you know, for me, if Iyo does win, why does Liv fall short? Is it something to do with Raquel and Roxanne? Is it their fault? Might not even be their fault, but they still get blamed, which I think would be very interesting. If they were getting blamed by Raquel, by Liv, you know? Could that lead to something? Does Stephanie provide a distraction? People might say, why would Stephanie do that? I can't actually remember if there was any outside interference when she lost the belt. It could be revenge. I think she did get beat down, though, didn't she, by Liv? So, I mean, it could be revenge that she ends up kind of costing Liv the chance to win Queen of the Ring and compete for that other world title. So, I don't know. There could be reasons as to why Stephanie gets involved. But again, you know, we're going to have to wait and see how they play it. Okay, 3 minutes. We are very close to the start of this thing. Penny for your thoughts said, I'm expecting this crowd to be fire. Darksider said, Stephanie is probably taking time off because of the abuse case. Her ex got convicted in Mexico. I wonder if she had to take part in the hearing. She might have taken some time to heal, says Darksider. Punk is healing from a BBL in Brazil, said Darksider. Makes sense. I think he would look super cute with a BBL, so I think that could be quite the upgrade. So I'm very excited for him, honestly. Okay, there we go then. Video countdown has come to an end. Night of Champions is beginning right now. Get excited. All the time for speculation is over. I cannot wait to get some flipping answers and just move forward with, you know, this this product, this brand. There we go. Then, now, forever together. Okay, we are in Riyadh. So we're in. There is Seth and Bron. Niall said hello. Just on time. I'm rooting for Gunther. Niall, shout out to you. Yeah, we are underway. So, we're just seeing people arriving at the moment. Even for the start of PLEs, we're kind of presenting things this way. There's Sami. There's Gunther. Loud boos for Gunther. Loud boos for the ring general. Welcome to Night of Champions, says Michael Cole. He's all pumped. Okay, there was Solo Sikoa's put a message out saying, I stayed loyal to everyone. I loved everyone. And at the end, it wasn't enough. I know what I need to do. Don't know what that means. But there we go. A message from Solo. He knows what he needs to do. Right, we're just seeing Cold Open right now. Days being a Cody crybaby living in Viperville. I really want Randy to be the one that dethrones Cody for 15, said Word Life Cena fan. Okay. PC Rock said, I hate Gunther. I don't want him to win. I think it would be a great story if Sami would win. Days, what do you think of the Night of Champions stage, says Connor. Think it's all right. It's pretty big. And it's got like gaps in between the screen, which I'm not too crazy about, but it's all right. It's pretty generic, really. It's just like a big stage with screens in the background. Can't say it's like elaborate or anything, so it's all right. It's unfortunate that Sami has fallen to nothing more than a political pawn for Saudi, says Truth Teller. Connor says, here we go. Rob said, strange enough, the school mascot in Viperville are the Penguins. Okay, we are inside the arena then. Over 18,000 are in attendance. We've got Corey. We've got Michael Cole. SummerSlam begins to take shape tonight, says Corey. Okay. Ooh. King of the Ring's going to start it off. So Jey coming out. King of the Ring starts the show. Oh, I love this. No messing around. It's a weird choice for the first match. But I must admit, now I'm here and I'm watching it, I'm kind of like, good, let's just get straight into it. Again. Bit of energy, something really big and significant to kind of get the night going with. This is a big one as well. This is a real big one. I mean, are we getting Brock interfere right at the start of the show, costing Oba? Or does Oba get the job done? Let's end this poll, and actually we'll do a poll about who do you think's going to win, right? Who wins? Who do you think's going to win? Do you think it's going to be Jey Uso? Do you think it's going to be Oba Femi? Who do you think's going to emerge victorious in this opening match? King of the Ring match. Jey making his way through the crowds. Brock is definitely interfering, says Kader. Jey coming through the crowds. So Jey just going over to the commentators. He's got it all to do here, hasn't he? He's got it all to do. Jey has made his way down. He's made his way through the crowds. Fans are loving it. Fans are yelling. Fans are making loads of noise. Knock them down like this. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the fans are really lively. The fans are really bringing some energy. Okay, Jey has made his way down to the ring. He's come through the crowd. You know who's coming out next? The ruler. Oba Femi. We've still got some more yeeting to do, though. J. Cole, did you see the video of AJ Styles helped his son get a win in pro wrestling debut last night? I didn't see that he helped him. I saw people talking about how good his son looked, but I didn't see that AJ had helped him out. Okay, Jey in the ring. I think ESPN should have all 3 hours on the main channel, says Paul. Well, you know, they're obviously trying to get that extra money, aren't they? That extra revenue. They've spent a lot on getting these PLEs. So I can sort of understand them trying to make that money back. I suppose the alternative is that they just charge like $50 for the shows, pay-per-view, like the way it used to be. But Jey going over to the corner, running it back. This shiz is so stupid, said Danny. Jey about to run it back and take up the first hour, said J.O. I mean, we didn't run it back for long, in all fairness. Okay, we got Oba chance. Oba's about to make his way down to the ring. You can see Jey looking over at that crown. Crowd is loud. Crowd is good. Jey. They're just zooming in on Jey. They want you to see Jey looking at the crown. Okay, they're making your way. Building the aura. I'm not down on it. There we go. Lights go out. Music hits. Let's see if Saudi Arabia can do the Oba strut. No, everyone else seems to struggle. There we go. Loud Oba chants. Now Jey is going to have a 10-minute intro, said Mister. This is going to be good, said Denley. Never let it be said that Brock doesn't like going home early, said Jim. Okay. Oba making his way down. Is he wearing white? Or is it just the way the light looks? We got loud Oba chants. Oba with the strut. Run it back. Run it back. Well, here he is. Strutting his way down. And we do... Is anyone strutting? Most people are like doing that. Ooh. Oba. Ooh. Oba. With like lights that they keep like holding up. I'm looking to see if there's someone giving it a bit of a go. You might be able to spot the odd person that can do it properly. It is mental. Perhaps it's just because people don't think the camera's on them, so they just sort of like don't really commit to it, you know? But it's so funny how WWE do this kind of camera side view, but they just never seem to be able to find a load of people doing it. Oba in the ring. And we're about to get underway with this King of the Ring final 2026. Oba, Jey, lots of lights in the crowds. Oba, Oba, Oba. Yeah, you see how they're doing that? Ooh. Looks like Saudi have kind of put a bit of a twist on this thing that we haven't really seen before. Okay, I think we just had a bit of pyro go off there. Okay, we're about to ring the bell. We're about to get going. Oba, Jey. I think this show might be surprisingly good. Famous last words, said Toby. Oh, I think it's going to be good. Okay, bell has sounded. Bell has sounded. Okay, not a big, quick, explosive start. We've got Jey having a few words with Oba. Okay. Jey in the corner. Jey moves out the way. Shot coming in there to Oba. Couple of shots there by Jey. Jey sort of messing around a little bit. Doing all this kind of nonsense. Throws a shot into Oba. Shoulder tackle. Jey goes down. Yeah, Jey definitely feeling that. Oba in the corner. He's got Jey in his sights over at the other side. Charging over. Jey rolls out the ring. Jey gets out the ring. Oba jumping out the ring. On the outside, double axe handle there by Oba. He's picking up Jey. He's got him scooped up. He's got him on his shoulder. Okay, it's Oba that goes into that ring post. Jey gets back into the ring, going against the ropes, looking for a suicide dive. Suicide dive. Gets it. Oba into the barricades. Jey getting back into the ring. Gets the rope. Second suicide dive. Connects. Gets it. Oba into the barricade again. Jey going back into the ring. Jey in the ring, going over against the ropes. Maybe going for a third suicide dive. Gets caught. Oba with a big shot. Jey goes down. And the Oba chants start ringing out. And right now, he's picking him up, scooping him up. And, oh, shoulder breaker. Shoulder breaker there by Oba. Kick coming in there to Jey. Jey is down in the corner. Shoulders being driven in. Oba has got Jey going hard into the corner. Jey goes down. On the middle turnbuckle, we got Club WWE. Wonder if we'll get a bit of an update on that tonight. I mean, the thing with Oba is, I mean, he's able to work. We've seen Oba have, you know, proper matches in NXT. He's not just someone that comes in and, you know, a couple of minutes squash match, that's him done. Like, he can work. He's had matches in NXT. We haven't really seen too much of that on the main roster, though. We're seeing it a bit more here, though, where, you know, we've been on the outside. Jey's done some suicide dives. Back in the ring. Oba hurling Jey into the corner. Jey trying to find a way of getting back up to his feet. Oba has got him exactly where he wants him as he grabs him. He's going to look to pick him up. No, Joy looking for that choke slam. Shot coming in there by Jey. Yeah, just imagine how excited. Fall from grace. Fall from grace. No, Jey manages to kick Oba in the back of the head. Imagine how the IWC will be so excited if Jey wins this clean. Part of me quite interested to see that happen just to watch the meltdown. Big splash. 1, 2. No, Joy. Commentary sounds a little bit weird. Doesn't sound like the audio is quite right for commentary. Slam coming down there by... Choke slam there by Oba. And kick out there by Jey. Tell you what, if Brock Lesnar is going to get involved, he's left it a bit close there. That could have been the end of Jey. Oba has to win the king, the ruler. Oba Femi sounds right, said Adam. Oba's acting a tad different. He knows Brock's lingering, said Drake. Jey trying to get back up to his feet. VT said, come on, Jey, please run it back one more time. Jey over in the corner. Oba charging in. Super kick there by Jey. Oba is rocked. Jey with another kick. Oba rocked again. Jey coming in. Another super kick. Oba goes back into the corner. Jey looking to charge in. Bang! Straight into the ribs. Jey against the ropes. Spear by Jey. Oba goes down. Jey's going to win it. And he's going to win it clean. He's going up top. Big splash. Connects. Jey isn't capitalizing, though. Jey down. Jey down at the moment. He's trying to go to the outside. Jey Uso is proving a bigger problem for Oba than Brock Lesnar did. Big splash there by Jey. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Oh. Oba kicks out. I don't like the audio. Michael Cole sounds a bit weird. What is this? Said King Veal. The audio is bad, said Willow. Michael Cole's mic is particularly bad. It doesn't sound right at all, does it? Here we go. Jey has got a sleeper in on Oba. Sleeper is in. Oba in big trouble. The audio's not the worst we've heard. Cole sounds like he's screaming, said Jennifer. Tyler said the audio sounds fine on my side with ESPN Plus. Imagine if it's Brock versus Jey. Jey isn't getting all these offensive moves. Oba pushes Jey off. Super kick coming in there by Jey. Oba charging over. Big collision in the corner. Oba over the other side. Another big collision. Jey goes down. Oba with Jey. Picks him up. Hurls him. Jey's down. Oba in the corner. He's coming over. He's grabbing Jey. Picking him up. Fall from grace. He's got him up. Drives him down. Fall from grace. 1, 2. Oh, Oba's done it. Oba just wins. Wow. No Brock Lesnar. No Brock Lesnar. Oba gets the win. He beats Jey. And we didn't get the swerve. It was very, very close when it came to the odds on this one. I must admit, my thoughts were that Brock was going to make his presence felt, but fall from grace. I felt really confident when the ref started counting that Brock was going to pull the ref out the ring. That's what I was kind of expecting. 1, 2, 3. Oba gets the win. And that means Oba is king of the ring and is going to fight for a world championship at SummerSlam. So there we go. Jey picks up the victory. The question is, though, does he go after Roman or is he going to go after the winner of our triple threat later? So there we go. We've got one of our answers that we were looking for. Okay, let's get the poll up. What did people think about the match? Thank goodness, said Kutori. Nick Aldis is in the ring with the crown. Oba in the corner. I mean, he had a little bit of a tough time there with Jey. Can I just say, though, what was Jey's plan? Like, just to beat Oba, was it? That was his plan. That was the plan, was it? So you saw how dominant Oba was, and you were just like, yeah, no, I'll be able to. No, I'll be fine. I'll be able to deal with that. Okay, we got Byron in there with Oba. I've gone from being a ruler to being a king. You can't beat fate. You can't beat destiny. You can't beat me, says Oba. Oba holds up that crown. I was still listening to that promo after. I was still wondering if Brock was about to attack. So he's just holding the crown. He's not putting it on. Iyo, Liv. Next, we're going to get more answers coming up next. Bryn said it was an underwhelming match. Sounds like they fixed the audio during that quick Oba promo, said Denham. Oh, okay. Have we got more information here? Behind the scenes moments. Club WWE premium content just for you. Okay, we are at a commercial break, believe it or not. So, thoughts? What do you think? Happy? Sad? What do we think? Gunther never put his crown on. I think they see it more as a championship rather than a prop, says it's Bryn again. It's going to be Oba Roman and then Cody Punk. Those are going to be the two main events, says Denley. So do we think that means no Brock Oba? Days, hope you're doing well. Kian, hello. Hope you're having a good day. Oba is king. Jenna is so cute with new photos with the Wednesday cast. I think Oba doing 2 nights at SummerSlam. Kian, I see what you've done there. You've spoke wrestling, you've snuck some Jenna Ortega comments in, and then you've gone back to wrestling. I like to call that a perv sandwich, where, you know, you do wrestling, perving, back to wrestling. You did that very well. Very well. It was good. It was not great, said Spawny Boy. That match itself was bad, but the result was good, says Sam the Man. Toby said, I wanted Jey to win so that he would pick Roman. That would have been mad. Bryn again said, maybe Brock Oba Saturday night's main events. It is at Madison Square Garden, so I think they will go big for it. Jay said, I was glad there was no Brock interruption, but I wonder what they do with Brock Oba feud. I could care less about another match between the two, but it does feel like it's unfinished business. I'll tell you the other thing as well, and that is that there's obviously been lots of rumours about Brock retiring and actually calling it quits at SummerSlam. So if we're not going to be doing Oba Brock at SummerSlam, and we could be. I mean, the 2-night thing is still on the table, but if we're not doing it, then what's the plan with Brock? Because I think we were all expecting him to call it quits at SummerSlam. So I don't know. I think the 2-night thing is very much on the table, isn't it? At this point, it's very much on the table. Andrew said it looked like Oba tapped out. No chatter about that. No chatter that I'm seeing about that. I didn't see him tap. But, I mean, if there is something there for them to revisit, that could be interesting. I don't know. Certainly on my list of accounts that I follow, there's no chatter about it. It's just people going, thank God. Thank God Jey didn't win. There's a lot of relief. Don't take that away from people, Andrew. There's a lot of relief out there right now. Don't you dare burst their bubbles. Ellis Dub says, yeah, the match didn't hit at all. But ironically, I don't think you're going to get much better than what we got. The Sergeant said, I know people aren't interested, but Jey needed to lose to further his story with Jacob, I reckon. I'm not an England fan, but I do love Harry Kane, says Danny. If Oba chooses Roman and then Jacob attacks Seth, would we get Roman Seth or Oba Seth? Huh? Oba's going to fight for a world title, isn't he? So Oba's going after the championship. So we wouldn't be getting Oba Seth unless Seth beats Roman and becomes champion before SummerSlam. So at the moment, Oba's got to choose. Do you want to go after Roman or do you want to go after the winner of tonight's triple threat? I think both are going to be available to him. I mean, I tell you what, as well, I mean, if we do Oba Roman at SummerSlam, that has to increase the chances of Rock Roman next year at WrestleMania. Because, I mean, yeah, you can always do that match again at WrestleMania next year, Oba Roman. But I don't know, man. If I was Triple H, I'd be saving Roman Oba for WrestleMania if I don't have Rock Roman. So, but we don't know that it's going that way. I mean, he might end up selecting whoever wins the triple threat tonight as well. But I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good for Oba Roman now. Listen, I think it's the biggest match you can do, so I'm certainly not down on it. I'm just questioning whether it needs to be at SummerSlam, you know? I remember Roman saying, like, let's see how you do over the summer. He said that just after WrestleMania. That was only a couple of months ago. I suppose Oba... What has he done? A couple of open challenges. Suffered a loss to Brock, but he did win King of the Ring. I don't know. Oh, hello, Danhausen's coming out. What's this about? Danhausen's coming out. Jared said, if Gunther doesn't win tonight, I think we've got our answer. They're going to do the original plan that Gunther retires Brock. Okay. Here's Danhausen. Very nice. Very evil. It's Danhausen's first time here, and it's been quite wonderful. Okay, Liv's coming out. Okay, Liv's come out. She's wearing like a bodysuit, of course, as women have to. Danhausen was in the middle, though, of talking to the crowds. You owe the Judgment Day a lot of money. You are cursed. Well, he's just cursed Liv. Well, is this a spoiler? No. Is this becoming a spoiler? I mean, she's just cursed Liv. She's definitely losing, said Dr. Luchalala. Strange booking. Why would you curse Liv just before she comes down to the ring? In many ways, that just now feels like a spoiler, doesn't it? Iyo is winning. Maybe Stephanie's going to cost her, says Kian. She's done, says LA Joey. Well, thanks for spoiling it for everyone, says Comrade. Yeah, I do find that a bit strange. I mean, they've really worked hard in getting this curse over, you know, the whole thing he was doing with the Knicks and everything. I mean, I can't see any way that she's going to win this and overcome the curse. Oh, I don't know. Let's see how it goes, shall we? Eric said, Oba, Roman, Seth at SummerSlam. Wow, Eric, that would be a lot of fun. I can't say it's going that way, but well, it's an option. Iyo making her way down. Okay, Iyo making her way down. I wonder if some of this is being done because it's all being shown on ESPN. Iyo making her way down. Because some of these things just don't feel like premium live event things, you know? Like that, like Danhausen Live Exchange on the entranceway. That's not the kind of thing we tend to do at a PLE. Like, just during an entrance. Iyo has made her way down. Right, we need to keep getting your thoughts in, because we need to end the poll for that first match. Iyo versus Liv. How long have we got? Yeah, we got a bit of time. This match will get a bit of time. Liv wins, but the curse slowly kicks in with a Judgment Day implosion, says 20 Dominic Gez. I mean, in all reality, you're not going to see a champion win the Queen anyway, says AKA Miep. Days, if I'm Roman, I'm telling Oba, do you want the number 2 belts that I have, or do you want the number 1 belt that Cody has, says Sean. I'm not sure Roman is going to be referring to his belt as the number 2 belt, but I do very much get your point. Okay, both women have made their way down. Is the audio quality bad, or ever got a migraine, said Ross? It was bad. I don't know. I think it's got a bit better, actually. Okay, we've got a Iyo Sky, Iyo Sky chant going on. Iyo Sky, Iyo Sky. She's encouraging it. Okay. Iyo moving out the way of Liv. So Iyo is all in pink. And Liv is all in like a... I don't know, it's like a leopard print, kind of dark, grey, black. I know, like, you know, people are obviously down on the women covering up, but I do kind of enjoy not knowing what they're going to come out wearing. Okay, headlock there by Iyo. Okay, I'm going to end the poll. Shoulder tackle. You lot scored that opening match very, very close. But you actually said it was great. 55. I think the result might be doing a bit of lifting there. But great 55. Okay, Liv trying to... Yeah, okay. She didn't really get all of it, but it was okay. Takes Iyo over. Liv charging over into Iyo. Again, charging in. Big knee coming in there by... Stomps coming in. Foot in the throat there of Iyo. Grabs the hair of Iyo. Over the other sides. Duck underneath. Change direction there by Iyo. Okay. Takes the legs away from Liv against the ropes. Drop kick. Liv goes down. Okay, Iyo charging over as Liv moves out the way. Nicholas, shout out to you. Hope you're doing well. To the outside goes Liv. Shoulder to the midsection there by Iyo. Iyo has got Liv in her sights. Iyo charges over, goes over the top, looking for a power bomb. Liv holding on to the rope. She's stomping away at Iyo there. Iyo goes down. Liv jumps down, grabs a hold of Iyo, looking to hurl her into the barricade. No joy. Liv goes down. Iyo is asking for some, I don't know, is she asking for some help? I think she was asking for some help, and instead the kids were like high-fiving Iyo. Okay, Iyo on that barricade. Crossbody. Lands on Liv. She goes over and gives some high fives out to the kids. Kids are loving that, weren't they? Kids are absolutely loving that. The crowd start chanting away for Iyo again. Oh, into the ring post goes Iyo. She goes down. Smile on Liv's face. That curse hasn't shown itself yet. In the ring goes Iyo. Liv getting in as well. Kick coming in there by Liv. So Liv going up, trying to stomp down on the leg there of Iyo. No joy. Big kick coming in. Iyo goes down. Days, wouldn't it be summer if Nia helped Iyo since she won last year, said Suzanne. I haven't seen Nia in a little while, actually. To be honest, I don't think she's travelled. In the corner goes Iyo. Big knee coming in there by Liv. Liv grabbing a hold of Iyo. Got a bit of a choke in here at the moment. Bit of a rear naked choke. Iyo goes down. Liv in control. She's in the corner. Oh my God. Yeah, the audio is a little bit off. Okay, shots coming in there by Liv. She's on top of Iyo. I suppose I could see Liv losing, said Corey. And then on Raw, she yells at Raquel and Roxy, asking them why they didn't help. And then that could begin the dissension. Could be wrong, but I think them both in dark red is foreshadowing Stephanie, says Video Watcher. Cole had better get called in by HR after talking about Corey's shower habits. Oh, I didn't hear. Okay, here we go. Three Amigos by Liv. And again, Three Amigos and a little shimmy there by Liv. Yeah, Michael Cole's microphone seems to be playing up a bit again. Liv going for the cover, but Iyo kicks out. We know that this match is obviously going to be done within like the next 10 minutes or so. There's only 2 matches being shown in this first hour because they're being shown for free on ESPN. I don't know if it's ESPN or ESPN2. Right now, Iyo trying to draw on the crowds, trying to get back up to her feet. Liv doesn't look injured, said James. No, she doesn't. To be honest, I think that was much ado about nothing. Okay, kicks coming in. Another shot coming in. Okay, into the corner, no joy. Iyo in the corner, trying to kick out there at Liv. Iyo on that middle rope. Missile drop kick, fell short. Stomps coming in there by Liv. She's grabbing Iyo, turning her over. She's got her in a Boston Crab, middle of the ring. Oh. Well, I don't think Iyo turned it round. Yeah, I think that was Liv did that. Look, she went too far back. That's a bot. No, it's kind of a botch by Liv, isn't it? Really, she's got a Boston Crab, and rather than just putting the Boston Crab in, she tried to pull back, and as she pulled back, she kind of went over, and she allowed Iyo to get out of that. I think Corey Graves' microphone might be playing up now. Yeah, they're having some real audio issues now. Okay. Liv goes down. Iyo grabs her. Iyo in the corner to the outsides. Liv comes over. Iyo blocks the shot. Works on the arm. Okay, Iyo going up. And missile drop kick. Okay, flip over there by Iyo into the emotes. We got Liv slumped down in the corner. Fans are bursting out into chants for Iyo again. Iyo charging over. Double knees. That looked good. She really laid that in. Those double knees. Going for 1, 2. Okay. WWE is cursed, said Beast Modes. Ellis Dub said it's actually insane how out of practice and rough around the edges much of the roster is looking. Liv looks like she's not wrestled a singles match in months because she hasn't. Reps are important, says Ellis Dub. Backstabber there by Liv. Even the mic on the pin count is weird, like it echoed. It's just not settling, is it? It's not quite right at the moment. Liv kind of going to the outside, getting caught there by Iyo. Liv on the outside. Iyo. She's going to look to moonsault. That was nice. I mean, Iyo's still doing Iyo things here. Let's make no doubt about it. Moonsault to the outside. Landing on Liv. Chucking Liv back into the ring. Okay, right now. Double underhooks. Picking her up. Oh, backbreaker there by Iyo. Liv down. 1, 2. Liv kicks out. Liv kicks out. I think they need to give a hydration break to these ladies, says Corey. The audio sounds like they're commenting, not in the arena, but in a different room. Okay, Iyo going up top. Push to the outside there by Liv. Iyo screams out in pain. Iyo isn't someone that's going to be playing possum, or at least I don't believe she is. She landed on the ring steps. Iyo screaming out in pain. Liv comes out, she's working it. There's no way she would do that if this was actually injured. But that's not like Iyo to play possum, to pretend to be injured but not actually be injured. So I think Iyo is acting injured so that Liv can target it. And that's exactly what Liv's doing. She's going after this, targeting the knee. So in the ring, we got a single leg Boston being applied here by Liv. Iyo trying to get over. I like this part of the match. I think this is quite fun. Iyo screaming out in pain, really selling an injury, which Liv has immediately targeted. It's really in again. It is like a lion tamer position, but we've seen Iyo get out of... yeah, she's rotating again. Pull at the leg. Kick coming in. Another kick there by Iyo. Liv goes over. Against the ropes. Comes back again. Shot coming in there by Liv. Forearm shot coming back by Iyo. These two exchanging blows at the moment. Forearm shot coming in. Kick coming in there by Liv. Iyo. I kind of like how she's screaming out in pain here, Iyo. Against the ropes, her leg buckles. I think the knee thing is really interesting. She's really done a decent job of selling this. Off the ropes. Oh. Yeah, I mean, she's done a bit of a lion tamer and she's done a code breaker. We need to start singing Are You Jericho in Disguise? Okay, Liv in control. Things kind of going Liv's way at the moment. This curse not kicking in yet. This curse taking its time. Shots coming in there by Iyo. They should call this WWE spots because it's not wrestling. It's no headlock or arm drags or front face locks. It's all acrobatics and power moves, said John. Right now, Iyo. That knee went again as Liv moved out the way. Liv on the outsides. Knee coming in there by Liv. Iyo slumps down over in the corner. Iyo's put a lot of work into this match. Liv has as well, actually. I don't think all of it has grabbed me, but there's definitely been moments that have grabbed me. There's obviously been Iyo moments as well. We might be getting another one here with a really good-looking Spanish fly. Spanish fly there by Iyo. She goes up, perched up top. Liv is down and moonsault there by Iyo. Going for the cover. Iyo gets it. Iyo gets the win. So there we go. It is Liv falling short. It is Iyo that is victorious. It's going to be interesting to see what you lot score that one. I don't know. I don't know what people are going to score that. What would people say that was, like, out of 5? What would you say if you was like Dave Meltzer giving that a star rating? What would you score that out of 5? Ellis Dub said, conceptually the match had some moments, like the half crab looked great, but broadly I felt like the layout lacked some bite and spark. Not a lot of suspense or intrigue, but I am glad that Iyo won, said Ellis Dub. Yeah, I think I'm kind of with you, to be honest. The moments that I enjoyed, but I didn't feel like the match grabbed me. I wasn't like on the edge of my seat. Like, I didn't feel like I was on a thrill ride. Iyo winning, yeah, great. I'm really pleased for her. Yes, I am the queen, says Iyo. Liv. I see you. I'll see you at SummerSlam. Liv, I will see you at SummerSlam. So Iyo has made it very, very clear. I will see you at SummerSlam. Iyo puts the crown on. Looks good. Looks good. She's got it on her head and we're doing the... Okay. Iyo versus Liv at SummerSlam says, had a feeling that it would go that way with Rhea's future being uncertain. Danhausen took the suspense out of that match, said P. Croc. We asked people for what they would score it out of 5. People said solid 3, 3.7, 2, 2.75, 2, 3.5, 3, 3, 3.5, 4.3, 3, 4.5, 2.5, 4.5, 2.75, 2, 2.75, 3, 3, 3.75. Yeah, okay. Keep getting your votes in. We'll have a look, see what people scored it in the poll as well. I am watching the Mexico WWE Night of Champions matches. Oh, what? You're watching it in Mexico? Iyo just said to Liv she's coming after her at SummerSlam, says Patrick. Okay, we've got a video package right now as we're heading towards that triple threat. Stephen said, Days, hello. I meant to say, was that WWE teasing Roman versus Seth? Oba won King of the Ring. If Oba chooses Roman, then Jacob attacks Seth. When will we get the match for the belts? I don't know, bud. I think you've lost me a little bit there. I think, like, Oba can go after Roman, or he can go after the winner of the triple threat. So let's see what he chooses. There's no guarantee that we were going to get Roman Seth. There was, no word that was going to go that way. So just might not be any plan to do Roman Seth. Okay, video package for Gunther and Sami and Cody. They're not going to start another match for another good 6 minutes or so because, as we said, this is still that first hour that's being shown on ESPN. Jared said, I'm going to boast I called it, says Jared. Jared, boast away. Boast away. Days, I think the WWE should have a one contenders match for the Raw Women's Tag Team titles. Should be on the line at SummerSlam, says Andy. WWE is working a deal to a show in Antarctica, says Think Positive. Iyo Liv was better for the unpredictability, says Jacob. Was it unpredictable when it started with Danhausen cursing Liv, though? Did that help the unpredictability? Saudi shows aren't 5 out of 5. Do this. It's just going to be another mid-show, says Mark. Triple A said, Days, now we're talking. Oba main eventing for the championship is the true high voltage match instead of Jey. So if we do Oba Roman, does Oba win or extend the feud and Roman win here first? If we do Oba Roman, does Oba win or extend the feud and Roman win here first? I don't know, but let's get through this show first, shall we? Rather than trying to figure out we don't even know that he's going to choose Roman. So I think rather than predicting who's going to win at SummerSlam, let's get through Night of Champions. The curse had nothing to do with it. She was going to lose no matter what. She was a champion. What do we think was going to happen, says Eric. Netforce said, I just noticed they have got regular ring posts on the ring. Yeah, maybe partly to do with the cage match. What is going on with the audio, said Drake. The production-wise, yeah, it's a bit messy, isn't it? I agree. Obviously, they don't mean for it to sound that bad, but it was a little bit of distraction during... it's been a distraction during the show so far. Jojo said the curse just confirmed the loss. Brony said, I don't mind Oba winning a world title at SummerSlam, but Oba Roman happening this soon doesn't feel right. That's the biggest match that WWE could book. Yeah, the only thing I will say is it is the biggest match they can book. So I think you do it at SummerSlam or you do it at WrestleMania. Me personally, I would save it for WrestleMania because I think I would want you to, want it and build to it and, make you wait for it. Good things come to those that wait. So I would be looking for WrestleMania. It does make me wonder, though, if you're doing Rock Roman, and I don't know that we are, but if you're doing Rock Roman, then you can't do it. So, does it make more sense to do it at SummerSlam in that regard? So, again, it's hard to say, isn't it? the way that we would book things is obviously different to the way they book things. They're obviously looking long term. So, I mean, look, I'm not down on it. No, you can't be down on Oba Roman. But I can understand people just asking, is now the right time for it? Is it a bit too soon? Did we make people wait for it? It's the biggest match you can do. Do you pull the trigger now? Do you just kick it down the road a little bit more? It's going to be a great debate, isn't it, to have at some point. We are at commercial break. So a couple of minutes, we'll be back from that. Big Time said, the fact WrestleMania is taking place in Saudi and you watch this lifeless crowd that looked disinterested. Would we say this crowd was lifeless? Would we describe this crowd as lifeless? I mean, I've heard them making a lot of noise, lots of chants. Iyo going over to the kids. That was a nice little moment. I mean, I don't know if the front rows in particular are looking lifeless, but actually all I'm seeing on my feed is people praising this crowd, saying how well they're doing and how good they're coming across. So, I don't know. I don't know that I can agree that this is a lifeless crowd. Maybe there's elements. Perhaps there's some people sat in the crowd that look a bit flat. I'm not sure. But, no, I've seen a few posts where people have been praising the crowd so far. There won't be many or any interference in matches because WWE doesn't want to fly other wrestlers out to Saudi just for a one-night event. Days, I honestly thought with Rhea being injured, that Liv becomes the next 2 belts, but then goes on to feud with Raquel for one of those belts. Maybe Roxanne for the other. It's not the loudest crowd, but it's not bad either. I would say they're perfectly fine. Days, no response. Some of us sticking together. You're blocking your loyal fans. I don't know what you're on about, but tech travel, flesh that out for me. Billy Rock says, Oba, Cody at SummerSlam. Oba, Roman, best for WrestleMania. Okay, so you're saying Oba goes after Cody at SummerSlam and then goes after Roman at WrestleMania. Okay, yeah, that could be a direction that we go. Who you going to call? Said the Arabs have heard Liv singing. All of this works against WWE. Yeah, perhaps that's Danhausen curse hit when she was recording the Trouble song. Because for some reason she thinks that sounds good. Perhaps I was cursed. Perhaps I got cursed. Gonna have to listen to that flipping thing. I don't know why people are not talking about the possibility of a Randy return in this match, said Kushu. It's been touched on. It's an option. It's possible. I don't know that it's like a guarantee. Days, do we understand how peeved Roman's going to be with Jey? Said Duran. Yeah, he probably will. I mean, to be honest, a little bit stupid to think that Jey is going to beat Oba clean. Did anyone think that was going to happen? I mean, where was Jacob? Where was Jimmy? I mean, I don't really understand the thought process there. You're going to beat Oba clean? Yeah. You're sure, yeah? You're sure? Yeah, I can do it. I'm going to send Jacob just in case. I'm going to send Jacob. I'm going to send the ghosts of the Wild Samoans. I'll send Rikishi. I'm going to send the whole goddamn family because I don't think you're beating him clean, right? I don't even care if he tells me that he's beating him clean. He ain't beating him clean. So the fact that Roman didn't send any support, any backup, and that he was just out there trying to win it clean, like, I don't know, man. Roman can be upset with Jey, but I think he needs to look in the mirror. I really do. I think he needs to look in the mirror. There ain't no way Jey was ever winning that match clean. The cage has been lowered. So we have got match number 3 coming up. I want Seth to win, but I think Jacob is going to make him lose, says Danny. Tristan, hello. Hope you're doing well. Okay, here we go then. Seth versus Bron, steel cage match. So the free part of the show, the ESPN part of the show is done. Now we're moving on to the bit behind the paywall. Okay, Seth Rollins making his way out. You lot said that last match was good 94. So, didn't love it. It was very, very close between great and good for the first match. 41% said it was great. 38% said it was good. But this one, you can see that gap a little bit wider. 46% said it was good. 38% said it was great. So that second one didn't really hit for a lot of you. But it did okay. It did okay. Okay, Seth making his way down. Adam said, I'm loving the stage tonight. Seth's entrance looks amazing with this stage especially, says Adam. If Oba chooses Cody at SummerSlam, they're going to revisit the match that they had in Saudi that Drew interfered in, said Stephen. I generally want to know where Seth is on the Google searches, says Sean. Where Seth is on Google searches. In comparison to who? In comparison to like a CM Punk and a Cody? Can do that. Can do that. Seth Rollins. Okay, Seth Rollins is making his way down to the ring. He's just grabbing weapons and shoving them inside the ring. Dun, dun. I'm going to look at the last 3 months. I don't know when he came back, actually, but we'll have a look at the past 3 months. Down, down, down. Bow, wow. Roman Reigns is the green line, past 3 months, worldwide Google searches, web searches, past 3 months worldwide. You can see 11 for Roman. CM Punk, the yellow line, is a 6. I still don't know what this means. I know 11 is bigger than 6, though. Then it's Cody at 5, Seth Rollins at 3. So, Seth Rollins, not quite at the same level as Cody, CM Punk at the moment. Over the past 3 months, well below Roman, of course. But, I don't know, was there a little bit in the injury, whatever? Is it fairer to look at, I don't know, the past 5 years or something? I mean, if you look at the past 5 years, Seth Rollins is at a 10. Flipping Roman Reigns is at 40. Average interest over the past 5 years, Roman at 40, Seth at 10. That's past 5 years. There's no point really looking at Punk and Cody, although they are around about the same level anyway. Punk and Cody. I mean, that's good for Cody, isn't it? Cody Rhodes to be around the same level as CM Punk for the past 5 years. I don't know. Can you do past year? Maybe past year? See where we are for that. Past year, Roman at 19, Punk at 11, Cody at 9, Seth at 6. So, I don't know. I don't know what we've really learnt from that, apart from Roman is out on his own, and Seth seems to be a little bit behind Cody and CM Punk. Okay, Bron Breakker making his way down. It's still hard to picture Bron as a WWE champion. I think he's really missing something, said Dr. Luchalala. Okay, here we go then. Bron Breakker steps onto the entrance stage. No Heyman. He makes his way down. Dominic Mysterio has tweeted out BS in relation to Liv losing. Okay, Bron Breakker making his way down to the ring. Michael Cole has said that this feud is going to end tonight, and that's exactly what Triple H said on the Countdown show as well. We're going to close the chapter. We're going to close the book on this rivalry. Okay, Bron has come down. He's looking for weapons. Grabs a trash can. And he grabs a chair. Got a couple of chairs, actually. So Bron Breakker's going to bring a few extra toys in with him. Kendo sticks, chairs. Seth was already in the ring waiting with his own weapons. We got some tables, kendo sticks. This could be a lot of fun, actually. This could really be a lot of fun. Okay, Days, if Vince was in charge, do we think that this would have been better or worse right now? That's a really interesting question. It's a really interesting question. Part of me is thinking, would he have just put a bit of filler onto the show that we didn't need? I don't think the matches have been that great so far. I've not kind of... I mean, there's been moments, but... I think people will be really pleased with the results so far. It's been clean as well. You can't be down on that. I don't think you can be down on the results. I don't think you can be down on the fact it's been clean. Don't think the match quality has been mind-blowing. Would it be better under Vince? I think I'm going to say no. I think the only thing that's missing is the match quality. I don't think that improves under Vince. Shots coming in there by Seth and Bron Breakker, and we are underway. Shots coming in there by Seth, driving Bron back. Knee to the midsection. Okay, back elbow there by Seth. Seth goes down. I mean, if we're not setting up Seth Roman, if we're doing Oba Roman, I mean, perhaps Bron Breakker gets the win here. My feelings sort of change a little bit now, to be honest with you. My feelings change a little bit because I was going for Seth to win because I thought we might be heading to Roman Seth. Okay. German suplex. Grabs Seth again, takes him for a ride. Bron Breakker. We need to do a poll, don't we? See what you lot think, who you think's going to win this thing. Lots of weapons in there. Another German there by Bron Breakker. Richard, shout out to you, but said, I know you said something wasn't clicking with Bron. I think it's bad booking. The way we've booked Oba to be a monster is how they should have booked Bron. They should have handled Bron the way that WCW handled Goldberg, says Richards. Richard, shout out to you. Yeah, you could be correct, actually. I mean, perhaps that we've, you know, kind of just messed around with his creative a bit too much. I do think the injury has obviously hurt as well. I think, you know, the whole vision, him not being the focus of that group, being in the background with Seth, and suffering losses. I mean, there were shows. I mean, SummerSlam was a bugbear last year, where it was Roman and Jey, I think, taking on Bron and Bronson, and they lost to Roman and Jey. And it was like they were just suffering those sort of defeats. So, yeah, you're right. Maybe we've just messed around with his booking too much. Perhaps this guy just needs some momentum. He's got a kendo stick at the moment. And he's walloping away on Seth. I feel like, and hopefully that message has come across, I feel like there is a prospect there. I mean, it's not hard to look at Bron Breakker and see that he could put it together and he could become, like, a multiple-time world champion. I mean, you could see him being in this cage match right now with Oba Femi, You could see him battling away with Trick Williams and Gunther, and, you can see those matches. I can visualize those matches. I could see Bron Breakker being in the main event of Night 1, WrestleMania, ultimately Night 2 eventually. So, I mean, there's definitely something there, but it just doesn't feel like we've brought it out yet completely. I don't really feel like, oh, here we go, when he makes his way down to the ring, as we said, so. Yeah, maybe look at the booking, yeah, and maybe that might get things to click into the side of the cage. Let's see who you think's going to win. Who wins? Do you think it's going to be Seth? Or do you think it's going to be Bron? Who do you think's winning this? I think Seth was slight favourite with the bookies. Slight favourite. Fun picture alert. We've got a fun picture alert. There we go. Do you know what would have been nice? There's Iyo wearing her crown. I think it would have been very nice if Triple H was wearing his that he won in 1997. If he had that on his heads. Yeah. But he didn't, because he'll only go so far. He did actually tweet a picture out with his crown. It was a good tweet, actually. I've got it here. There we go. Crowns change, but opportunity doesn't. Tonight at Night of Champions, going to crown a new king and queen of the ring. That was legit the crown he won in 97. Look at it. That was the king of the ring crown. I mean, the whole thing looks like it's just made out of fabric. The kind of thing you would buy from like a cheap flipping fancy dress store. It's one of the ugliest, tackiest things I've ever seen. There is nothing prestigious about this crown whatsoever. But I'd love it if he was wearing that in the picture that he just took with Iyo. I said, like, WWE shops should sell replicas of that, and I stand by that comment. Shots coming in there by Seth. That looks like a crown they get from Burger King, said Dean. 100%, buds. 100%. Bang. It's like the kind of thing you buy a kid, isn't it, when they want to dress up as a king for, like, Halloween or something. There you go. Put it on. It's soft as well, so if they fall over, it doesn't break or hurt them. I mean, it's one of the stupidest things. I've got no idea why someone thought that was prestigious. I mean, God, even in 97, the company had enough money for a crown. Kendo stick shots coming in there by Seth, and he breaks the kendo stick. Into the cage goes Bron. Over the other side goes Bron. Getting chucked around. Bron Breakker. Getting chucked around here by Seth. Okay, the fans are singing away. AB, shout out to you, said 17 months. Breakker, Rollins, fire. Well, they're gonna, apparently this is where this feud's gonna end, and You know, they've not held back. We've seen kendo sticks getting broken. We're seeing Bron Breakker being shoved into the side of this cage. Seth colliding into Bron. Bron slumping into the ring. Seth nodding. I think he's feeling pretty good about how this is going so far. Jared said he needs to lose the singlet, in my opinion. Oh, what? You want to see him just naked? Is that what you're saying, Jared? You just want to see Bron Breakker in there with his dong swinging away. Fair play. If that's what would get him over with you, I respect it. For me personally, I'm glad he's got the singlet on. Big Meg said, that crown was made by Fanatics because the quality is rubbish, said Big Megs. I do like these new crowns, though. These new crowns are classy. Oh, big kick coming in there by Seth. Seth was just setting up a table in the corner. Bron Breakker came over. Chucks a chair over. Another chair. So Seth with these chairs is just hurling them at Bron Breakker right now. Bron goes down. Seth with some chairs. He's just chucking them on top of Bron Breakker. Seth putting chairs on top of Bron Breakker is going up. Does Slim Jim not allow... does Saudi not allow Slim Jim? That's a good point, that is, Jeremy. That is actually a good point. Maybe not. Maybe they don't allow Slim Jims in their country or something. Right now we got shots coming in. I don't know. Or maybe the deal ended. Okay, Bron coming over, jumping up. Breakensteiner off the corner. It's Seth that goes into those chairs, but a kick out there by Seth. So there we go, Bron Breakker in control. James said, interesting question. When was the kendo stick introduced? Oh, that's a really interesting question. I actually don't know the answer to that. Should we ask ChatGPT? It's probably going to give us an incorrect answer. When do we think? Could it be something in Japan? Could it turn out to be like this, something like that? The kendo stick became a regular weapon with ECW. Surely it predates ECW, though. They're saying that it was popularized by the Sandman and it was used in ECW, but surely it was used before then. Yeah, almost certainly. Oh, okay. Well, tell me about that then, you flipping... Pinpointing the first use would be having to dig through Japanese wrestling records between the 70s and the 80s. There might not be a definitive documented first ever. Okay, so even ChatGPT doesn't know, James. Even ChatGPT is like, I don't know, what do you want me to do? Go through all the records of the 70s and the 80s? Japanese? Yeah, I do, actually. I'm certainly not satisfied with ECW being the answer, because it definitely goes back before that. So, there we go. You broke ChatGPT, James. Super kick there by Seth. Bron was looking to use the chair, smash it into Seth's head as he was trapped in a chair. But it's all not gone to plan. It's all Seth Rollins right now. Okay, Seth over in the corner. Bron Breakker trying to get up to his feet. Spear there by Bron. He was playing possum a little bit. 1, 2. Kick out by Seth. Take the Oba result has sort of changed my mind a little bit here about this. Jey has responded online to people. He says, y'all MFers are lucky. Y'all MFers are lucky. So I think he knows that there's mass celebration. The IWC is partying tonight. Mass celebrations. Bron Breakker is up. He's got the table. He's setting a table up right now. He's not really selling, is he, at the moment, Bron Breakker, considering the amount of beatdown that he's suffered. Okay, right now he's set a table up. Bron Breakker going over to the corner. Seth is down. Bron Breakker up top. Bron Breakker looking around. Oh, he's going even higher, actually. But that might be a mistake because Seth's just got off the table. Seth's going up after him. Both of these guys are on top of this cage. They're exchanging blows at the moment, back and forth. So we've had an hour, 20-odd minutes of the show so far. So they're on top of the cage at the moment. Soldier's Attic said, aloha days from Hawaii. You already know that this match is going crazy because little Nate is going to kiss the turnbuckle, said Shoulders. Soldier's Attic. Shout out to you, my friend. I hope you're enjoying it. I think it's been all right so far, yeah. I think it's been pretty fun. We've had lots of weapons being used. Oh, and actually, we're going to get a big superplex here. Bron Breakker is right on the top of the cage. Oh, through the table. Superplex. Oh, there's blood. He's busted. He's busted. Bron Breakker's busted. Blood pouring down the side of his face. So, big spot there where Seth had Bron. He caught him on the top, did a big superplex. And I don't know when he busted himself. I don't know if there was a slight clash of heads as they came down or what it was, but you could see the blood immediately starting to come down the side of the face of Bron Breakker. But, yeah, Seth couldn't capitalize. Bron Breakker down. Seth not able to get the pin. I think that blood's from the eye. Oh, I don't know if it's from the eye. It certainly, well, I mean, it certainly seemed to be around here, so. Yeah, Bron Breakker is down. Seth is the first one back up to his feet. That blood's got a bit worse as well. It's got a little bit worse as Seth... Ah! He was going for a stomp and a big clothesline. So, Soldier's Attic, shout out to you, bud. I hope you're enjoying it. Feels like this match just went literally to a different level as you sent your message in there with a big superplex. Bron Breakker, spear. Oh, kick out by Seth. Yeah, look at the bloods. I always think a match goes to a different level when there's a fair bit of bloods. Bron can't believe that Seth just kicked out of that. Yeah, let's go. This is my favourite part of the show so far. Bron Breakker is down. His face is a crimson mask. Bron is bleeding next to the eyebrow when the camera... that's where it started, says MM Warrior. It looks like it was the table that busted his eye. Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, there's a fair bit of blood, honestly. There's a fair bit of blood. Bron Breakker going over to the door. And the door is being opened. Seth Rollins grabs the leg. He's going to look to prevent him from escaping. He's got Bron Breakker. He's looking to drag him back into the ring. Bron Breakker looking to go out the door. Seth Rollins is stopping him. These two have really thrown a lot at each other. Finish the fight. Be a man. Oh, the door's closed right in the head of Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins said, finish a fight, be the man. Bron Breakker in the corner. He's got Seth in his sights. He's going to spear him. Oh, Seth moves. Seth moves. Bron Breakker into a table. Pedigree. Down goes Bron into a curb. Surely. Surely. 1, 2. Oh, kick out by Bron. Oh, my God. Blood pouring down his face. Went through a table. Got pedigreed. Got curbed. Still not enough to put him away. Oof. Yeah. Pretty good. Pretty good stuff this is. Seth is shocked. Don't blame him. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. I mean, it's not even flipping close, is it? This is absolutely miles ahead of anything we've seen so far. Bron Breakker down on his knees, actually telling Seth to stop momentarily, which Seth did. So, I don't know what's going on here, but compassion is not going to be your friend, Seth. Finish him, yeah? Oh, okay. Bron gestures to Seth. Oh, super curb. So I think that was a message from Bron there. Like, you're never going to break me. 1, 2, 3. Oh, don't know how I feel about the finish. Don't know how I feel about it. Bron kicks out so he can send a message of like, you're never going to break me. Super curb. 1, 2, 3. Seth gets the win. Seth gets the win. The superplex is where this really grabs me. They do a really good job, I think, until the very end. That final moment, I think it just felt a little soft. Yeah, it was good though. It's easily the best match I've seen of the 3 so far. I mean, I don't think there's too much debate on that, but get your thoughts in. What did you think about it? Get your thoughts in. Thoughts. It was very odd end, says Matt. It was lame, said Goober. Y'all are crazy. That was awesome, said LA Joey. I thought Bron was faking, trying to trick Seth into a spear. This isn't what I was expecting, said David. Big K said it could have been a classic. Hoy said it was a good match. It was awesome. It was a nice super stomp, said Tyler. Bron will be fine. I wouldn't run this back. I don't think there's any fuel left. We should just leave it at that. Yeah, I think they've made it clear that that's what they're going to do. I mean, I would hope they don't go back on that. That's a pretty sick image, though, isn't it? Look at that. Look at that. I mean, it might have been worth it just for that shot. It's a pretty badass image. Okay, Trick Williams and Ricky coming up next. Trick Williams and Ricky coming up next. Okay, get your thoughts in for that one. What did you think about that results? We're at the halfway point for this show. We've done 3 of the 6 matches. I mean, how? Roman Reigns SCN said that's the best steel cage match he's ever seen. Yeah, funny actually, because yeah, that was not a Hell in a Cell. That was a steel cage with weapons being in there. If you think about it, steel cage matches, I think that was a really good steel cage match, you know. I don't know what you score. It's not 5 stars, but it's really good. It was a great match, but a poor ending, says Kurt Taylor. It is match of the night so far, said Wrestling Fan. Bron goes from turning on Seth and establish himself as the next star, only for WWE to backtrack, and now they've got him losing the feud to Seth, says Empower Warren. Dave's, I think WWE and TKO are going to do a new deal with Saudi. There's no way this partnership is done. Well, I don't know. I mean, the Saudis have lost a bit of money, haven't they, with everything that's gone down with, you know, the war in Iran, and I don't know. I mean, there's been a few projects that they've kind of abandoned. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where we are with how they feel about this partnership. Do they think it's beneficial? I'm not sure. Do they want to continue it? Do they see the value in continuing it? I mean, of course, WWE want to. That's no doubt. But do the Saudis see the benefit, you know? This whole thing is about driving people to Saudi Arabia, raising the profile of Saudi Arabia. Has it achieved its purpose? Do they need to do another 10 years? I don't know. I'm not sure. There's been no word about it. We've got the first official poster for SummerSlam as well. Here it is. It's not really that special, but I don't know if that's going to be the graphic style. But let me know if it's going to be anything like WrestleMania. We're going to have 20 different graphic styles. But that's the first official poster. Liv Morgan, Iyo Sky. I think that's the first time they're going to be competing against each other as well. So, bit of a dream match for people, this one. So there we go. Liv Morgan, Iyo, Women's World Championship on the line. August 1st, August 2nd. They're actually doing both days. They're competing August 1st and August 2nd. Dream match. So there we go. That's the official poster that apparently WWE have released. Right. If it is like Mania, then the matches will be about 5 minutes, said Mr. Faldy. Okay, Steven said, so now that Seth beat Bron, Seth has got his eye focused on Roman. But what if Oba wants Roman and Seth wants Roman, and Oba puts his title shot on the line versus Seth, and Brock costs Oba with Seth Roman? There's not really much to say to that, is there? I mean, with Oba winning, I think it reduces the chances of us doing Seth Roman. So yeah, I mean, we could go to a to be honest, I mean, Seth doesn't have any right to have a match with Roman. Just because he wants a match with Roman, he doesn't have any right to a match with Roman. And if Oba selects Roman, what with being the King of the Ring winner, Seth needs to just stay out the way, doesn't he? I mean, if we're going to tell that story, then we're going to need probably the Bloodline going after Seth and sort of forcing it to be a triple threat. But then Oba rightfully could complain and be upset because, you know, he won King of the Ring and the prize is you get a match for the championship. Triple threat, I mean, now he's got to worry about some other person. So, I don't know. I mean, I think Seth being involved in this, if it is going to be Oba Roman, I think Seth being involved is going to be a little bit tricky to build and make sense of. Because there's plenty to sort of look at and go, oh, this doesn't feel right. So, I don't know. Perhaps they've got a different plan in mind for Seth. Oba winning was not what I was expecting, honestly, and it's kind of took us down a path I wasn't expecting. So, I mean, it might be that we do. I mean, look, we could absolutely do Oba Cody. I mean, Oba doesn't have to choose Roman. I mean, what if Gunther wins? I mean, we might end up doing Oba Gunther. And then that means we're completely free to do Seth I mean, we might... I don't know. What does it mean for Brock, though? I don't know. Not going to worry about it. Okay, Ricky has made his way down. Oba is going for the Rhodes title. There is unfinished business there, says Charlie. Oba, Seth have been doing some tag matches on the European tour, said Davids. Davids, what if Kevin Owens returns tonight to help Sami win the championship, said Wrestling Fan Brax. That would be a surprise if that's what we did. It's not impossible. The only thing I would say is that Kevin is a guest at the NXT watch party tomorrow. He's been advertised for that in Orlando. So if he pops up tonight, he's going to have to get back to Orlando for tomorrow. Okay, Ricky is in the ring. Bum, ba, 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 bum. Okay, here comes Trick. The general consensus is that that was a very, very good cage match. Okay, the crowd are chanting, "Whoop that Trick." He's making his way down to the ring. He's got little Yachty with him. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, Trick Williams just taking a moment as he's making his way down to the ring. What else have we got to go? We've got the triple threat left to go, and we've got the Women's United States Championship match as well, haven't we? Oh my God. So after this, we've got Tiffany Jade. Okay, Trick Williams. Getting in the ring. Okay, am I up to date with the super chats and everything? No. Andrew said, with the amount of time and money that it takes to go to Saudi, the match quality should be better. No surprises, no suspense. I think that's a really interesting one about suspense. I did feel some suspense with the Bron spear into the table, pedigree, curb. Felt like that was going to be it, but a kick out. So they did manage to get me in that moment. But yeah, I must admit, the first two matches I did not really feel much suspense. Surprises, I don't know. The way that Triple H books, he doesn't tend to put too many surprises in, so I wasn't really expecting loads on that regard. Ricky has jumped Trick going over against the ropes, but Andrew, I see where you're coming from. Okay, Trick Williams takes the jacket off, goes over, throws in a few chops. Okay, shot coming in there by Trick. Oh my God, Ricky just went flying in the corner there. Okay, we've got a little whoop that Trick champ breaking out. Kicks coming in by Trick, stomping away as the fans chant, whoop, that Trick is doing it to that rhythm. Ricky against the ropes, kick by Trick. Ricky, you went down. Okay. Whoop that Trick. Now it's Tiffy Jade in the next. Yeah, that is our next match after this. Ricky goes to the outsides. So Ricky on the outside. Trick Williams in the ring. Little Yachty loses his vajazzled kendo stick. Okay, so you're out there. We've done a little Eddie Guerrero type spot where Ricky smacks the kendo stick against the ring steps. Referee doesn't see it, of course. When he turns around, Little Yachty has got the kendo stick. Ricky is down. Little Yachty's being removed. The fans are going, nah, 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 nah. Hey, 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 goodbye. So as much as they love Trick Williams, I can't say they're too upset to see Little Yachty leaving. Trick getting driven into the barricades. Going hard into the ring steps. Ricky driving Trick hard into those steps and stomping down. Where do we think this is going with Little Yachty, says Andy. I could see a tag match at some point. And, you know, I could see Little Yachty getting attacked. And, you know, that might be it. But yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to see him not having a match at some point. I think ultimately he'll get attacked as Trick's in a feud with someone. And that'll probably be how Little Yachty's kind of time comes to an end. I mean, at some point, he's got to get back to recording music, surely. You know? Chop coming in there by Ricky. Steven said the first 3 matches, I would say, were like 2, 2.5, 3.5. I think it's been bang average, said Steven. Okay. Clothesline, down goes Trick. Steven, thank you. We're just going to get the score, actually, for that third match. Because I didn't have it. Seth versus Bron. You lot said was great 75. So it's done well in our community. Great 75. Okay, Trick Williams goes into the corner and Ricky follows in after. Jojo said it has been an average PLE overall so far. Because nothing too expected has happened, says Jojo. Okay, Ricky is walking that top rope. Ricky Saint showing off as he comes crashing down there as Trick Williams goes down. Bang! Trick getting planted again. Ricky into the pose. Yeah. Michael's like he's posing. Why doesn't he just go into a cover? Corey's like, because he's not ready to, Michael. Okay, Ricky gets the ropes and 1, 2. Oh, elbow coming in there by Ricky. Days, Ludwig Borger's entire WWE run was 6 months. Yachty has been in for 3 to 4. He might go longer. Was it only 6 months? Ludwig Borger, was he really? That feels way longer. I thought he was in for at least a year. I am surprised by that. Okay, Ricky in control, driving knees into the back there of Trick. Trick versus Ricky. Okay, right now we've got a suplex there by Ricky. I don't think I can remember any PLE in Saudi that has over-delivered, said Shining Wizards. I'm glad I didn't pay for ESPN for this. It's not bad. I'm just glad I didn't pay for it, said Spawny Boy. Right now, we got Trick in there trying to suplex Ricky. Grog Vlogs, hello. So I just got here. What match is worth going back to the most? Cage match. We started with King of the Ring. We did Queen of the Ring. But cage match, comfortably the best match of the 3 so far. This is match number 4. Ian said, this is where Papa H was right about fan expectations. This show is very decent so far. I don't want a bunch of overbooked matches, but if we do, it's too much, and if we don't, it's mid, says Ian. Against ropes goes Ricky, goes up, planted, kip up there by Trick. Kip up by Trick. Bang! There we go. We got the slap, the backhander. Trick picks up Ricky, drives him to kick out there by Ricky. Crowd have gone a little quiet for this one. Trick Williams goes back to the corner. Crowd have started olaying. United States Championship on the line as Trick goes over. Ricky moves. Trick's just momentarily caught on the ropes. Ricky grabbing Trick. Oh. 1, 2. Trick gets the shoulder up. Especially in the beginning, I could see Trick Williams doing some Booker T tributes because he looks just like him, says Tyler. Trick is on some kind of psychedelics. He was just amazed by his hand, said Corey. Okay, back body drop there by Trick. Trick over against the ropes. Shaking on the ropes, trying to get the crowd fired up. Trick Williams screaming out. He's putting the work in. Shot coming in there again by Trick. Ricky with a shot coming back. Kick coming into the midsection there by Ricky. Big boot coming back there by Trick. Forearm shot. Trick goes down. Capoeira kick. Oh, net breaker by Trick to Ricky. Gets the shoulder up. This match carrying on. Dates, can you do a recap of the winners and losers? I'm at work. Yeah, Oba has beaten Jey. Iyo has beaten Liv after Liv got cursed by Danhausen. Seth has beaten Bron in a very, very good cage match. I wouldn't say any match was bad. I think the first 2 matches were okay, acceptable. I think the 3rd match is really, really good. And this is match number 4. This is Ricky and Trick. And Ricky with an elbow drop. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Trick. Okay, you can see the frustration on the face there of Ricky. If Trick owes half his career to Booker T anyway, I don't think you would have got over the way he has if it wasn't for him, says Tyler. I didn't think the Oba Jey match was that great, says Tyler. Nice counter by Saints. Big knee coming in. Looking for no joy. Duck underneath. Against the ropes goes Trick. Over the other side. Bang! Trick shot. 1, 2, 3. Trick wins. Trick wins. Trick gets the win. Trick's a winner. Okay. Trick wins and it's over, says Jojo. Okay, let's get match scores for that one. Trick Williams picking up the win was not a great surprise. That match was okay. Crowd didn't really care. Bang. This guy is boring, says Gary. Austin said, I didn't think it would end that fast. Jay said, that match didn't do much for me. I'm glad it's over. That was a SmackDown kind of match, said Corey. Is Little Yachty going to come down or something? Oh, he's already there. Okay, Little Yachty and Trick are beating up on Ricky Saints. Ricky was about to attack Trick as Trick had his back turned. I want you to hit him with an elbow. Okay, Little Yachty is gonna do a people's elbow. Okay, a people's elbow by Little Yachty. What the hell? The hell is Michael Cole getting so excited about? Okay. They're really burying him, says Asgard Mike. That was lame, says Jay. People not massively feeling that one. Tomorrow night, NXT Great American Bash. Let's go. Isaac said, that was terrible. You could easily have had Penta defend instead. Corey said, okay, Little Yachty got his move. Can he leave now? So, people not crazy about what just went down. We got 2 matches left to go. We've got Tiffany and Jade's. And then, of course, we've got the big main event. Big main event coming up. There's Jade. She's all in purple. There is Tiffany. She's all in pink. She's got a big butterfly on the front. So, there we go. Okay, we've gone to commercial break. Steven said, let's say it's Oba Roman at SummerSlam. Oba is about to win. Then a black hooded figure pulls the ref out the ring. And it is the newly signed Zilla Fatu. Zilla spikes spike to Oba. Spear by Roman. 1, 2, 3. Roman wins, says Steven. World Cup commercials. I don't have a World Cup commercial. LS Dub said, I can't wait for this next match. LS Dub, shout out to you. I know this is one you've been very excited for. Very excited for. LS Dub has been really every day like, who do you think's going to win? I can't wait. Oh my God. So it's coming up, buds. It's coming up. What many people are calling the LS Dub Dream Match. It's Jade versus Tiffany. Let's go. Miss Clown said, I've tweeted you some saucy pictures. I'm guessing they're going to be pictures of sauces. Let's have a look. I don't have any pictures. Oh no, they're pictures of figures. I'm not crazy, honestly, about the Masters of the Universe line. I'm not sure. These don't do it for me. They had a whole series before. It's strange, isn't it? These crossover figures are strange. They've just done some Street Fighter ones, and they did Turtle ones back in the day, and now we've got these, like, Masters of the Universe ones. I mean, people will probably pick up that Bray one, because they love Bray. And, you know, like, the see-through lantern. There's people that just want everything Bray, but, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm really into my WWE Superstars line. That's what I love. And I'm very excited for the next ones that are coming out soon. I'm going to show you those. Wrestling Shop. Friends of the channel. I haven't spoken to them in years. I believe friends of the channel. These are the ones that I love. This is what I'm waiting for more of. Are these superstar ones, right? So this line, right? So these ones are all the ones that have come out recently, like Demolition and everything. These are the ones coming soon. Coco Beware, King Kong Bundy, John Cena coming into this line. Look at that hillbilly, Jim. Flip. Look at that. Look at that. Mates, dungarees? Come on. Any figure that comes with dungarees like that, it's a must-buy, isn't it? That is an absolute no-brainer. So, funny you should show me those Masters of the Universe figures, because they are actually the same sort of figure as these. So there is an argument for, like, bringing that collection in, but I'm just not really too bothered in the Masters of the Universe thing. But I'm always interested in what they're working on, what the new figures are. You should buy a chair instead of action figures, says Mayor Pete's. Yeah, they don't drop the price of the one I was looking at now, which has been the delay. What? I don't even know what's going on right now. Is it? That was a bit weird. Okay, we're back. That goddamn music was still playing, said David's. Audio gone. Yeah, there was just a bit of a technical glitch there momentarily, wasn't there? Days, hurry, they've got a Jelly Roll t-shirt on clearance, said Dad Stuff. Oh my god. Let's go. Good things come to those who wait. Okay, they're just talking about WrestleMania. Obviously, that's going to be coming from Riyadh next year, and we've just got a video package for that. That's a pretty fun picture. Fun picture alert. Queen of the Ringhausen. There is Iyo. There is Danhausen. Very nice, very evil. It's a pretty good picture. Not down on that. Days, Iyo Liv is still the worst in-ring quality match of the night. They both have had much better matches, said Word Life Cena fan. KPR Ryan said, what's the England score going to be? I think I'm going to go 2-0 England. I'm not feeling wildly optimistic. England showed that they struggled to break Ghana down. I think they'll have some frustrations against Panama, but surely England are going to have enough to, you know, get past Panama. I think Panama have shown themselves to be tricky to score against, though. So yeah, I'm going to go 2-0. I think things will get a lot easier once they get that first goal, you know? As soon as you get that first goal, then the other team has to come out a bit more. Otherwise, they're just going to lose. and then that creates space, and that's what we were lacking against Ghana. So I think we're going to say that England go 2-0, but I'm not feeling like it's a 6-0 or anything like that, to be honest. I would love to be wrong. Okay, here's Jade then. Days Walmart has got Jelly Roll wrestling shirt before he was a wrestler, said Wrestling Fanbrax. Let's go. Here's Jade's. I think someone could cost Liv her title at SummerSlam, says Matt. I agree. We struggle against teams who don't attack, says Ryan. This match is going to suck in advance, says Billy. Jade's entrance theme is so sick to me, said Kappa. Austin said Tiffany's main roster run is 90% Jade and Nia Jax. When do we think the match between Damian Priest and R-Truth against the War Raiders will take place, says Mackie. They didn't announce, did they? So, I mean, I don't think they've set it up for next week, but I mean, there's a chance it's next week. There's a Saturday night's main event coming up. There's a chance that it's there, but yeah, I mean, they didn't announce anything. I don't think it's SummerSlam or anything like that, so I won't be shocked if it's just next week. Sunday night's main event coming up in September. Michael Cole just talking about that. Okay, Jade has made her way down. Da-na-na-na. Okay, Jade in the ring. Tiffy time. Jade's like, come on, let's get on with this. I think a lot of people are in agreement. Here's Tiffy time then. Chelsea can come and save Tiffany, said Video Watcher. Eric said these matches have been better than the WrestleMania matches. AB said England struggled last game, but Panama won't press them the same way. I've got England edge in it. I think it's going to be a tight win, not a blowout. People are going hard on this match. We all know it's going to be the best match of the night, says Austin. Grande just won't compare. Is this going to be better than Mask versus Mask? Is Austin correct? I heard that Ludwig and Chad were actually very inspired by the Tiffany Jade feud. They took a lot of inspiration from that when they were putting Mask versus Mask together, so. Okay, Tiffany then takes the championship off and hands it to the ref, and we're going to be underway with this very, very soon. Okay, you've had plenty of time to get your votes in. We are done with the Ricky Trick score. You lot said that was good. 89. Okay, Jade comes over and starts getting into it with Tiffany. Tiffany getting the advantage. Drop kick. And over in the corner goes Tiffany. She takes over Jade's. No joy. Jade's middle of the ring, forearm shot coming in there to Tiffany. She's getting her up on her shoulders. And no joy. Okay. Against the ropes, she collides into Jade's. Tiffany against the ropes again. Suicide dive. Jade catches her, hurls her. Yeah, I love that spot. That's a good spot. I mean, I don't know that it's safe. She chucks Tiffany against the ropes. Tiffany bounces off the ropes, comes back, and Jade smashes a knee into her. I do like that spot. I think it's brutal. It's probably going to break someone's nose at some point, but it didn't do it here, so That's a big thumbs up. 1, 2. Kick out there by Tiffany. That did look great, said Big Case. I knew that Daze was going to love that. I do love that. Right now, we've got uppercut coming in there by Jades. Tiffany goes to the outsides. Jade goes down, grabs Tiffany, doing a bit of work on the lower back. Jade with Tiffany and don't know if they were on the same page there. I think Jade just went to smash Tiffany kind of into the edge of the ring, and Tiffany sort of took it as a way of rolling in the ring. I think there was just a split second there where Jade went like that. Tiffany, for some reason, rolled in the ring, and I think Jade was like, you weren't meant to do that. Tiffany goes over in the corner. Jade's going over, grabbing Tiffany. Forearm shot coming in. And again, another forearm shot. Gets the ropes. Oh! Blimey now. That was like a deep 6. Look at this. Yeah, that was quite nice. Spinning sidewalk slam. Okay, Jade in control. That was a nice... Guys, whisper it, but that was a nice move. Forearm shots coming in there by Tiffany. Tiffany goes back to the corner. Jade's forearm shot. I much would rather have seen Oba Jacob in King of the Ring, said Tyler. Big kick coming in there by Tiffany. We got Jade in the middle. Tiffany, duck underneath, over the other side. Goes up and, oh, drop kick. Honestly, there's some moves here. Back elbow there by Tiffany. Jade comes into the middle. Gets the ropes, gets caught. She's going to go for Jaded. Reverse there by Tiffany. Tiffany off the ropes. Basement drop kick. Going for a cover to shoulder up there by Jades. You can see a little bit of frustration there by Tiffany. Has she chipped her tooth or is it just blood again? I think it's just blood, isn't it? Tiffany getting up to her feet. Jade on her feet. Oh, reversed. Jade goes in the corner. Jade going up on the shoulders of Tiffany. Tiffany rolling through. Going up, looking for a moonsault. Prettiest moonsault, but knees up there by Jades. That looked good. Now she's got her up. Ooh, that didn't look so good. 1, 2. Kick out there by Tiffany. Okay, these women are down. That did not look so good, that spot there. She's going for Jaded, but it's reversed by Tiffany. Jade against the ropes. Tiffany charging over. Big shot coming in. Tiffany over the other side. Gets caught. She's got her up on her shoulders. Crucifix pin. No. 1, 2. That didn't really go to plan. She was trying for a crucifix pin. She didn't quite get it. Crowd are really quiet. And where you're seeing like a few moves getting a little bit botchy, it's just sort of hurting things because it just sort of feels like people don't care and the action is a little bit off. B-Fab came down, provided a distraction, and Tiffany gets the shoulder up. Jade seems like she's struggling to move in her suit a bit, says Empower Warren. Okay, Chelsea appears from under the ring. There's Michin. Michin goes into the ring steps. Blowing out. I think that's the first time we've seen the plinth get knocked over. So the plinth goes down. Chelsea grabs that United States Championship. She's looking at it. Jade, a little bit distracted, comes round, grabs Chelsea. Roll up, though, by Tiffany. Kick out by Jade. Pump kick there by Jade. Chelsea's being dragged in by Jade. She gets thrown over to the corner. She's trying to go over. Chelsea in the corner. Jade looking at that belt. The belt is down. Charlotte's here grabbing the belt. Charlotte grabs the belt. She hits Jade with the title. Charlotte hits Jade's. That's going to allow Tiffany to do prettiest moonsault. Surely that's going to be the end of this. There we go. Charlotte is here. Charlotte costs Jade's. Let's get scores, shall we? That's what you get, says Chelsea. Okay, let's get thoughts in, shall we? I thought there was a couple of moments in that match. I also thought there was a couple of sloppy moments in that match. I think the crowd were very quiet throughout it, which, you know, I mean, there just wasn't really much for them to be kind of getting excited about. Then we did all the outside interference stuff, and we just took this home, didn't we? That was like a SmackDown match, said Jojo Go. I think that's very fair. Days, thanks for all you do for the community. Tyler, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Alex Dubb said that match was depressing. That was the worst match I've seen from the two of them in a while, said Alex. Well, Tiffany has retained, and this is surely setting us up on a Charlotte Jade collision. So Chelsea and Tiffany backing away, going up that entrance ramp. Okay. Get your thoughts in. What did you think about that? There's Cody. Cody, Sami, Gunther. Please bang. Not like in that way, but just like the match, you know. There's some weird issues with, like, I've got the commercial break music playing, but I can still see visuals. Some of the tech issues have been worse than I've seen, actually, before. So, yeah, it's a bit weird, this. I've got the music for the ad break, but I've got the visuals of, like, being still inside the arena. And there we go, and it finally fades. Okay, this is legitimately a lifeless show. It's going to make people tune out of the company, says Jonah. I wouldn't be shocked if SummerSlam doesn't sell out. Word Life Cena fan said, Days, will SummerSlam become ad slam like WrestleMania? It's going to have a lot of ads, yes. Jade needed 2 more years in AEW. I think she needed to go to NXT. And, you know, I think WWE are their own worst enemies. I mean, why didn't they just put Jade in NXT and just work with her? Charlotte is the greatest women's wrestler of all time. She's the GOAT, said Danny. Mango said, can you please mention Overthinking Loop and Introvert Anthem 2026 by OG Moji, says Man OG Gog. There you go. Ian said, this community feels weird. 22% feel like that was bad. That's crazy work, says Ian. Robbie said, depending on how that last match goes, this might be even worse than Clash in Italy, which is currently the worst of the year. Pat said, we need to add a mediocre to the poll of options. It was not good, but it was not bad, says Pat. Days, do we think that SummerSlam is make or break for the company? Because WWE matches need to be better. I don't know what's wrong, but they need to fix the wrestling, says Mr. Dell Jr. I don't think it's make or break for the company. I think that I think they've got a problem with their in-ring not being good enough. And part of me wonders, have they called some people up from NXT too quickly? You know, is it a case that they saw Tiffany, for example, and they were quite excited about, oh, I love the character, love the look. I think we can do something with her. And, you know, you watch her matches and, yeah, I mean, they're not bad. She can do the prettiest moonsault. She's quite athletic. Yeah, we can do something there. But the truth is, she hasn't got years and years of experience. So really, WWE saw what she could do and got excited. But that's all she could do. There was nothing else in the locker. So all she knows how to do is come down and go, it's Tiffy time, and do a prettiest moonsault. Do you know what I mean? Like, she's got the things that she knows how to do, but there is nothing else. And I wonder if we're in a situation where, you know, back in the day, people would work the indies and they would get experience and, you know, they'd have a bag of tricks that they could always go to. And I wonder if, like, you go, okay, Maxine's a bit limited, B-Fab's a bit limited, Jade's a bit limited, Tiffany's a bit limited. I wonder if you start adding it up, you go, oh, well, there's a sizable problem. You know, some of these people are just a bit too limited. I'm not saying that's it. Right? I'm not saying that's the problem because, you know, we see matches with more experienced talent that also underwhelms. So I'm not saying that's the whole problem. But I'm just saying I wonder if it's a bit in lack of house shows mixed with a lot of talent that are inexperienced, you know, and once you start adding these things up, I wonder if that's how you end up where you end up. So I suppose the problem is I don't know that there is a quick fix. I don't know that there is something that can turn this around very quickly. I don't know that there is a magic solution, you know? Oh, that's a nicer graphic. That's better than the one that got tweeted out. Okay. Nice looking SummerSlam graphic on screen right now. One more match to go. Ooh, I've got to tell you something you might not like. Gonna tell you something you might not like. So, Jay watched it back and says that Oba tapped. Someone in our chat said they felt like Oba had tapped as well. I wonder if that's going to be part of a storyline. Guys, there is still a chance for Jay to become King of the Ring. What if Jay complains, wants to run it back at Saturday night's main event, Jacob helps him, Jay wins? Oh my god, IWC would be so excited if this is how it goes. And then we can all start chanting, you tapped out to Oba. You tapped out, you tapped out. You tapped out. You tapped out. He tapped. Oh my god, Jay is tapping out Gunther. And now he's tapping out Oba. Jay is the submission machine. That's going to be his new gimmick. He's just making all these badasses tap out. Jey is going to retire Brock Lesnar by making Brock Lesnar tap out. That's what's going to happen. You tapped out. You tapped out. You tapped out. You tapped out. Wait, he tapped, says Jey. Oh my God. Guys, this could be a major story. Major story. I think one of the highlights of this show so far was probably people being thankful that Oba got the victory. What if they're about to take that away from everyone? You know that meme with the fire in the background, yeah, as everything's burning? That would be me. I would just be sat here with popcorn watching everything burn. I gotta tell you, I haven't got much else going on in life, so I'd be down for watching it. I would be down for watching everything burn. Here's Sammy. Steven said Jacy Jane is a great example of NXT. That's slow burn, then reaping the reward on the main roster. I believe she was also someone that had indie experience. I think she'd been working under the name Avery Taylor. So, you know, not only was she someone that, yeah, you're right, they invested a lot of time into NXT, but she came in with experience and, you know, knowledge. And so I don't know, man. I do worry when they're kind of gloating about, oh, you know, Tiffany's only been doing this 4 years from the moment she walked through the door not knowing anything. Like, is that a good thing? I don't think that's a good thing. I know you're trying to tell me she's a natural and isn't it amazing she's picked this up so quick, but I don't know, that might explain quite a bit, actually. But again, I have to stress I think that could be a factor. I don't think it's the only factor, right? I think the problem is bigger than that, but yeah, I do worry about that. Probably could have cooked a little bit longer. Okay, Sammy has made his way down. I'm not sure as to what. Sammy, a proud Muslim. I don't know what the attire is called, so. Isn't that a nice thing? A little respect. You love to see it, says Sammy. Okay, so Sammy in the ring then. Yeah, I'm not sure what the name for the attire is. Sammy's getting pinned. I think Tiffany needs a bit more work in the ring, says Dean. Here's Gunther. Now the joy comes to an end. Dun bum 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 bum. Dun na 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 na. Bum 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 bum. I don't know about you, but I think I can hear some Ride or Die fans, says Sammy. Oh, that graphic's so much nicer. Here's the ring general making his way down, but there's the new SummerSlam graphic. Look at that. With like a Longhorn Viking helmet type thing in the background. That's interesting. AI can't spell Minnesota correctly. It does like it says Mini Boater. It does look like a B. Mini Boater. Isn't that the alter ego of Little Yachty? Mini Boater. Oh my God, that's the dream team I want to see. Little Yachty, Mini Boater. Well done, everyone. Well done. It might just be the font, but it does look like a B. Mini Boater. Gunther in the ring then. We're just waiting for Cody Rhodes. Let's go. It does say Mini Boater said Radiated Zombie. Days, Oba did tap out when he was getting rallied up from Jey's sleeper. Well, we got to do the right thing, haven't we? We got to run it back. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying run it back. I so desperately want to see the IWC's reaction to that. Oh my god, that would cheer me right up. I'm not even depressed, but it would still just cheer me up. Run it back. Okay, here's Cody then making his way down. Guys, you haven't got much time left to get your thoughts in. Cody versus Sami versus Gunther. Who is leaving with that championship? Days, I've made a pair of Miss Clown Budgie smugglers. They're edible with a security pouch. Oh, love that. Love that for you. James, hello. Days, how ironic Triple H complaining about the fans complaining online. Then Jey Uso goes online to complain. Very good. Very good. Very good. Cody making his way down. Cody's winning, says Jojo. Miss Clown said, that is a good point, James. James, that is such a good point. I'm probably going to steal it and claim it as my own. So that's how you know I really respect it. So, very good. Main event time, and we're talking real. Tiffany is 4 years in and moves like a 10-year vet. Jade is still learning on the fly because she never had those NXT rep runs. AB, do you think Tiffany moves like a 10-year vet? Days, what's going on? I had no idea this was so early. What have I missed, said Blue Frog? Pretty much everything. This is our main event. I would recommend going back and just, you know, watching it. I don't want to give away the results. If you've not seen the show, it's better to watch it. Make your own mind up. Jared said he didn't tap. He punched the mat with his fist. That's a tap. That's a tap. That means I give up. Yeah? It's the same. It's the same as a tap. Isn't it? I mean, you can tap with that bit or that bit. You're still tapping. So... he punched back with the fist. We've seen Punk do it lots of times. Well, you know, maybe we should run those matches back as well as... But, you know. I'm just saying. Let's be fair. I mean, if Jey has managed to beat Oba clean, we can't rob him of that. That is a hell of an achievement. Cody in there. Mini Boater versus Mini Driver. Oh, love that. I don't even know what she's up to these days, Mini Driver. Does the announcer just announce or do WWE make him do other things? It's a good question, that is, actually. I'm not aware of him doing anything else. I believe the announcers just tend to do announcing. Not aware of anything else. I don't think they have him setting up the ring and everything and all that stuff. Days, if they know who's going to win the match, then they know that Oba was going to tap and the ref not seeing it, says Brian. I wonder if Oba didn't mean to do that, if he's not meant to, and Jey has seen people talking about it, and Jey's now... I mean, look, one thing Jey would love to do is wind up the IWC because they give him a lot of grief. So he'd absolutely love to be winding up the IWC. Okay, Bella sounded. All three are in the ring right now. who is leaving as Champione. Yeah, this crowd has woken up. Lots of noise. Gunther goes after Sami. Cody with some shots coming in on Gunther. Get locked, get loaded. This is our championship match. This is our main event. Shot coming in there by Sami. Okay, top rope pulled down to the outsides. I've got to tell you, a lot of people retweeting the he taps out. Okay, Cody going back against the ropes over the other side. Shoulder tackle. Sami goes down. Gunther on the outside. It's just Cody and Sami right now going at it. Shot coming in there by Cody. Yeah. Nice. Cody in control. Sami getting back up to his feet. Looks over at Cody. He's got a smile on his face. These two looking to lock up. Connor said, I see Iyo Sky winning and becoming a brand new WWE World Champion at SummerSlam. I don't know how long that Danhausen curse is going to be in effect. Okay, into the ring steps goes Sami. Gunther. Oh, shot coming in there by Cody. Gunther goes back into the ring. Cody getting in the ring. Kick coming in there by Gunther. Cody goes back over to the corner. Over the other side goes Cody. Shot coming in there by Gunther. Cody has got quite boring. I think it would be good for him to go off TV for a few months, said Jens Keller. Okay, over against the ropes goes Cody. Gunther coming over. Elbow coming in there by Gunther. Sami is in and he's unloading on Gunther. Nasty chops coming in there by Gunther. And again, he hurls Sami outside the ring. Kick coming into the midsection there by Cody. Chop coming in there by Cody. Over in the corner. Chest first. Chop coming in. Cody goes down. Do we think the way John tapped out was supposed to be a tap out? Yes, definitely. Over against the ropes, knee to the midsection there by Gunther. And again. I think John has even spoken about him tapping out. I think in John's mind, it was the character sort of reaching the end of the road. You know, this is me done. I'm not a fan of it because, you know, the whole never give up thing. Down goes Sami. Oba never tapped, said Meeks Meeky. Well, I don't know, Meeks Meeky. I don't know. Jey Uso is saying he did. Who am I meant to believe? I mean, Jey Uso is a highly trained professional wrestler. Cody. Oh, Cody Cutter. Coming off the ropes. Okay. Didn't go for a cover. He knows he's got to do more than that. Shot coming in. Against the ropes. Cody goes back to the corner. Bang. Power slam. Oof. 1, 2. Actually don't know what that was. It looked like he was going for a Uranagi, but he went quite high. Let me have a look at this replay. Show me this. Side effect. It was the side effect. I was going to say, I thought it was going to go for a Uranagi, but he actually went up high. Cody, I tell you, Cody is like working with a lot of energy here. Through the ropes. Michael Cole said, Cody looking good tonight. There's an energy, there's an urgency. We didn't have that in the women's match we just watched. 1, 2. If Sami wins, I'm going to bet $100 Days is going to cry, says Sean. I don't feel like I'm going to cry, but then I'm not expecting Sami to win, to be honest, though. Powerbomb. I am ride or die. Yeah? Sami makes the save. Sami is bringing that title to the bloodline as a heel, says the Navaldo says. Amarula said, Days, I hope you don't mind this question, but do we think the bloodline story needs some cleaning? Bloodline story needs some cleaning. What do you mean by cleaning? Are you finding it a little bit dusty? Into the ring steps went Gunther. He went quite hard into those ring steps. Sami on the outside. Michael Cole said, I've compared Sami to Wemby. He's spoiled, emotional. Why is Wemby taking stray shots from Michael Cole? Kick out. At Days, Brock Lesnar hasn't travelled to Saudi then. Not by the looks of it. Sami is going to win because this is his home, said Semper. The energy is there because there's 3 great wrestlers in the ring, says El Grande Wrestle Squatch. I just know Dusty is smiling down watching this one, said Alex. Johnny's still napping in London, said Word Life Cena fan. Okay, here's Gunther grabbing Sami, dragging him over into the corner. Chop code, nasty chop there by Gunther, you know, that was really satisfying. These guys are really going out there with some energy and really going at each other. I mean, it's a lovely start to this thing. Shot coming in there by Cody. I love how surprised Sami is when his opponent kicks out after a Blue Thunder Bomb, seeing as to how they kick out every time, said Corey. It feels messy, not like the actual messiness one would appreciate, says Amarula. I haven't minded it, honestly. I sort of enjoyed it. I'm not too sure about them kind of trying to bring Solo in, but Solo's kind of turned that down. Obviously, it'll be interesting to see the reaction to Jey losing. 1, 2. Oh, Sami pulls the ref out the ring. Sami pulls the ref out the ring. Sami shaking his head, looking over at Cody, shaking his head. Yeah, I've not minded the Bloodline story. I think it's better than what we have been doing. I just haven't really cared for Jacob going over to Solo, but I suppose that brought Solo over to Raw to then cost Jimmy. And we haven't really followed up on that stuff at the moment, so I'm sure we will do on Monday. Shot coming in there by Cody. Sami and Cody exchanging blows at each other. And again, Sami unloading on Cody. Again, another shot coming in. Off the ropes. Disaster kick misses. Kick coming in there by Sami. Sami picking up. Woo! Brainbuster! Brainbuster by Sami! Gunther! Off the top, makes the save. Honestly, Gunther just looks so out of place jumping off the top, doesn't he? He's got 0 grace. He jumps off the top and he's like, doing stuff like this. Terminator picking up Sami. Oh, what a reversal! 1, 2. Oh, my God. That was sick by Sami. Ride or die. Ride or die. Ride or die. Ride or die. Mate, that was sick. Look at that. He went for a powerbomb on Sami. Sami over-rotates. Look at this. Straight over. Bang! Oh! So nice. So good. All you Sami haters, sit down. That was so good. That was about as good as when Oba tapped out earlier. That was a 3, said Andrew. That was a 3. Why the flip is Sami getting robbed? In front of all of his Saudi fans as well. This match has been fun. I've really enjoyed how these guys have really gone at each other. Sami, Haluva connects. 1, 2. Oh, Cody pulls the ref out the ring. Oh, Sami looking heartbroken. Turnaround is fair play. Sami did it to Cody. Cody does it to Sami. But he had him there, didn't he? That Haluva, he had him. Oh. Cody. Okay, into the commentary table goes Sami. This is a great match, finally, says Jey. Crowd were just booing Cody there. Yeah, he deserved it. We needed this match to bring this pay-per-view together, said Drake. I agree. I really enjoyed the cage match. I mean, I do think that's a good match. But we were pretty low after that women's match. You lot said it was good 79. Okay, commentary table has been stripped. Cody on that commentary table. He is looking for a package pile driver. He's trying to get him up. Shot coming in there by Cody. Sami on the edge of the table gets big back body drop. Sami gets planted through the table. Blimey now. Lovely pace to this thing. I mean, we've had so many spots already. Package pile driver didn't connect. It was reversed. And look at that. Sami goes absolutely flying through that commentary table. Okay, apparently that's took out Michael Cole's headset. Here's Gunther. Gunther again coming out with some real urgency. Picking up Cody. Powerbomb! Table doesn't break. Table doesn't break. He's going to go. If at first you don't succeed. Bang! Try again. It does go that time. Cody lands on someone. Oh my God. Sami's down. Cody's down. Gunther dragging Cody back over to the ring. Those lights are still on, even though there's no like cabling or anything. Those desk lamp things, it seems like you don't need to sort of put power into them. They must be like battery powered or something. Okay, middle of the ring. Sami could come and make the save here. Oh, yeah, that's messed up Michael Cole's microphone again. That has messed up the microphone. Okay, right now, Cody getting up to his feet. He's got Gunther on his back. Gunther has got this sleeper hold in. Cody jumps back, manages to break out of it. Gunther grabs him again. Sleeper hold in again. Rope break ain't gonna work. Cody is down. No rope break. Ain't gonna work. Ain't gonna help. He's fading. He's fading. I don't know where Sami is. Either Cody's gonna hook back up or Sami's making the save. Sami makes the save. Shots coming in there by Gunther. Gunther throwing in some shots there to Sami. Sami with some lovely selling. Did you see his face there? It was like, as Gunther was throwing in these shots. Sami just prevented the hand from dropping. Gunther listening out to the crowd as well. Gunther knows how popular Sami is. Another big chop coming in there by Gunther. Sami trying to swing back. It's good. It's good. It's really good. It's really good. Sami firing back, crowd cheer. And again, slapping away. Chop coming back there by Gunther. Sami goes back to the corner. Oh! Exploder! Exploder by Sami! Oh my God. Sami over in the corner. We saw the damage done when he got the haluva. He's charging. Oh, he gets it! He gets it! 1, 2, Oh, that was good. That was so good. Because they set that up perfect. Because he hit the haluva earlier. And that would have been a 3 if Cody hadn't pulled the ref out the ring. And he gets him this time. Gunther goes down. It's middle of the ring. But he flipping kicks out. Oh, it's a really great match. I love the pace they've been working at. If you think of all the spots that they've put into this thing, with refs being pulled out, Sami hitting haluvas, the commentary table spots on the outsides, Gunther putting sleeper hold on Cody, Cody fading. I mean, I feel like they've come out the gates and it's just been go, 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 go. Really battling away with each other. Oh my God. Massive clothesline there by Gunther. Massive clothesline. Cody going up. Cody cutter connects. Gunther goes down. Sami comes over. Cody looking for a crossroads. Reversed by Sami. Crossroads by Sami. Yeah, even Sami's shocked. Even Sami can't believe it. Sami looking to charge over. Sami constantly having to reverse moves here. Cody getting involved. Double crossroads. Oh, Sami planted. This is going to be the beginning of the end, maybe. Cody with Sami. No, Sami goes down. 1, 2. Oh, has Sami done it? And Sami's done it! No! They've put the WWE Championship on Sami Zayn! Corey, it's happened, says Mike. I'm just waiting for someone to reverse the flipping decision. Sami is down in the middle of the ring. Sami is in absolute tears right now. The WWE Championship is in front of him. Oh, I ain't buying it. I'm waiting for like Triple H to come out or someone to reverse the decision or something. I swear to God, if there was a Money in the Bank, it would be cashed in right now. Sami in the unbelievable scenes. Unbelievable scenes. Sami down on his knees, and this has absolutely thrown a curveball in for SummerSlam. This has thrown a curveball in for everything. The audio's been lost. I don't believe it. I still don't believe it. Absolutely no way did I think they were going to put the flipping WWE Championship on Sami Zayn. The WWE Championship? Not even the World Heavyweight Championship, the WWE Championship? Blimey now. There's the moment that he rolls up Cody, gets the pin on Cody. Sami Zayn, oh my God, the bangers that he is going to be able to have with this belt. The problem he's got is that he might be a transitional champion that just drops it to Oba. Are we going to do Oba Sami? Maybe we do Oba Sami. Maybe we do Oba Sami. Maybe we do Seth Roman. Maybe we do Oba... Oh, no, we can't do Oba Brock and Oba Sami. Well, we could, I suppose. I don't know, man. What the flip? That is so clever from Triple H to book a really mid-show. Really mid-boring show. So that the only talking point is Sami Zayn. That is genius booking, isn't it? By Triple H. Let's book a really mid-boring show. That way the only thing people can really talk about is the fact that Sami Zayn has got the win. Sami Zayn now joins the elite club that Kevin Owens is a part of. I mean, like, surely we see Kevin Owens at this point now. Sami in the entranceway, holding up that championship. Wow, how needed was that? How desperately needed was that moment where we get a flipping shock on that scale? Even Sami can't believe it. Look, even Sami. He's got a big smile on his face, but I would love to know when he was told. When did... It's been longer than 10 years, Sami. Ride or die. Referee comes over, holds up Sami's... Oh, I didn't know what the referee just said to Sami there, but I swear to God for a second, I was like, they're taking it off him. They're taking it off him. Wrestle Features said, what did that ref just say to Sami? I wondered that. I thought he's come over to go, there's been a mistake. There's been a mistake. We got to run it back. Wow. Wow. The Sami era has begun. I still don't believe it. I mean, I do believe it because the show's come to an end, but not in a month of Sundays did I expect that. Really great match as well, says Jey. I think we're going to get Jey against Sami. Wow. Cody took the pin. Let's get this on here. Ref said you're going to lose it Monday, said James. There is a post-show. To be honest, though, I don't feel like there's anything on the post-show that's... Unless they're going to flip it and come out and take the belt off him. I don't feel like there's anything on the post-show that we need to focus on that's going to be more monumental than Sami doing what he's just done. Roman's going to bring Sami back to the bloodline. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Does he? Does he bring him back to the bloodline? Now that he's got that championship. I don't know. I think there's a lot of directions that they can go with this. No way did I expect them to do this. Crazy. Yeah, this is a real shock. This is going to be a real shock. And you know, I mean, I don't even know. But I mean, like, Sami gets big negative reactions in America. So, I mean, I don't even know how thrilled people are going to be about this. I mean, it seems like people in the chat are pretty good with it. But I don't know. I mean, I genuinely don't know how thrilled people are going to be about it, by and large. I mean, to be honest, I think the IWC are going to be pleased that it's just not on Cody anymore, you know? I think that was an all-timer, that match. Triple H books a whole boring show just so the only talking point is Sami. That is the game's master plan, says AB. Craziness. Sami with the Undisputed Championship. I don't know. I mean, like, post-show, I don't even know that it's going to be a proper post-show because the pre-show was in the headquarters. So it's not going to be like a normal post-show. People in the chat are saying dub for Sami. Celebrating Sami's victory. That was a really good triple threat match. I agree. I don't care what anyone says. That was one of the best matches of the year, says Brandon. You ain't going to get much disagreement out of me. I thought that the match was fantastic. The finish I did not expect. Sami reaches the mountaintop. I just didn't see it coming. I didn't expect it. I didn't see it come in. Yeah, wow. It's a big dub for Sami, says. It's huge. The post-show has started. Sami is still out there holding up the championship. So he's got it around his waist. I don't know if they'll, like, you know, get Byron to have a word with him or something, but Sami is on the entranceway. Sami did it. He deserves it. He's got it around his waist. I mean, unbelievable. That is the WWE Championship as well. Like, that's Bruno's belt. That's Hogan's belt. That is the belt. I like it, though. It's big. It's brave. It's bold. It's not the kind of thing I come to expect from Triple H. That has made my year, says Caden. Shy Guy, hello. Hope you're doing well. Sharphausen said, I can hate the man, but I can appreciate the moment, and it's a special moment. We're just actually with Corey Graves there. Corey and Michael are just saying a few words on commentary as Sami has just made his way to Byron. I don't know if this was recorded and we just didn't see this, or if Sami's come back out again. I stand here tonight in front of my people. I wonder, do you know what I didn't consider? I wonder if part of this was done to try and get the renegotiation. Was this for Sami, or was this for Saudi Arabia? I'd like to think it's for Sami, but I think the fans are chanting, you deserve it. Tyler, shout out to you. You're damn right I deserve it, says Sami. I don't know if his wife's there. It'd be lovely if she was. I mean, she was there when he tried to get that championship from Roman. Unbelievable. Oh, there's the emotion. I think Sammy's starting to feel it now. He can't believe it. I'm so pleased for him. It's Acknowledgement Day this Monday. Roman and Sami segment could be an all-timer. Aren't they just? Yeah. Gotta say, the reaction online is really positive. Austin said, now that Sami is WWE champion, I think Oba does challenge Roman. I think Oba-Sami would be a weird match. Wow. Oof. Brock challenges Sami and Sami loses, said Death Metal Lads. Cool Cat said, that's emotional. They took it away from Sami at Elimination Chamber, so to see him win the big one here is really cool, said Rational Gaze. Tyler said they're using him as a transitional champ for Oba. Maybe. Maybe. He might get booed when he gets back to the US. So yeah, it's really weird, though, because I'm looking online and, like, actually a lot of the IWC are really pleased that it's gone to Sami. And yeah, I mean, I've got people like over here, look, people saying Booker and Promoter of the Year, Triple H. You know, that's the kind of thing that we're seeing. Timeline just absolutely full of it. El Generico has to be so proud of Sami Zayn. It is just so. There's Finn Balor reacting, just typing out Sami. I mean, he probably could have put something a bit nicer than just writing his name, but, you know, whatever. The dream has come true. What a moment. This is what you watch pro wrestling for, says Fadeaway Media. Don't that kind of look right, says SlamX. Don't that look a little bit overdue? So, I mean, look, the general consensus that I'm seeing, just wondering, is that a match that we're heading to? I mean, a Shock World title change on a BPLE is something we need more of. That was a great call. So, I don't know, man. I mean, Sami Zayn wins the title. Good for him, says WrestleVotes. It's something a lot of people backstage have wanted to see happen for a long time. So there we go, WrestleVotes, with a very interesting update there. Something people have wanted to see happen backstage for a long time. Wrestling is so much better with unpredictability, says Corey. So my timeline is all good, all positive. I don't know what the average fan's going to be saying, though. You know, are the people in America, the fans, the casual fans in America, going to boo him out the buildings? I don't think Sammy's going to care. Sami ain't going to be bothered, is he? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Where are we time-wise? Okay. I don't think there's going to be a great deal for us to have to worry about because Big E and everyone are all in a studio. So just going to get a few final thoughts and then we're going to jump into the breakdown. Austin said, people are just mad because Cody didn't retain and we didn't need that. Big Time said, I love the decision. What is Sami lost? What if he lost on Friday? What if he loses it Friday? Well, he'll be disappointed to have lost it, but as he just said, you know, you'll never be able to take away the fact that I have achieved it. This is the absolute mountaintop. And for this brief moment, Sami Zayn is can't get no higher, is right there. Gargano waking up and beating Sami for the title, says Jojo. Tyler said, most people don't even realise Mystico and Roosh and are Dragon Lee's brothers. Days, what would we rate the show out of 10, said Mr. Dell Jr. I'm going to go 5.75 before the main event, but afterwards around a 7. Yeah, I can vibe with that. Reyes said, respect to England on today's match. Reyes, shout out to you. Casey said, I can't wait to see the pictures of Sami, his son, and the title. I remember the promo that Sami had where he said his son asked him when he held that title. Well, now he can say that he's got it. Yeah, oh my God. I can't even begin to think what's going on in his head right now. I just saw someone say justice for Jey. So there we go. Justice for Jey. Absolute Zero said, if you are a wrestling fan, you have got to be happy for him. Kind of said, how long do we think the Liv Morgan will be cursed for? Well, it could cost her a championship, couldn't it? So Big Time said, the PLE was all over the place. Tournament winners were correct. Matches underwhelmed. Great steel cage match. I agree with that. I'm happy. I actually wanted Gunther, but anyone but Cody, I'm happy. Unpredictability is what Triple H does not do. But Triple H with his best movie, when do we think he'll lose the belt? It might not be a long reign. I mean, he could be a transitional champ. He could lose it at SummerSlam. He could lose it at Saturday night's main event. I don't know. I mean, this is so unexpected that I honestly will not be shocked if he does drop it some point soon. The only thing I would say, though, is I do think Sami, the reason why I'm a Sami fan, is because he's very consistent with his match quality. So, I mean, a Sami Zayn defending this championship against a CM Punk or a singles match with Gunther or Ilya or Cody or whoever you want to put in front of him, like, there are a lot of banging matches that Sami can have defending this championship, you know? So, I don't know. I'm kind of all right with keeping it on him and just let's work our way through some of these matches. But to be honest with you, I just really hoped that he would get there one day. And to be honest, I did fear that it was not going to happen for him. I think I was holding out hope that, you know, he'd get a Money in the Bank or something like that, you know. No way. I mean, I'm stunned. No way did I think he was getting it tonight. I thought he was taking the pin. I thought it was Cody that was going to get it. And if it wasn't Cody, then Gunther was my second favourite. Sami, I mean, I gave him no chance. What a token 1% chance. Because we're in Saudi, and that's it. And, you know, anything can happen in wrestling. But, I mean, blimey now. I'm just so pleased for him. Really, really cool. No one had Sami winning. I think there was a few. There was definitely a few that had Sami winning, but by and large, no, the vast majority. But I mean, it doesn't matter. You're right. I mean, yeah. Wrestle Features just tweeted this 4 seconds ago. Imagine him against Seth. Hang on. Sami now joins these elite people. Oh, I was thinking more about future opponents. I was thinking, imagine him against Drew. Imagine him against Finn. Imagine if Kevin Owens come back. Can we do that match? Imagine him against Seth. Like, think of some of the options that we've got on the table for some great banging Sami Zayn matches. Yeah, very good. A lot of folks said I'd never win this championship. But I stand here tonight in front of my people, and you're damn right I deserve it. 20 plus years in the game at the highest level, never got the recognition. 10 plus years chasing this championship, never got the recognition. I don't care what happens to me. Forever, I will be Sami Zayn, WWE champion. It's true, isn't it? It's true. It is true. It's the boyhood dream come true. Yeah. Wow. Wow. Okay, they've moved on. They're talking about Iyo. They're talking about Liv. Days, the England team is Pickford, Konza, Kwanzaa, Gay, O'Reilly. Okay. Not quite what I was expecting. I kind of like Anderson and Bellingham, Rodgers, Saka, Rashford, Kane. I don't hate the team. I'm interested to see what Kwanzaa does in right back, unless Konza's going there. I'm interested to look at the right back situation. So, yeah, that game kicking off in 45 minutes. So, come on, England. Hang on, we're backstage with Liv. I'm the greatest women's world champion of all time. There's no curse. Okay, Liv's freaking out. She keeps repeating, there's no curse, there's no curse, there's no curse. She was very frazzled. She said she was going to go off to call Dominic. Big E said, that's the most rattled that I think I've seen Liv. Tyler said, I would say this was a 4-star out of 5 event. Not bad. Sammy Oba, Saturday night's main event. Oba, Brock, maybe title versus Korea at SummerSlam. Could be. I mean, I would love to dig into some of those great matches for the championship, but he could be a transitional champion. He could be a transitional champion. It's going to be Oba, Sammy for the championship. Just watch, says J. Cole. Do we think that Sammy will still be appearing with Johnny? Yeah, I think so. I think Sammy genuinely sees Johnny as like someone he can get stuff off his chest to. And I could see him going to Johnny and saying, look what I've done, man, we did it, kind of a thing. I don't think he'll just abandon him now. So, but it'll be very interesting to see what Johnny does, you know? But yeah, I could see him sort of having that championship and showing Johnny and, you know, thanking Johnny maybe in a way for listening to him and whatever, you know? It's weird. It's really weird. But yeah, I think there will be an interaction, definitely. Did you see the random B that popped up on screen above Liv's head? Random B? I didn't know. Iyo will beat Liv at SummerSlam, along with the downfall of her relations with Roxy and Raquel, said Video Watcher. Sammy is a transitional champ for Oba, says Lee. Sammy knocking over water bottles in the back out of excitement. Roman versus Seth at SummerSlam. So lots of different thoughts about where we're going at SummerSlam. Lots of different thoughts. They're talking about the steel cage match. Oh yeah, the blood. I forgot about the blood on Bron. Watching back, there was literally just a letter B above Liv's heads. Might have been a glitch. There's been technical glitches all night, to be honest. So I'm not sure if there's anything to sort of read into that, but worth being aware of. Liv needs to ask Dom how he shook the Danhausen curse, says Corey. Mohammed said, will Roman let Sammy back into the bloodline? It means both titles would be in the bloodline. There could be a rift between Roman and Jey. I mean, I think there's a possibility for a very interesting segment. I think there's a possibility for them to try and recruit him. Whether he would agree to it and want to return, can't answer. Not sure. But I think it sets up an interesting segment. Days, if you watch Cody winning the belt again this year or next year, becoming a 4-time champion in 4 years, I could imagine that that's going to happen. Triple H and his love for Cody. Yeah, I mean, Cody's still going to be around the title. Yeah. Days the crowd mic was off tonight. Michael sound like he was inside of a submarine. Brandon said, if WWE books Oba against Sami for the championship, I think that's just lazy booking for WWE, says Brandon. Sally said they showed a replay of the cage match. It was a corner of the table that caused Bron's injury. Right. That was nasty, wasn't it? Very nasty. Seth on the post show. He is, yep. I feel like I finally finished the job. He's probably not going to give us an idea as to what's next. I mean, I would imagine that he is going to set his sights on one of the champions. So I would imagine he's going to have either Sami or Roman in his sights. Let's just see what is he going to give anything away here? Anything we need to be aware of? Did you think what would have been next if you'd have lost? I think about what's next every day. Okay, so he says that with his body kind of, you know, being where it is, he's just turned 40. He thinks about what's next all the time. I'm happy to say I didn't lose this one, though. He's obviously in really good spirits here, Seth. Seth says this battle with Bron may have made him stronger. I've been in this ring with some freaks. You're one of them, Biggie. I think that came from a good place. I'm just wondering if he's going to sort of reveal what is next. Trying to figure out how to handle this type of performer is what makes me better. I'm not sure he's going to be giving anything away here. Gunther versus Bron versus Oba in Hell in a Cell at SummerSlam or Money in the Bank, says Finley. Don't forget, guys, we are going to be back in tomorrow with Great American Bash. Yeah, we can put that in the rear view. Here we go. What's next? Here we go. What's next? That's an interesting question, says Seth. He wants to get back the World Heavyweight Championship. Yeah, there's a giant wedge. And that man is Oba. We got to see what Oba's going to decide. So, Seth would like Roman. I wonder if we're doing Oba, Sami. That's really interesting. I wonder if we're doing Oba, Sami because Seth says that, you know, he wants... He didn't say a world title. It's not like it's either. He's just saying, like, he wants that world heavyweight one. That's his belt. I think he sees it as his belt. That's very interesting. Very interesting. Seth might be done with the Vision, but is the Vision done with Seth? Well, I hope so. I don't think anyone's looking for that thing to carry on anymore. Then it's, I think it's pretty much done. Okay, let's get the scores, shall we, for that main event. You lot have scored it. What we're looking at here, you have scored it 82%. Great. Great, 82. So that makes it match of the night. And I think that's a very, very fair score. Very, very fair score. Okay. Days Wife Lesnar challenges Sami on Saturday night's main event, wins the title, sets up Oba Brock at SummerSlam. Absolutely possible. Yep. Massive target on Sami's back, isn't there, right now? And that is absolutely possible. What time does Great American Bash start? I think it's quite late tomorrow. Okay. I'm going to go and start working on this breakdown video. As soon as we're done with that, we'll get the... opinions video out. A big thank you to everyone that joined us. I hope you got something from this stream. But yeah, I mean, it felt a little bit like a slog at times. I think certainly the Tiffany Jade match felt like a real low point, but even Trick and Ricky didn't feel like it was getting the pulse racing that much. We needed something from Cody, Gunther, Sami, and they absolutely delivered. So I'm going to do the breakdown. Thanks a lot to everyone that's joined us. I hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow as well with Great American Bash. It is a bit later in the day. I don't know the exact time, but I know it's not middle of the day. It is tomorrow night. So yes, right. I'm going to do the breakdown and enjoy the rest of your evening. Unbelievable.